Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
In Virginia. It was here under Armstrong that Booker T. Washington... The year is 1881. The place, Tuskegee, Alabama. With 2,000 residents, most of them people of color. It's the smallest county seat in the state. Anti-black violence is not uncommon. Segregation continues to separate the races, socially, politically, and economically. Yet it is here that young Booker T. Washington will bring Tuskegee Institute into being. Barely 24 years of age, this young man will create a chain of events over the next 34 years of his life that will affect all Americans, black and white. From 1881 to 1915, he will achieve what to many is considered the impossible. He will build one of the most impressive education institutions in all of Afro-America. He will, in addition, become the center of heated controversies, debates, even riots. And by the time of his death, his name will be known throughout the world.
You want to know about his days here, is that the idea?
That's right, General. I believe Washington was 16 when he came to Hampton.
You should have seen him when he got to the campus. He'd walked most of the way, 400 miles from the West Virginia coal country where he lived.
Stanley, what you watching, man?
Founder of Hampton Institute in Virginia.
Something I found from the National Archives.
He went back home to West
Video
Virginia.
Hey, no, man, let's play that shit that I showed you, man. That shit I sent to you, nigga.
Politics. He even went to a seminary in Washington.
You seen that shit that I sent to you, man? I double sent it to your ass.
79, put him in charge of the Indians.
No,
We had about
did you
75
email
of them.
Yeah.
He did a fine job.
Okay.
A fine job indeed.
And then came Tuskegee?
That's right. And when those gentlemen asked my advice, it didn't take me long to make up my mind. History proved me right, don't you think?
Despite the obstacles and difficulties he confronts in setting up Tuskegee Institute, Washington maintains an optimism about the future of this place that most people find hard to accept. His first impressions of the town fill him with a sense of opportunity.
Before starting for Tuskegee, I found it almost impossible to locate on any map. But instead of finding my work in a low, marshy country as I expected, I find Tuskegee a beautiful, quiet town with a high and healthy location.
When did you send
As
it?
a rule, the colored people all through
Just put
this place
KC.
are poor and ignorant.
Look for
Well, the
KC.
one encouraging
Did you
thing
send
is
it
that they
to
see their weaknesses
Stanley at
and are desirous of improving.
JGHB?
Oh, you
My,
changed your email address?
well, I used that one for work, but no, I still have the old one. When did you send it?
His ability to influence
I'm
important individuals
gonna
and win
resend it
their
right now.
support for his visionary
Okay.
goals far exceed the modest hopes of his most ardent supporters for this backward school.
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. I found it.
And the ones following
Okay.
that, I found a
This is for
farm for
March
sale,
29th.
100 acres.
Yeah,
We'll
just
have
send it to you
space,
again.
shops, and
Like double
classrooms.
Okay.
twice.
We'll need to advance several $100s to secure the property.
You don't have that kind of money.
I've
I wanted
contacted
to get your
General
take on this
James
shit. We can
Marshall of
watch this shit
Massachusetts.
together.
He's a dear friend of General
Okay.
Armstrong and quite
Instead
well
of pop the
trusted.
balloon.
Like many wealthy white people in the North, he
Well,
believes very strongly in their work
I haven't
ethic.
watched the Pop the
He has
Balloon
sent the money.
in a week.
You're always three
Oh.
steps ahead of everybody. You rascal. I suppose your Yankee benefactor will put up buildings, too.
No, sir. We will. If we need bricks, we'll make them. We're dedicated to an ideal, Mr. Campbell. Nothing is bought that the students can produce. It is our object to surround the student with such an air of business and industry that it will be next to impossible for him not to make himself felt in active business or some other sphere of usefulness.
Where's the next place you're gonna build? I didn't come here to be no bricklayer.
I don't come here to be no bricklayer.
What you say we? Nothing, sir. Look, don't sass me, boy. I said I didn't come here to be a bricklayer. I guess you'd rather be somewhere learning Greek. Is that what you think an education is all about? You're from Dothan, Alabama, aren't you? Yes, sir. Tell me, Williams, do many Negroes in Dothan speak Greek? No, sir. Of course not. But they all need decent housing, don't
He looks like Jay Prince, doesn't he?
they? Need them real bad. What's the best skill you can serve your neighbor down in Dothan by speaking Greek to him or helping him to build a better house? I understand, sir. I hope so, Williams. I truly do. Now, let's get back to work.
Washington's iron will and strong sense of discipline wrought wonders. An institution began to grow out of the Alabama mud. Its young blacks,
The
a
people
new
going.
era of educational opportunity is dawning. One of the supreme ironies in Washington's career concerns the very contributions that allow Tuskegee to expand and prosper. His critics will claim that by his dependence on the kindness of the Carnegies and the Rockefellers, the Baldwins to finance the Institute, Washington has become their unwitting tool, forced by his needs for their continued support into adopting positions that may not necessarily reflect the best interests of the country's blacks. Long Island Railroad President William Henry Baldwin Jr. became Washington's great friend as well as his staunchest supporter. Mr. Baldwin, I understand that you're very supportive of Booker T. Washington.
Oh, yes. I'm for Mr. Washington because the work he's doing at Tuskegee is exactly right. Not just for the colored people, but for the entire South. He's not a firebrand, a rabble-rouser. He's a master politician who knows we're sitting on a powder keg. And he understands that most white people will never accept Negroes as their social equals. It's an impossibility.
Mr. Baldwin, I think there are many Negroes and some whites who would disagree with that statement.
And they are not intelligent or very realistic in their thinking. Oh, I know there are some liberal white people, some overeducated Negroes who seem to be talking against Tuskegee. What they're really against, Booker T. Washington's politics.
His political role is growing then.
Of course. But his political enemies shouldn't let their opposition blind them to the simple fact that Tuskegee works. It is training thousands of Negroes and doing a fine job of it. Just look around the South. Schools based on his philosophy are springing up all over.
Among those applying for a teaching position is a Harvard man, W.E.B. Du Bois. Though accepted, he'll instead take a position at a black college in the Midwest and will become the premier black intellectual of his era, looming large in the controversies that will increasingly demonstrate the complexities of Washington's character. Under Washington's stewardship, the Institute is well on its way to becoming an educational model, uniquely suited to the needs of the Southern black community that Washington understands so well. He works ceaselessly, keeping abreast of every detail of the school's operations, continuing also his exhausting schedule of fundraising appearances. National recognition comes with his speech before the National Education Association in 1884, and also as a result of the nationwide success of his autobiography, Up From Slavery. America learns that there are blacks in the South seriously trying to shape their own destinies, developing plans for survival and advancement despite the hostility of many of their white neighbors. The word goes out that this little campus in the backwaters of Alabama is becoming a major force in Southern life. William Baldwin remembers.
It was the Atlanta Exposition that really put us over. Frederick Douglass had recently died, you see, and his death left a great vacuum in the Negro leadership. Booker T. Washington filled it.
The exposition was a big event.
The biggest. It was to show the world that the South was on its feet again, strong and proud, recovered from the war and Reconstruction. There were acres of exhibits. Every aspect of Southern life was on display. And Booker T. Washington stole the show. When he spoke at the opening day ceremonies, his was the voice of every Negro in the nation.
Well, perhaps not quite everyone.
On that day, my friend, he spoke for all of them.
Hey, how long is this
I
video?
just wandered around outside until I heard the applause. Wave upon wave of it. I thought it would never stop.
It's about 30 some minutes
I said the
total.
wrong thing. Our years of work for Tuskegee would have been obliterated in a single day, but he didn't. That day he spoke with an angel's silver tongue.
To those of my race who underestimate the importance of cultivating friendly relations with a Southern white man who is their next door neighbor, I would say, cast down your bucket where you are. Cast it down by making friends in every manly way of the people of all races by whom we are surrounded. Cast it down in agriculture, in mechanics, in commerce, in domestic service, and in the professions. No race can prosper till it learns there is as much dignity in tilling a field as in writing a poem. Nor should we allow our grievances to overshadow our opportunities. In all things that are purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers, yet as one as the hand in all things that are essential to mutual progress.
Overnight, he becomes, in the eyes of both black and white, the anointed leader of Negro America. W.E.B. Du Bois remembers.
It startled the nation to hear a Negro advocating such a program of accommodation after decades of our people's complaints. It startled and won the applause of the South. It interested and won the acclaim of the North. And after a confused murmur, protest, it silenced, if it didn't convert, the Negroes themselves.
So you supported Washington at this point?
As a matter of fact, I have it here. I wrote a letter to that effect. Here it is. My dear Mr. Washington, let me heartily congratulate you upon your phenomenal success at Atlanta. It was a word fitly spoken. I thought at the time that the Atlanta Compromise could be a step toward reaching a real settlement between blacks and whites throughout the South. Of course, the hardening of white attitudes and the blacks' subsequent loss of voting rights throughout the region killed any chance of that.
Pragmatist that he was, Washington had important considerations in calling for social separation in a South that was experiencing lynching, floggings, and other forms of violence by the Ku Klux Klan and other vigilante groups. Perhaps he remembered the genocide of the parents and grandparents of his Indian students at Hampton Institute. In the Atlanta Compromise, he extended his diplomatic skills to their utmost. And we can be sure that he was vitally concerned with the safety and future of his beloved Tuskegee Institute, which he strongly believed was the key to Afro-America's success in the future. By the time of the Compromise, Tuskegee Institute is making valuable contributions to the advancement of the Southern white and black communities. There is much to preserve and protect. There are 37 buildings, and all but 3 built by the students' own hands. "700 acres of farmland under careful cultivation. A dairy and an assortment of livestock provide food and practical agricultural experience for the students. There are nearly 1,000 of them on campus. The curriculum offers instruction in 27 vocations in all of the building trades. Carriage and wagon making, harness making, millinery, printing, tailoring. Industrial education is coming of age. The 70-member faculty now includes the agricultural chemist George Washington Carver. He institutes, at Washington's request, a comprehensive agricultural outreach service, symbolized by the Jessup wagon. Also on the growing staff of distinguished individuals is Emmett J. Scott, a former journalist. He carries the title of private secretary to the man he calls the Wizard. Scott serves Washington with devotion and a measure of ruthlessness, powering the sophisticated political and public relations operation that Du Bois will come to term the infernal Tuskegee machine.
It's going to be a proud day for every Negro in the land, sir. Everything has been carefully planned down to the last flower on the floats. I'm sending the schedule to the White House this afternoon.
President McKinley wants some ideas for his speech. Write that he should say something to encourage colored people to get education, property, to build their character. Those things are the basis of good citizenship. And he should put in something about both races being moderate, friendly, self-controlled. Put it in your own words. I'll sign it.
I'll see to it immediately, sir. That editorial in Tuesday's Chicago Conservative was very unfair. It completely misrepresented your opinions.
The press is your department, Mr. Scott. Just be as tactful as possible.
You can depend on that, sir.
The president came, and it was indeed a grand and glorious day. A relationship is sealed. Washington's career as a formidable political power broker begins. The Oaks, designed by the talented black architect Robert Robinson Taylor, who is responsible for the design of most of the early campus buildings. Margaret Murray. After her first year on campus, Washington is so impressed by Miss Murray's work as a teacher that he selects her as the Institute's lady principal. Their relationship blossoms. On October 12, 1892, Margaret Murray and Booker T. Washington are married. Raised in a Quaker home and an honor graduate of Fisk University, Margaret Murray plays a major role in the Institute's growth. In addition to supervising the Institute's women's programs, she helps to organize self-help groups for black women in the town of Tuskegee and in the sharecropping communities in the surrounding countryside. As her husband becomes increasingly concerned with fundraising and political activities that take him away from Tuskegee for long periods, Mrs. Washington becomes, in fact, an extension of his presence on campus. From the standpoint of black survival in the hostile racial climate of the South, the effects of his diplomatic skill can be seen on both a national and local level.
Where is he? You're hiding that no-good nigger here. This nigger can't be trusted.
Do you gentlemen, my neighbors, truly think that I would sacrifice our school here at Tuskegee for him? I'll turn Tom Harris away. If you want him, find him.
Let's go get him.
Tell Scott to take my wagon and get Tom Harris to Dr. Cobb's house tonight. Tell him to get him out of the county tonight.
All right. Jerry, almost every paper damns you as an hypocrite. Booker T. Washington is a man who would cast his own brother into the claws of a bloodthirsty mob. Now you must tell them the real truth.
Tell them. Tell them what, Mr. Scott? The real truth. Tell them that my campus is a refuge for radicals. How long would Tuskegee last? Let them think what they will for the moment. This too shall pass.
But as America moves further and further away from Reconstruction, black aspirations for full and equal citizenship are increasingly repressed. Booker T. Washington's optimistic statements are no longer acceptable to many of the nation's black intellectuals. Men such as William Monroe Trotter. Trotter symbolizes the opposition of a growing number of black intellectuals to Washington's policies of accommodation. He denounces Washington's failure to forthrightly confront the dehumanizing aspects of Southern segregation. On July 30th, 1903, the confrontation with Washington, which Trotter has been seeking, comes to pass. They call it the Boston Riot. The meeting at which Washington is to speak becomes a shouting match. Washington is silent, seemingly detached from the turbulent scene. Police storm into the auditorium. Panic follows. Trotter and several of his colleagues are dragged from the church and arrested. Across the country, it is front-page news.
The so-called Boston Riot made the public aware, for the first time, really, that there was serious Negro opposition to Washington's policies. The press certainly couldn't ignore this event, although I'm sure they would have liked to. When now they were forced to publish Trotter's opinions, people saw that many of his criticisms were valid. And after he served a 30-day jail sentence, there was the feeling, and I shared it, that Washington and Scott were persecuting the man. So, from the point of view of the opposition, the demonstration was a rousing success.
And you began to move into the enemy camp?
The machine was pushing me in that direction. Washington built Tuskegee, a great institution, but I'm afraid he was a captive of his own political ambitions. He would brook no opposition or criticism, particularly from his fellow Afro-Americans.
First, let's talk about Du Bois and Trotter, the great Northern intellectuals. It's easy to be critical of America when you live in the North. They're frustrated aristocrats chattering on about the talented 10th at the expense of the black masses. What do they know about the sharecropper's life? What do they know about the terrible fears that every black man, woman, and child has to live with every day of their lives in the South? Now, the South is where the overwhelming majority of our people live. Now and forever, that must be the central fact in defining a political position for black people in this country, not some abstract demand for justice.
But Du Bois has spent some years in the South, Mr. Washington, has he not?
But he doesn't feel it here, where it counts. This is my land, and these are my people. I'm fighting for what's best for the masses of American Negroes. Du Bois is a frustrated snob. He's turned his back on the black masses. This Booker T. Washington will never do.
Mr. Washington, we have uncovered evidence that through your supporters, you and Emmett Scott have attempted to subvert black opposition to your policies, and that the so-called Tuskegee machine has tried to destroy economically men such as William Monroe Trotter, who have
never done anything of the kind.
Spoken out against your leadership of the race. How would you react to that, sir?
Young man, history will be my judge, not you.
As the 19th century fades into history, Washington's star reaches its zenith. More than ever, his tireless fundraising activities swell the coffers of Tuskegee and other Southern schools that follow his philosophy of industrial education. Tuskegee continues to prosper under his leadership. Despite the raging controversies, considered tragic by many, there will be 50 buildings on campus, 2,000 students, and an endowment that exceeds $2 million. 2,000 black men and women will have graduated from the Institute. 5 times that number have spent some time in their lives absorbing the Tuskegee spirit. On a personal level, Washington and his family are amply provided for by his friend, Andrew Carnegie. So much so that he is able to give up his salary at Tuskegee. At home, Washington finds rest and relaxation in his morning rides on his horse, Dexter, and in tending to his livestock and his garden. But by 1913, his health is beginning to fail. While on a fundraising tour, he collapses in New York. Margaret Murray Washington remembers.
There were so many things he wanted to do for Tuskegee.
Mrs. Washington, I realize this is very painful for you, but could you recall, or could you try to recall the final days? You needn't answer the question, of course.
Are you playing the whole thing, Stanley?
Telegram.
Yes.
And headed right away for the station.
How long is this going to be?
A few minutes more.
I don't
It's
remember
let's
much
see.
about the ride north. Just that I prayed a lot.
5 more minutes.
Okay, great.
And I cried a lot. I got to New York. There was a car waiting to take me to St. Luke's Hospital. I went into the room. The doctors were there. Mr. Scott was there. The doctors said that there was a chance they could save him if he stayed in New York. After they finished talking, I turned to my husband. He read the question in my eyes. And he said, "Margaret, I was born in the South. I've lived and labored in the South. And I will die and be buried in the South. So we brought him home.
He survives the arduous train trip home by a mere 5 hours. On the morning of November 14th, Booker T. Washington passes peacefully away. He is buried in the campus cemetery. 10,000 people gather to pay their last respects. Messages of condolence are received from around the world. Memorial services are held across America. W.E.B. Du Bois, though the foremost black opponent of Washington's racial and political philosophy, pays a final tribute to the Wizard of Tuskegee.
Booker T. Washington was the greatest Negro leader since Frederick Douglass, and the most distinguished man, white or black, who has come out of the South since the Civil War. Of the good that he accomplished, there can be no doubt.
Throughout the history of Afro-America, Washington's influence can be found almost everywhere. The economic program of
I'm
Marcus
looking to
Garvey
see if John's
and the self-help movement of the 1960s, calling for economic self-determination, all had their origins in Washington's philosophy. At the beginning of the Civil War, 4 million black people were living in slavery. Booker Taliaferro Washington was one of them. The turbulent and to this day controversial life is over. The legacy of Tuskegee endures.
Any thoughts?
Not really. I mean, I learned a little bit more about Booker T. Washington, but my dad knew a lot about him when I was young. He used to talk about him
Well,
all the time.
a
And
little bit of
we used
back.
to watch Tuskegee Airmen. That was
Right.
our one of the movies we used to watch together.
Well, a little bit of background. Uh, I somehow or another that wandered into my algorithm. That was from the U.S. National Archives. They've got like who knows how many little, you know, little produced movies like that, or I guess it was kind of like a video biography. Um,
Mhm.
I also found one that I'm going to show tomorrow night about the life of Frederick Douglass. But some of the takes I took from that, and probably everybody's familiar with the whole Du Bois, uh, Booker T. Washington controversy. What's best for Black people. My comment is that at the time, I think Booker T. Washington was right, but over time, as America's changed, there are a whole lot more opportunities out there, and it's I think basically these days you both men are needed, as far as their philosophies go. It doesn't have to be one or the other, it can be both. And I want to point out excuse me, I want to point out that one of the things that isn't emphasized enough, Booker T. Washington did, and it was kind of touched upon in this movie. Booker T. Washington um, did a lot of stuff behind the scenes that he didn't advertise. So, he was a little bit more uh, well rounded, or a little, he was a 3D character. I'll put it that way. It wasn't just all accommodation. Um, but the one thing I heard maybe a couple years ago, Amy Wax, um, she said something that shocked me, that black people need to wait their turn. Booker T. Washington was basically saying that 100 years ago. There are people, like an Amy Wax, who, in my opinion, is just a racist. She calls herself a race realist. Um, there are people that still think black people need to wait their turn, which is just, in 2025 is unacceptable. And then I see John was here and he left. I wanted to ask if Tuskegee offers, and I guess I could look it up at some point. Um, does Tuskegee offer mortuary science? When they were talking about him dying shortly after he got back to Tuskegee from New York, I think it would have been fitting had his body been prepared and all that by Tuskegee students. So it's pretty much the other thing that struck me as ironic is that President McKinley uh, is one of Trump's favorite presidents. So I found that kind of ironic. Wonder if Trump even knows who Booker T. Washington is. Bet he does. So that's pretty much it as far as that goes. Anytime I find something, historical, that's fairly short, I like to bring it up on the show. And the video you sent, I'm not sure I can show that. It's that station or that channel has like 7 million viewers. So what I'll do is I'll watch it, and then tomorrow, I'll react to it. What is it about? I mean, does the title pretty much say it all?
Yeah, but you can review it right now. We can just stop it and start it. It's like you
I'm
don't have.
I already I have an agenda. I've got a bunch of news stories I want to go through. Um,
Uh,
I mean, what's it? I mean,
I just
is it
wanted to
about?
go over it with you. I mean, you don't have to watch the whole thing, but I just wanted you to go over it with me real quick.
Well, what's it
I want to
about?
see. I want that's you got to play it to see it, fool.
Well, I take it you've seen it.
No, I haven't seen this one.
Okay. Well, let me review it, and uh, I'll look at it tomorrow night. I pretty much have the show planned out, and
Yeah, but ain't nobody even up right now.
there are 24 people that are up. So, like I said, I'll have a look at it. This is one of those walking around videos. This one's on a cruise ship, which I've never been on a cruise ship and really have no intentions of doing a cruise, but still looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's like a little city on a boat.
That's exactly that's exactly why I'm not used to having fun on a boat.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all work and no
Oh
play.
yeah, oh yeah. That's that you have a different experience.
Oh no, I loved it. It's just, if I want to do all that, I'll do it on land.
Yeah, but they have different like amenities
Yeah,
and
it's like a
it's
like a floating resort.
yeah. It's just I think it would be a lot different than working on the boat. But
Oh,
there's
absolutely.
people that are employees and work on the boat. So I mean, it's probably like the same thing for them, but not like so strict.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Like hanging out in, just hanging out, sunning yourself on the deck of a ship. That just doesn't appeal to me much.
Yeah. You see ass everywhere.
Yeah, sweaty ass.
So you're not
So,
about to play the thing, and how you gonna do it tomorrow? That's what you're saying. So I waited for nothing.
well, I'm afraid so, son. You know, it's funny. I did not see that email.
Stanley, you
I get a
shutting
lot
me
of
out?
I get a
Damn.
lot I get a lot of emails on that particular channel. I need to
Yeah.
go through and start, getting rid of some of these subscriptions.
Mm. Yeah, I sent it to you twice. I guess you just get a lot of emails, so you must have got buried.
Well, that's why it's better. You see my icon there. That's the email address that's specifically associated with the show.
What
Because my
icon?
personal email, which you've
Oh,
got, I
Stanley
just get
at
a hmm,
J JG.
hb.info for John
Yeah.
Galton,
Well,
hb.info.
yeah, I sent. Well, you got my real email too, so
Yeah, I do.
but yeah,
But if you got a show idea or something, I'm definitely going to see it there
yeah. All right.
because
Well, then
I'll
I guess
check that. I check that right before I do before I go on air.
I'm about to get in
So,
the shower and get in the bed. That's what I'm probably do. Shower, sleep,
well, it is getting late.
and then wake up. 'Cause I get up at 5 no matter what, and then go from there.
So, how is the new place, by the way?
It's cool. That's cool. I like it.
Do you say that you're doing?
You see
You're
me?
a building manager? Oh yeah, I see you.
Yeah.
Well, how does
No,
your
I
daughter
did
like it?
something. No, I did something different. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's cool. It's a studio. Everything here. You ain't seen it yet, huh?
No, I haven't.
My drums over there.
Hold on one sec. Let me blow you up here. Uh, oh, there we go.
Why is it circled off like that?
I just like the shape better.
Oh, you gotta have to do a wide screen to get it. But
Let's see here. Uh, oops.
you ain't got no
Yeah,
effects on your shit.
I don't know why it wants to do that.
That's how you usually have it or something. But yeah. Mm.
There we
Oh,
go.
there you go. See, that's my drum set. It's a little studio.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I didn't know you played guitar. Is that a bass guitar?
Mm. The steps go to the laundry. Up there. That's it.
Where's the
Bathroom right
kitchen?
there. Right, right there.
Okay.
On the other side. It's on the other side.
Yeah, the kitchen's the most important room.
Nah, I mean, it's like a kitchenette. I mean, I can cook, but it's not like a full kitchen. I can do whatever I want on it though. I got like a little oven, small little oven. I got microwave, refrigerator. I got burners. That's all you need.
Pretty much.
There you go. Yeah. California a little different.
Oops.
But yeah, man, that's it.
Nice.
Tried to
Well,
show you the view the last time though, but I had to show you the view during the
was I
day.
was I on here?
I'm not sure. Maybe it was T. Maybe I showed T. Yeah. Yeah, I think I showed T.
All right. Well, everybody. But by the way, everybody make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Um, and share the wealth, share the link with all your friends far and wide. And also please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I actually do have a couple video essays that I'm working on.
No.
So one of them's gonna have at least a funny title. So, folks, who here is ready for a third term for President Trump? Apparently, he is he's looking to defy the Constitution by trying to do a third term. So this reads: Donald Trump stated he is not joking about considering a third term, which would challenge the constitutional limit of 2 terms. He's been doing a lot of challenging the Constitution lately. Trump indicated he is considering ways to serve a third term as president, affirming that's one method to achieve an extended presidency. He mentioned that he enjoys working. When asked about wanting another term, Trump said, "I like working." That's hard to believe. And then they looked at 408 news sources, 71 leaning left,
I
71
wouldn't believe
leaning right,
everything you hear on that, Stanley. I mean,
and then 93
I don't think you're gonna
considered
do that.
centrist. And then on the right side, Donald Trump stated, let's see, is there anything different here? 22nd Amendment was introduced after Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency to limit U.S. presidents to 2 terms. Well, I think one thing that he's going to come up against is going to be age. He's 70 something now. He'll be close to 80 in 2028. So I'm wondering. Let's see what the Daily Caller. I can't remember if that's what does the Daily Caller have to say? This is this is part of that NBC News interview. Let's have a look at it.
Range of topics, including the possibility of him serving a third term. He's joked about it.
I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure.
But these were his most extensive comments yet. He told me he's not joking. He said there are methods by which you could do it, but he said it's far too early to think about it. He said he's focused on his current job. At the same time, I did press him on those methods. There's been some discussion about the possibility of Vice President J.D. Vance running perhaps at the top of the ticket with President Trump running in the number 2 slot and then swapping if they were to win. President Trump telling me that is a method. He said there are other methods. I asked if he could give me details, and he said flatly, no. Now, President Trump's allies have said that they are seriously looking at this.
We're working on there. We're not prepared to talk about it publicly, but in a couple of months, I think we will be.
Here's what you need to know, though. It is incredibly complicated to change the Constitution. Serving a third term is prohibited by the Constitution. So this is something that would be far out of reach by any measure. And again, President Trump insisting for right now, he's focused on his current job.
Well, the interesting thing about that is, of course, he would want to use nefarious means to do it. I hope they do try that little trick. It would actually be awesome. That way they can both be, that way they can both lose an election. Nobody's going to vote for a Vance Trump ticket. That's just like basically telling the American people, we think you're stupid. So I'd actually enjoy seeing that. So next news story, competitive race for Mike Waltz's seat rattles Republicans. By the way, at this rate, I've got another couple, another story coming up. At this rate, Mike Waltz may be eligible to run for a seat because it's up in the air whether he might actually not survive this this incident with the signal gate. Is that what they're calling it? I have a story somewhere. Let me see, can I find it? I think I have one too many news stories. Oh, here it is. This is, I think this is from the conservative Treehouse, or The Last Refuge. That's what it is. This is a magazine, a online magazine that John Galt introduced me to. The Last Refuge, ragtag bunch of conservative misfits. They say they're asking the question, is Waltz on the bubble? And it says here that, let me enlarge this. It says there's a lot of speculation about the potential for President Trump to remove National Security Advisor Mike Waltz following the Signalgate fiasco. And the writer says here he doubts that it will come soon. So the conservative, let's see, CTH, I don't know what that is. But so anyway, getting back to the story we were looking at, Mike Waltz, Trump says he supports Mike Waltz, but even MAGA Republicans are concerned about this Signalgate thing because it was just a major breach of security. And, putting the liberal press in your war-making group is probably not that's a major mess up. I'll just leave it at that. So anyway, Mike Waltz is Florida, and it's a competitive race, and that it's competitive in Florida says a lot about the state of the nation. And of course, it'll wind up being a referendum on Trump. So let me play this article right quick.
A competitive race for Mike Waltz's seat rattles Republicans. This article is by Emily Cochran and read by an automated voice. Frank Curnow, a retired Navy veteran, had a question for the Republican Party volunteers at an early voting site in Daytona Beach, Florida, on Thursday. Why, he asked, were some polls suggesting a tight race for the open seat in his reliably conservative congressional district, Florida's 6th. That's not good, said Mr. Curnow, 77, a registered Republican who voted for the party's candidate, State Senator Randy Fine, because he carries the Trump banner. The race, he added, is critical. Voters in the district, which includes the stretch of coast between St. Augustine and Daytona Beach, overwhelmingly voted for President Trump. But on Tuesday, they will cast ballots in what seems to be an unusually competitive contest to replace former Representative Michael Waltz, who stepped down to become Mr. Trump's national security advisor. We're tracking each party's turnout ahead of Tuesday's special House elections. Mr. Fine, who is facing Josh Weil, a Democrat and public school employee, is still widely favored to win. But with Republicans clinging to their House majority by just a few seats, it was clear this week that voters in the district are thinking about what the outcome of the race and of another race for former Representative Matt Gaetz' seat in the Florida Panhandle could mean for Mr. Trump's agenda. It's important that we keep the seats, said Doreen Colby, 74, a registered Republican who lives in Daytona Beach. We want to make sure Trump can keep doing what he's doing. After tapping Mr. Waltz and Mr. Gaetz for his cabinet, Mr. Trump quickly endorsed candidates to replace them. Mr. Gaetz later withdrew from consideration as Attorney General, but had already resigned from Congress. But while Jimmy Patronis, Florida's chief financial officer, is expected to coast to victory in Mr. Gaetz's former district, which is extremely conservative, some Republicans have expressed concern about the 6th district race. There are nearly twice as many registered Republicans as Democrats in the district, which Mr. Trump won in November by a 2-to-1 margin. We have a candidate that I don't think is winning, Stephen K. Bannon, Mr. Trump's former chief strategist, said of Mr. Fine last week on his War Room podcast. On Thursday, Mr. Trump held a telephone town hall for Mr. Fine, stressing his loyalty to the administration's agenda. It's not overstating things to say that your agenda is at stake in this election, and this district can't let you down, Mr. Fine told the president during the event. Only one Democrat, former Senator Bill Nelson, has won the district in a federal race since 1989. Both Governor Ron DeSantis, who held the seat from 2013 to 2018, and Mr. Waltz, who succeeded him, won it by double-digit margins. In interviews this week, loyal Republicans in the district were largely complimentary of Mr. Trump's first few months in office. They praised him for his aggressive immigration enforcement and applauded the deep cuts to the federal workforce. Their vote for Mr. Fine, they said, would send a message that Mr. Trump's actions so far are what they wanted. Leaders in both parties all talk about making cuts, but none of them do it, and Trump is the first one to actually do it, said Greg Bohr, 74, a Palm Coast retiree. My theory is, give the guy a chance. For Democrats, despairing over how little legislative opposition Mr. Trump has faced, the special election is a chance to voice their displeasure. I've got to do something, said Marsha Hopkins, 63. Before driving to cast her vote for Mr. Weil, she said she asked the construction crew working on her condominium if they had voted and offered them rides to a polling place. No one took her up on it. Pointing to Mr. Fine's high praise for Mr. Trump, Paul Hunt, 61, who works in real estate in DeLand, said of the candidate, I don't care if he was saving Bambi based upon his affiliation. That tells me everything I need to know. Of Mr. Weil, whose campaign workers directly reached out to him, Mr. Hunt said, he's running at the right time. By Friday, Mr. Weil received an endorsement from Senator Bernie Sanders, the Vermont Independent. Mr. Weil, a public school teacher for a decade, has said if elected, he would prioritize expanding access to healthcare and education. Mr. Weil has also emphasized his objections to cutting the federal workforce and government assistance programs. Nearly a third of the district's population qualifies for Social Security. He has also worked to convince conservative voters that he would be a voice for them too. People want a representative who will actually serve and represent them, Mr. Weil said in an interview at Stetson University in DeLand. They don't need 200 carbon copies of a Republican Party clone, all moving in lockstep. By mid-March, Mr. Weil had brought in nearly $10 million, while Mr. Fine had raised less than $1 million. In the final week of the campaign, outside Republican groups have poured more than $1 million into television advertising for Mr. Fine. Elon Musk and his allies have pitched in money too. Despite the national investment and high-profile visits, officials in both parties are cautioning against parsing the race's outcome for hints of how the electorate is feeling about Mr. Trump. Should Mr. Fine not do as well as other Republicans have in the district? Mr. DeSantis told reporters on Tuesday, that is not a reflection of President Trump. It's a reflection of the specific candidate running in that race. Mr. Fine endorsed Mr. Trump over Mr. DeSantis in the Republican presidential primary last year. The race drew more attention last week after the editor of The Atlantic revealed that Mr. Waltz had accidentally included him in a group chat on the encrypted messaging app Signal, in which plans for attacks against Houthi rebels in Yemen were shared and discussed. Mr. Waltz has faced calls for his resignation, given the sensitivity of the military plans. There is little indication, however, that the issue would register in the special election. Some voters who supported Mr. Waltz in past elections downplayed what they perceived as an honest, if not slightly embarrassing, mistake. Others expressed confusion about what exactly had transpired. I have no idea what Signal is, said Michelle Moyer, 49, who helps run her family's wholesale sleigh bell business in South Daytona, and voted for Mr. Waltz in November. What was more important, she said, was filling Waltz's seat with someone who is like-minded. I appreciate that the country is going in the right direction, she said, and Mr. Fine agrees with the policies Trump is putting in place. On Thursday, Republican volunteers at the Daytona Beach polling place where Mr. Curnow voted kept a watchful eye on the early voting numbers. A man driving by rolled down his window to tell them that Representative Elise Stefanik of New York would stay in her seat at Mr. Trump's request instead of becoming his ambassador to the United Nations. Yay! Gisela Klobuchar, one of the lead volunteers, said, clapping in reaction to the news. She added, "We have one more person on our side." Eric Adelson contributed reporting from DeLand, Florida, and Abigail Geiger from Palm Coast, Florida. Theodore Schleifer and Ruth Agilnik contributed reporting from Washington, D.C.
Next on the agenda, I talked to a friend of mine yesterday, and he is, I think, first generation Indian. And he happened to, we happened to drift on the topic of India having a real big vested interest in the US's H-1B program. Essentially what it is, they besides remittances, I'm sure, people come over here, they'll work for some big tech firm, and they want their H-1B people back because, what comes back are people that are very, that are trained basically in U.S. technologies. And, I talked to John a few weeks ago about companies like Microsoft, Cisco, none of these companies that actually started out as American companies are now multinational. Apple, for instance, and they've got headquarters all over the world. They've got workers all over the world. And anyway, these people come to the U.S. on an H-1B visa, get skills, and if they potentially return, what you're getting back is a highly skilled workforce that the U.S. trained. India doesn't, Indian companies don't have to train these people, say in computer skills or what have you. It's pretty much all done over here. So anyway, this is a story from the Hindustan Times. And it says here, hundreds of international students in the United States have been shocked to receive emails from the U.S. Department of State instructing them to self-deport following revocation of their F-1 student visas. Essentially, the U.S. government is going in and looking at social media posts. So international students who shared, liked, or commented on anti-national social media posts have also come under scrutiny by the Trump administration. No First Amendment rights for the foreigners, apparently. The crackdown, reportedly targeting students for their involvement in campus activism, has extended beyond those who physically participated in protests. Even students who shared, liked, or commented on anti-national social media posts have come under scrutiny, prompting concerns over the limits of free expression for foreign students in the U.S. So apparently, the First Amendment need not apply to people who are here on student visas. And I'm sure this will have a chilling effect on people even wanting to come to the U.S. On student visas. And you know what? That might be more a feature than a bug in the mind of MAGA. Fewer foreign students over here changing the culture. There's a big strain of MAGA, mostly represented by Steve Bannon, that they're basically nationalists, and in my opinion, white nationalists, but they don't want American culture to change too much. So, the anti-H-1B, student visa, etc. That's a faction of MAGA that so far Trump has not embraced, at least fully. So Rubio also referenced the recent launch of an AI-powered app, Catch and Revoke. They've got an app going out scouring the internet for people who comment or like or share or anything like that, anything that the Trump administration considers anti-US. So let's see what this video is.
Good afternoon, all. Secretary Rubio, you're no stranger to Guyana. Secretary Rubio has been
I thought it was a van.
Secretary Rubio.
And the other are regional threats. The neighboring partners in the Caribbean. Why does the United States care about? Number one, we care about it because we think it creates a level of stability in the region, which we share. Not just stability here, stability for your neighbors, because we believe prosperity can become contagious. Just like instability can become contagious, stability and prosperity can become contagious. It won't just help you, it will help all of your neighboring partners in the Caribbean basin and the region writ large. And we think that ultimately makes life in America safer and more prosperous as well. And so we want to look for every opportunity possible to partner with you. But the basic element of any of this, the basic element of progress and transformation and prosperity is always security. So number one, we want to make sure that some of the tragic regional problems that exist with crime, transnational crime, we have a huge problem in the world right now with organized gangs and narco traffickers that destabilize societies. We want to make sure that never reaches here. And that's why today's MOU and the work we'll do together is designed not to stop it, but to prevent it from ever taking root, from ever finding its way here. Because unfortunately, sometimes crime is attracted by prosperity and targets prosperity. And the other are regional threats. The regional threats based on illegitimate territorial claims by a narco-trafficking regime. And I want to be frank, and I've said this during my time as a senator, and I have full confidence in saying it now as a Secretary of State. There will be consequences for adventurism. There will be consequences for aggressive actions. And that's why our partnership in that regard will be important. That is not what we want to be a feature of our relationship, but it is a necessity of our relationship because you have a very difficult challenge on your hands with a dictator that's making illegitimate territorial claims. And so you have our full commitment and support. Today we're demonstrating it both in tangible ways, and we're going to look for ways to make it long-term and sustainable ways, to make abundantly clear that we are invested, both as a nation and from our people, in being your partner in transformation and in prosperity. And we will not allow illegitimate territorial claims to be an impediment to your dreams and to your right to develop this country into a come and disrupt. We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, visa. You're no longer legally in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country. They're going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in. Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students into your country that are coming onto your campus and destabilizing it. We're just not going to have it. So we'll revoke your visa. And once your visa is revoked, you're illegally in the country and you have to leave. Every country in the world has a right to decide who comes in as a visitor and who doesn't. If you invite me into your home because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner, and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. But we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want these people are pushing these people into the United States to destabilize us in the region. These people are pushing these people into the United States. We need to have an ability to build ships in this world that don't just come from China.
I'm going to say I don't necessarily disagree with that position. I am worried about, the free speech stuff. I'm not sure I agree with scouring the internet, going to see what people are liking or not liking. But I mean, there is a line, and I think the Trump administration has made it pretty, that line is pretty bright and clear. So if you know what the rules are, don't break them. So at least there's no ambiguity. I'll give them that. So let's see. Let's see the next story. Is an interesting one. Trump mentioned Biden 316 times in 50 days, mostly to blame him for things. I thought this was actually pretty funny. So let's play this article right quick.
Trump mentioned Biden 316 times in 50 days, mostly to blame him for things. This article is by Sean McCreish and Dylan Friedman and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration was engulfed in a mess of its own making, and the president knew just whom to blame. It was Wednesday, 2 days into Signalgate, and President Trump was speaking to reporters from behind the Resolute desk. In some grand sense, he argued, the true culprit behind the fiasco was none other than one Joseph R. Biden Jr. Joe Biden should have done this attack on Yemen, Mr. Trump said. This should have been done by Joe Biden. And it wasn't. This was certainly a novel theory of the case. Mr. Trump seemed to be saying that if only Mr. Biden had launched this attack on the Houthis in the first place, then Mr. Trump's defense secretary would not have even been in the position to post the attack plans in a group chat for the Atlantic's editor-in-chief to see. Yet it was also an entirely predictable response from Mr. Trump. By this point in his presidency, it is a central dictum that Mr. Biden is to blame for just about anything and everything. There is really no topic too small that Mr. Trump won't try to trace it back to his predecessor. An analysis conducted by the New York Times found that during the first 50 days of Mr. Trump's presidency, he mentioned the name Biden 6.32 times a day on average. It is among his most frequently used terms. He said Biden in more speeches than he had said America, for example. Many a president has fixated on the guy who had the job before him, but when it comes to talking about it out loud, Mr. Trump is, as usual, in a league of his own. Is it an all-consuming obsession, or is there a political strategy at play from a man who considers himself a master marketer and who understands the power of repetition? I think I know exactly what's going through Trump's mind, said James Carville, a veteran Democratic strategist. He guessed that Mr. Trump was trying to prepare the public for a rocky economy that may be on the horizon thanks to his own trade wars. He sees what's coming and he can't blame himself, so he's got to blame Biden, Mr. Carville said. The Republican strategist Kellyanne Conway argued that it would be political malpractice not to keep beating the Biden drum. She said that her old boss, Mr. Trump, knows how to read the polls. He knows that Biden left as the least popular sitting president in decades. She said he must continually remind everybody what he's inherited. Ms. Conway was referring to immigration issues and U.S. involvement in wars abroad, among other things. But not everyone left behind for Mr. Trump was all bad. He also inherited a booming stock market and the world's strongest post-COVID economy. And yet, Mr. Trump has made Mr. Biden into a political boogeyman so epic and omnipresent that it is impossible to ignore. His use of the name is most commonly followed by a verb. Biden fudged the numbers, Biden canceled it. Biden let them get away with murder. Biden's done nothing. Biden left him up there. Biden allowed it to get out of hand. Biden left us a mess. Biden said the wrong things. Biden gave away money like it was water. Biden set us up in Venezuela. Biden allowed China to go crazy. Biden ended it. Biden really screwed up our country. I think presidents think this way all the time, and privately they have conversations about it, said Julian Zelizer, a history professor at Princeton who edited a book of essays about Mr. Trump's first term. They don't tend to say it all the time in public, and they don't tend to focus on the person as opposed to the agenda they found problematic. Mr. Zelizer pointed out that Richard M. Nixon obsessed over Lyndon B. Johnson and why he got blamed for stuff and Johnson didn't, and Mr. Johnson in turn obsessed over John F. Kennedy. He felt the Kennedy people didn't like him, felt the country didn't respect Johnson the way they respected Kennedy, Mr. Zelizer said. Ronald Reagan loomed large over George H.W. Bush's White House. The early part of Barack Obama's first term was consumed by the financial mess that had been left for him, but he didn't talk in such personal ways about the man who had left that mess, George W. Bush. Most presidents, Mr. Carville said, come into office and say, we want to focus on what we're going to do, not what happened. Most people coming in want an agenda. They think if they talk about the past administration, they're not talking about the future or something. That also used to basically be true of Mr. Trump. The first time he was president, he invoked his predecessor at the time, Mr. Obama, a lot less than he invokes the current one, Mr. Biden. It turns out that 47 talks about 46 far more than 45 talked about 44. The Times' analysis found that during the first 50 days of Mr. Trump's first term in 2017, he mentioned the name Obama just 35 times, positively in some instances. Comparatively, Mr. Trump mentioned the name Biden at least 316 times during the first 50 days of this term, almost entirely in the negative. That is more than he mentioned Ukraine, 237 mentions, or Israel, 62 mentions, during that same period, but not as much as he mentioned tariffs, 407 mentions. By contrast, Mr. Biden spent his first year in office basically treating Mr. Trump as Lord Voldemort, refusing to utter his name and referring to him instead as the former guy. One former top Trump advisor said that Mr. Biden constituted an idée fixe.
All right. Well, we pretty much get the gist of that. It is noticeable, I have to say, that Biden's name comes up a lot, and it's not just Trump that does it. Biden gets a lot of smoke, some of it deserved. I think that, for instance, the pullout from Afghanistan, that pretty much set the tone for the rest of Biden's presidency. So we go. This next article is kind of, it looked interesting, and then I'm kind of like, well, maybe it's not that interesting, but I'm going to play it anyway. Mainly because a couple of the oligarchs, actually have their own kind of space programs. So, we'll play it if it's interesting. If it's not interesting, I'll just stop it. But oligarchs in bed with autocrats would kill prospects for was it liberal? Oops. Why is this not playing? Let's try this again. There we go. Would kill the prospects for liberalism in space. Um, didn't know space had politics, but I guess like everything else, it does. So let's see if we can't get this to play. Is it a volume problem? I have no idea why this audio won't play. Something's broken. But anyway, I'll read a part of it. So in the 1990s, triumphalism about the market about a market-based liberal democracy dovetailed with optimism about space as an emerging area of freedom and opportunity. Satellite technology offered new options for communication and observation. TV dishes were sprouting up in inner cities and remote villages, and satellite photography was becoming commercially available for use by environmental and human rights monitors, not just intelligence agencies. Orbital tourism was seen as a near-term prospect, and beyond that loomed asteroid mining and satellites that beamed solar power to Earth. Human colonies on the moon or Mars, or at gravitationally balanced Lagrange points in space, were in our were in our lifetime's possibilities, and they could be expected to be freedom-loving. They could be expected to be freedom-loving societies in keeping with trends on Earth, but more so boosted by their remove from established authorities and their onerous regulatory burdens. I guess that's why Elon wants to go to Mars. To quote an optimistic writer at the time, why should humans go to Mars? One reason is that the job market there looks pretty good. Martian society will experience a chronic shortage of labor due to the small size of its initial population and the high cost of transportation from Earth. Hence, wages will be high, career opportunities will abound, and innovation will be rewarded. Paperwork, bureaucracy, and the quest for purely formal credentials will be kept to a minimum. Such are the exigencies of life on a harsh frontier. Let me skip to the end here. Actually, it turns out it's not that interesting. Yeah, just scanning through this, it is a dud. So let's move on. Let us move on. So I am interested in this one though. It's titled "They Might Just They Really Just Might Invade Greenland." Apparently, military options are not off the table. Why is this player not working? What am I doing wrong here? My player won't play. All right, well, I'll just read it. They're all in on Greenland. On Friday, the most senior American delegation ever to set foot on Greenland arrived at Pituffik Space Base on the island's north. Speaking to U.S. troops, J.D. Vance kept up the aggressive rhetoric of the administration. Our message to Denmark is very simple, he said. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland. Donald Trump has been even more explicit. He first floated the idea of buying Greenland from Denmark during his first term in office. Since then, his seemingly fanciful notion has become a constant refrain. Announcing his pick as America's next ambassador to Denmark just before Christmas, Trump wrote that for purposes of national security and freedom throughout the world, the United States of America feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity. He continued on the same theme in a fiery 45-minute phone call with Mette Frederiksen, Denmark's prime minister, briefly before taking office. And in his address to a joint session of Congress in early March. This week, he was even more blunt. Speaking at the White House while Vance was visiting Greenland, Trump repeatedly insisted that we need to have Greenland. The notion that America could annex the sovereign territory of Denmark, a longstanding ally and a founding member of NATO, is so absurd that most people have so far refused to take it seriously. And it is certainly true that Trump loves to troll his political opponents, beckoning them into the trap of denouncing his half-joking pronouncement in overly moral terms. But over the last days and weeks, the Trump administration has signaled in every way possible that it really does mean to expand American control over the Arctic island. And while a forcible American annexation of Greenland would have disastrous consequences both for America and for the world, the prospect of such an action is now far less remote than has widely been assumed. It's time to take seriously the possibility of an American annexation of Greenland. I'm actually kind of interested to know what y'all think. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Greenland, I would think, has a lot of strategic value. I've read in the past that the Arctic Circle, that area, is going to become a next political hotspot because there's oil there. There are Greenland has rare earth elements, so there's a method behind Trump's madness. I'm not sure what you mean. The quiet before what storm? Will Putin make Greenland an offer it can't refuse? I have a story about, speaking of Putin, let's go find this story. I'm interested to know what folks actually think. Is the chat pro annex Greenland or anti? I'm kind of neutral. Whatever happens, happens. Just, hopefully Trump doesn't start a war over it. I'd prefer he didn't. But speaking of Putin, DiCapriono, Trump says he's very angry and pissed off at Putin, threatens new tariffs. And I actually did read this story, at least in another newspaper, and it was pretty tepid. If he's pissed off, it's a pretty lame pissed off. U.S. President, this says, U.S. President expressed anger at Russian President Vladimir Putin's comments questioning Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky's legitimacy, stating he is very angry and pissed off about this situation. Trump threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russian oil exports if Russia hinders peace negotiations in Ukraine, emphasizing the need for a deal to stop bloodshed. The situation in Ukraine is considered volatile, with Trump's remark bringing global attention to the crisis and potential impacts on international trade if tensions escalate. Putin suggested that temporary governance in Ukraine could facilitate peace talks, which has drawn global reactions, with some experts seeing it as undermining Ukraine's sovereignty. So, who knew that Trump could ever? It's probably just a lover's spat. I can't imagine Trump, dissing his boyfriend like that. Ukrainian President Zelensky accused Russia of prolonging the war to gain more territory amid ongoing tensions and failed ceasefire talks. So, to be honest with you, I'm ready for this war to end. It's getting boring. World War III DiCapriono, I doubt it. Everybody, I think everybody's kind of used to Pax Americana, and a world war would just be kind of disastrous economically. Nukes have pretty much, soured the lust for a world war anyway, I would think. Of course, you know what? I could be wrong. So let's see what's next. Hold on one sec here. This next is a newsletter I get sometimes from the New Republic, which I'm sure is a favorite amongst the conservatives on this channel. But it's one that I thought was worth reading. The newsletter is called Fighting Words. And I think it's Michael Tomasky, who's the editor of the New Republic, who's in charge of this newsletter. His first item here, we assume that the destruction of democracy would be done by rewriting laws. And he says, that's so 20th century. Why write a law when you can just break the laws that are on the books? So, let's see. He says that's a lot of mayhem. Let's see. There's a lot of mayhem, and it barely scratches the surface. Social Security Administration is being destroyed. ISIS throwing people out of the country for what looks to be obviously political reasons. Notably, a scientist at Harvard Medical School who was detained in Boston and told she's being sent back to her native Russia. She protested Vladimir Putin's Ukraine invasion and called for his impeachment. Wonder what's in store for her. Across human history, fascism has been imposed upon democracy mostly in two ways. First, by brute force, a military coup, that sort of thing. Second, a bit more stealthily and legally through legislation, executive decrees, and court decisions that hand more power to the leader. He says Donald Trump is inventing a new way. Call it chaos fascism. Destroy the institutions of democracy until they are so disfigured or dysfunctional that a majority no longer cares about them. Essentially, it's I think Steve Bannon said it better when he just said, hey, let's flood the zone with bullshit. And that's exactly what they're doing. Even the signal, even Signalgate is, just flooding the zone. So, and I mostly agree with this. The interesting thing, and we had a discussion a few months back about, was a republic. Someone made the contention that a republic is not a democracy. And my argument is it is a form of democracy. It's a representative democracy. But I was reading something. I've got a book that I've been reading, chipping away at over the months about the origins of the U.S. Constitution. There's a whole backstory as to why there's even a constitution at all. And one of the things, and I wish I had thought of it months ago when we were discussing it, but the real difference between a democracy and a republic, which I contend is a form of democracy, is institutions are much more important in a republic. Basically, the democracy is maintained for the long term by institutions. Institutions outlive people. And if democracy, like a straight or a direct democracy, is dependent on people to maintain the democracy, republics depend on institutions, and institutions live longer than actual human beings and are a stabilizing force. Direct democracies obviously can be rather unstable over a long period of time. And having democratic norms and institutions basically lessens, it kind of dampens the urge to change. And that was by design. If you go back to Edmund Burke, for instance, he was heavy into social institutions and political institutions as maintainers, and they encourage a slow change versus a rapid overnight change like a coup or something like that. So having Donald Trump go in and destabilize institutions is a very dangerous thing. Once you start tampering, and taking down institutions, it's going to lead to chaos. And hence Tomasky's term about chaos fascism, which I don't know, that's kind of hyperbolic, I guess. But I think what we are seeing, though, is people, and I had a video, which I can't think of where it is right now, of actual Republicans, actual MAGA voters who are starting to get upset. And you see it at these town halls. I talked about one of the town halls, a recent town hall on Friday morning or Saturday morning. So these are unstable times. That's basically by design. Trump kind of predicted this was what he was going to do. So let's move on here. And here's a good example. Trump says he couldn't care less if auto prices rise because of tariffs. It is scary. Yeah, DiCaprio, no, institutions like Social Security, it is an institution. So, and like I said, this is an example. This is essentially Trump says he couldn't care less if auto prices rise because of tariffs. Well, you never want to hear a president say that. You don't want higher prices. And President Donald Trump stated he doesn't care if automakers raise prices due to tariffs. He expressed hope that higher prices will encourage people to buy. Well, I guess he means higher prices on imports. But the problem is that a lot of car parts are going to be tariffed if they're made in Canada or Mexico. So that is going to increase domestic car prices as well. He expressed hope that higher prices will encourage people to buy American-made cars. Trump confirmed that the tariffs are permanent and set to go into effect Wednesday. He encouraged U.S. car manufacturers, suggesting they would profit from making cars in the United States. Yeah, cars are made both in Canada and Mexico. So Let's see. Let's look at the various news articles here. El Mundo says there's 48 hours to the Liberation Day, and I guess he's calling April 2nd, the day that these tariffs take effect, Liberation Day. And I think that Trump is playing with stuff he actually doesn't understand. I mean, he's introducing a lot of unpredictability uh, into these markets, and if you've kept up with the stock market, it's been down quite a bit um, since he's taken office. Okay. Trump's order on museums sparks debate among Americans on patriotism and history. And being a history buff myself. Oh, by the way, DiCapriono, speaking of The Apprentice, I noticed today that on Amazon Prime Video, they're offering The Apprentice. So if anybody wants to go back and watch Donald Trump in his younger days on The Apprentice, it's actually out there to stream. And I can imagine The Apprentice is probably offered on other streaming services as well. And you can guess that I'm not going to go back. I've never even watched one episode of The Apprentice. I've seen a clip or two over the years. 12th Man, I don't think car companies are moving here at all. I haven't heard of any car company bringing operations back to the U.S. Have you heard something? Let me know. So, and again, getting back to this story, I am kind of a history buff. So, I like, I like museums. And I personally think, and it started really to catch my notice, and it's probably been around for years, but Ron DeSantis, in when he was running for president, and specifically this controversy about African American AP African American studies. Ron DeSantis, the whole CRT debate, DEI debate was basically, politicians balking and wanting a quote patriotic a patriotic education for students, which in my opinion is basically teaching myth, if not outright fairy tales. George Washington did not actually chop down a cherry tree when he was a kid. It's a myth. And I think that we have enough problems with education in our education systems. I would almost prefer that they don't teach history at all if they're not going to teach actual history. So, and history's open to interpretation. One of the more famous I can think of is the everyone, the uproar over the 1619 project. Sean Willentz is a famous, Ivy League, I think he teaches at Princeton, historian, and he insists that the Constitution was a quote freedom document, and which I thoroughly disagree with. I think he's making it up. But interestingly enough, Frederick Douglass took that position as well. But he had a reason, basically, during, the before the Civil War, asserting that the Constitution was a guarantor of eventual freedom for slaves. It was necessary, but I think even Frederick Douglass was stretching it a bit. And he actually started out in the other camp. And then, as he started gaining, power and influence, he switched. And again, it was a political decision in my opinion. I've never gotten the idea that it was anything more than rhetoric. So it says here on March 27, President Donald Trump signed an executive order directing Vice President J.D. Vance to eliminate, quote, improper ideology from the Smithsonian Museum and National Zoo, claiming a need to restore truth to American history. Well, Donald Trump's truth is some of the truth that I hear that America is a white man's country. That's the truth that Donald Trump once taught. And I beg to differ on that. The order aims to prevent funding for exhibits that degrade American values or promote division based on race, especially criticizing gender recognition in the American Women's History Museum. It also mandates the reinstatement of national monuments removed during racial justice protests, focusing on celebrating American achievements without disparaging language. Critics, including journalist Lauren Wolfe and David Rothkopf from the Daily Beast, described Trump's directive as a form of thought policing and a troubling manifestation of white supremacy. And yep, I agree with that. Let's see. DiCapriona says, I remember a clip where 47 fired some because he referred to himself as trash. That was commendable. I see it as though me referring to myself as Pookie and Ray Ray in a job interview. Well, DiCapriona, I think that too many on this channel refer to everyone else as Pookie and Ray Ray and never refer to themselves as Pookie and Ray Ray. So it happens all the time on this channel. I hear a lot of the blacks or those blacks. So I often wonder, do the people who use that sort of language, do they think that they're black? And I always forget to ask at the time. Like for instance, does John, I was going to say, does John really consider himself black? But I guess he does. He says he lives in the hood because that's the only place black people can live. Why America's biggest auto union supports Trump's tariffs and Canada's does not. No idea what that means, 12th man. Of course, American unions would support the tariffs because they buy the logic that tariffing foreign cars are going to drive the market towards U.S. automobiles. The problem is that I don't think American car companies are going to bring operations back to America because of tariffs. So we'll see. I could be wrong. They are the good ones. You know what? I actually meant to when we showed that George Washington Carver autobiographical short, I actually meant to bring up E. Franklin Frazier. I'm reading The Black Bourgeoisie, which I would actually recommend. It's actually kind of fascinating. And one of the things that strikes me, and I'm halfway through the book right now, is the black middle class basically um, being well, basically, he seems to think that the black middle class is rootless. They're not exactly the black elite, but they're not exactly working class, and they are basically just a bunch of Trojan horses, if not outright clowns. So I found that really an interesting position to take. Um, so anyway, dovetailing back into education, the patriotic education stuff. Essentially, Trump wants to enforce um, colorblind ideology, where, in my estimation, a colorblind education is a perfect way to ignore American history, whitewash it, pretend that slavery and Jim Crow never happened because we can't talk about race. Okay, we basically can't say that American slavery was about race. There was only, by and large, the overwhelming majority of the enslaved were enslaved because of the color of their skin. Um, if you're going to not talk about race, there's almost no way you can talk about American slavery. So that's why I don't want Trump to have a third term. This one will be quite enough. Let's see here. It's a headline, Stanley. Just wanted to throw that out there in case you wanted to look it up. No, I understand, 12 man, that, I mean, um, American unions have every, I would expect they would be pro-tariff because in theory, it will create more jobs, more union jobs. I just don't think they're right on that. I don't know. In Trump's first term, there were very few companies that brought operations, onshore their operations. If it was going to work, I would think there would have been, a lot of success to report during Trump's first term. I just don't think companies are going to do it. Mainly because union wages are higher than, you know, um, than labor in other countries. I don't know that tariffs are going to create enough of a market. But like I said, I could be wrong. Let's see. The new CBC has corrupted the talented 10th into a bunch of good ones. I'm sorry. What's CBC? Congressional Black Caucus? Is that what CBC stands for? I don't agree with that at all. CBC is actually a bunch of middle class blacks. They're not elites, in my opinion, and definitely not a talented 10th. you know, in my opinion, a talented 10th sort of person is not going to want to be a congressman. We don't want to sully our fingers. We don't want to sully our fingers with dirty politics. So let's see. Next story. Speaking of cars, protesters stage a 200 plus Tesla takedown demonstrations globally. So apparently there were 200 demonstrations around the world. Wow. Why? On Saturday, March 29, 2025, crowds protested Elon Musk's involvement in purging the U.S. government under President Donald Trump outside Tesla dealerships in multiple states, including New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Maryland, Minnesota, Texas, as well as in Berlin and London. Protests were driven by opposition to Musk's role as head of the Department of Government Efficiency and his attempts to slash government spending escalating a movement targeting Tesla dealerships and vehicles. Organized by Tesla Takedown, the protests involved disillusioned Tesla owners, celebrities like John Cusack, and Democratic lawmaker Representative Jasmine Crockett, with crowds ranging from a few dozen to hundreds, and including a London protest where a sign compared Musk to Adolf Hitler. That's a bit much. During a Tesla Takedown organizing call, Representative Jasmine Crockett stated they're going to keep screaming in the halls of Congress, and they need everyone to keep screaming in the streets. While Cam Whitten said, we just want to get loud, make noise, make people aware of the problems that we're facing. The protest aimed to deepen a recent decline in Tesla sales, contributing to the evaporation of gains in Tesla's stock since Trump's election, and prompting U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to decry acts of vandalism, including a fire that destroyed 7 Tesla vehicles in Germany, as domestic terrorism, while Tesla Takedown supporters stressed the importance of peaceful protests. Authorities warn of consequences for Tesla vandalism. Yeah, that's a thing. I'm not a big protest guy, mainly because you're always going to have that 10% that just can't keep it peaceful. 12th Man says, I'm not the happiest about the tariffs myself, as I am in the market for a new Can-Am ATV. It's definitely going to cost me more than it would have prior to the tariffs. Hey, by the way, speaking of that, my father told me yesterday that they bought, he and my brother went to Macon to buy a UTV to for farm use. So at some point, I am going to go to Savannah, and then we'll go to South Georgia, and we got a UTV now, y'all. So that ought to be fun. He did that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you know what, DiCapriono, thanks for reminding me that. Yeah, it's like a utility ATV. You can haul stuff around, haul people and equipment around the farm. At least that's what my father called it. Let's see. UTV. Here, that's what they are, DiCapriono. So these are like side by side UTVs. You can haul people and stuff around the farm. And usually, as actually one of my neighbors has one. So something along this sort of. It's like a small car, really. So I like this picture right here. Hauls and tows. So I was pleasantly surprised. You can use it for farming, ranching, hunting, property maintenance. So that's what a UTV is. I didn't ask what brand he got. So 12th Man says, nice, Stanley. Those are nice too. Get back to Florida. Get back to the Florida side by side or something like that I would. I can barely afford ATV, much less the UTV. Yeah, well, that's my father. I couldn't afford a UTV. I would have never bought one, but my father can afford one apparently. Nice, Stanley. UTV. Yep. Quite a bit more than a regular four-wheeler. Yeah, my neighbor has one that seats 6, either 5 or 6. And yeah, we go tooling around. It's been a year or more, but my neighbor has some acreage, and he cut like a trail back in the forest. Basically, he just made like a course, that they can go, tooling around the woods. He's got like water features, and he just basically, you know, it's almost like a redneck roller coaster back there. uh, he took me, my sister, her kids, and I think my son was with us, and yeah, we go tooling around the woods at about 30 miles an hour. It's those seats are definitely not padded enough for that kind of riding, but it was fun. Not something I'd want to do every day. Oh yeah, DiCapriono, who knew? Um, Pretty nice. Um, I don't know. I don't think they're street legal though. But yeah, basically, I guess back in the day we would call something like this a dune buggy. So anyway, back to the news. So that's the Tesla stuff. I don't think we need to go over that anymore. Let's see. We did Waltz on the Bubble. The last refuge, the ragtag bunch of conservative misfits do not think, they think it's a tempest in a teapot. They're probably right. But if Waltz does go, and there is stuff in the air about it. If he does go, remember, I think wasn't Michael Flynn, General Flynn, a national security advisor? This would be like the second time in a Trump administration the national security advisor doesn't last more than a few months. So wouldn't hurt my feelings if he did go. I don't really care one way or the other. I think what he did was egregious, though. So now let's see. Do we have any more hard news stories? I think everything I have from here on out is pretty much more or less human interest, quote, human interest sort of stories. Um, I have always wanted to take one of those scenic across the country Amtrak trains. They've got like a cross country thing, and the train cars have like big windows and sleeping accommodations, and they're not awfully expensive. And now that my son's in college, uh, I may actually wind up taking one of those trips. It's like a week long trip or something like that. Looks like it could be fun, but I'm kind of a train guy, and this has six spectacular North American train trips. The trains are destinations in themselves, offering a mix of spectacular sightseeing, onboard dining, and glorious open air observation cars. So I didn't read the article. So this is a travel newsletter, New York Times Travel. So it says here in the 19th and 20th centuries, railroads revolutionized transportation in North America, permanently accelerating the pace of travel across the continent. Today, many of those railroad tracks host an assortment of historic excursion trains, inviting riders to slow down and enjoy a grand day out. The trains below are destinations in themselves, offering a mix of spectacular sightseeing, onboard dining, and glorious open air observation cars. They traverse deserts, mountains, forests, canyons, pulled by diesel and steam into parts of nature reachable only by rail. They're rolling lessons in geology and ecology, not to mention history. Most are accessible. None costs more than $150, and each offers a window into the diverse beauty of this continent. So this is Ontario, Canada, the Agawa Canyon Tour train, and then it's got some scenery here. That is nice. And then you see the train tracks right here. Let's see what else. One of Canada's most scenic train routes starts in the town of Sault Saint. Is it? I think it's Sault Saint Marie, just over the Michigan Ontario, or is it Sault Saint Marie? I think I've heard it pronounced Sioux. Just over the Michigan Ontario border, initially conceived to transport the area's timber and iron ore. The former Algoma Central Railway slices through the 1.2 billion year old Agua Canyon on a route so picturesque that it's offered some form of recreation focused passenger service for decades. Let's see. So the skunk train. What is a skunk train? Uh, on select nights, the skunk train's Glen Blair Junction turns into the Glen Blair Bar, a watering hole hidden among the redwoods with live music, games, and s'mores. Wow. In 1885, the California Western Railroad was built to help extract timber from the forests of Mendocino County in Northern California. A century and a half later, the railroad is an accessible and scenic way to view the region's remaining old growth redwoods, the tallest living things on Earth. Interesting. Nicknamed for the pungent gas powered rail cars it adopted in the 1920s, the skunk train carries sightseers in now odorless vintage passenger coaches, just a repurposed open air freight car, along two scenic routes into Redwood Country, one departing from each end of the line. Interesting. This is the Potomac Eagle Scenic Railroad. Yeah, I've heard of this. I used to live in the DC area. Wow, look at that. Nice. West Virginia is a hotbed of heritage railroading. That is true. One mainstay is the Potomac Eagle Railroad, which takes sightseers into the Trough, a canyon deep in the Appalachian forest that's accessible only by rail or on foot. The route the route packs both the scenic and historic punch. George Washington named the canyon during his 1748 surveying expedition, and its steep ridges are a nestling habitat for bald eagles, which onboard guides help riders spot from the train. Interesting. It's pretty nice. El Chepe? What is this? Passenger rail is having a moment in Mexico with the new Tren Maya in the Yucatan and the coast to coast Tren Interoceanico, kicking off an ambitious plan to revitalize intercity rail across the country. But for a dedicated Mexican sightseeing train excursion, take El Chepe, better known as the Copper Canyon Train. Interesting. The line opened in 1961. Took 60 years to build. Interesting. Guess that would be an alternative to Acapulco. Let's see, what is this? This is the Cumbres and Toltec Scenic Railroad. This is in Colorado and New Mexico. Interesting. Where is this? This is Mount Washington, Mount Washington in Maine? Wow, I didn't know that existed. Okay, the Mount Washington Cog Railway is in New Hampshire. Runs year round, offering winter round trips partway up the mountain to Wanbeck Station, where hot refreshments are provided. Wow. I knew Mount Washington. I've never been, but I used to live up in that area, up in Rhode Island. So didn't know they had a train. Might have actually gone up there if I'd known. All right. Well, if anybody wants the link to this, just let me know, and I'll drop it in the chat. Hey, Diwali, how you doing? Wouldn't want to travel to West Virginia to be told by the denizens that I'm part of this 70%. I've been to West Virginia. Used to live. I could see West Virginia from my backyard when I lived up in Northern Virginia. Uh, I mean, I've never been deep into West Virginia. I know HB's been. Um, I don't think being in West Virginia is any more different than being, wherever. I think you're more likely to be called the 70% in B Braves neighborhood than than in West Virginia. Oh, and besides that, the 70%, nobody knows what the 70% even means. You know, you'll only be called the 70% if you travel between B Brave's ears. Otherwise, nobody knows what the hell he's talking about. So, if anybody wants that link, just let me know. Oh, actually, by the way, I always forget to mention most of the links that I will go through are in the show notes. There are like 18 links to news stories and videos and stuff so far. So you can go down there and visit some of these links. This actually struck me as odd. Is the doggy bag dead? Restaurateurs in big cities have noticed a somewhat surprising shift in dinner behavior. And I have no idea why they put this. Oh, that's a doggy bag. That's what that is. And so let's play this article. And I don't go out to restaurants much, though I did go to a soul food place on Friday, Rooster's Corner Cafe, and it was excellent. Best fried chicken I've ever tasted. And I used to think Popeyes was the best, but this lady puts Popeyes to shame. So we'll play this, and I will be right back.
Is the doggy bag dead? This article is by Allison Kruger and read by an automated voice. Emmett Burke has noticed something unusual in his Manhattan restaurants. Half-eaten pizzas dot tables and bar space left behind by those who ordered them. At Emmett's and Emmett's on Grove, Mr. Burke's two Chicago-style pizzerias, diners seem increasingly uninterested in asking for boxes to take home leftovers. I will look at the plates coming back to the kitchen and all the food we are throwing out, and I will ask if something is wrong, he said. I would assume most people would love to have a quarter of a pizza in their fridge. A number of restaurateurs in New York and other cities have observed this surprising shift in behavior. They attribute doggy bag aversion to a number of factors, including social stigmas, the ease of ordering takeout, and a return to sharing food after the pandemic made doing so taboo. The average American leaves 53 pounds, or $329 worth of food on the plate at restaurants every year, according to 2023 data from ReFed, an organization that works to reduce food waste. Changes to that number over time are hard to track, said Dana Gunders, the group's president. But anecdotal evidence suggests such a change in diners' perception of leftovers that the organization plans to commission a study on the topic. There are some people who have a thing against them, Ms. Gunders said. People who just say, I don't eat leftovers, as a matter of principle. But for others, she said, leftovers are a question of logistics. How much food is left? How many boxes are needed to take it home? How much time do I have to eat it? What am I doing after I leave? Mr. Burke estimates that 3/4 of his customers don't take home leftovers and has noticed that many of them are young. His theory: Members of Generation Z grew up with the ability to order whatever they want, whenever they want, from their phones. Why bring home food from one restaurant when you can easily order something fresh the next day? He rarely sees people on dates ask for to-go boxes either. I think maybe it's embarrassing, like you don't want to be the equivalent of going to an all-you-can-eat buffet and putting rolls in your dinner jacket, he said. I think there is an insecurity thing, but I always say even billionaires like open bars. Jen Sesu, a co-owner of Fish Cheeks and Bangkok Supper Club Thai restaurants in Manhattan, assumed that most diners were taking home leftovers. But when she followed up with her staff, she was shocked to learn that wasn't the case. Growing up in Thailand, she was taught that letting food go to waste was a big no-no. The farmers work hard to harvest this rice, she said. You don't leave a grain of rice on the plate. You take what you can eat, and if there are leftovers, you take it home. Like Mr. Burke, her team has observed some similar patterns. Families tend to take home food, but if it's a guy and a girl and it looks like they are on a date, they will order a lot, but they won't finish anything, she said, and they won't take it home. During the pandemic, diners got used to ordering their own entrees rather than sharing dishes at Philippe Chow, a chain of Chinese restaurants with locations in New York, Nashville, and Washington, D.C., said Abraham Merchant, its president and chief executive. Now, groups are back to splitting food and eating from one another's plates. You don't want to take that food home at the end of the meal, he said, laughing. Different knives, forks, and chopsticks have been in it. There may be one clearer indicator of diners' likelihood to take home leftovers: whether they drive to the restaurant. Most New Yorkers take public transit, Ms. Gunders said, and leftovers don't fit their lifestyle. Long commutes and post-meal social engagements can keep doggy bags at an unappetizing and possibly unsafe room temperature. That food isn't going to be in the refrigerator, said Adam Beckerman, an urban planner who lives in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, and often goes to bars after dinner. It's just going to be flung around. He also doesn't like to take home food in hard-to-read social situations. I don't want to give the impression that I am taking claim of leftovers, he said. Mr. Burke believes many of the diners at his pizzerias face similar decisions. You might not be as inclined to bring a chicken parm or meatballs to a club, he said. Most diners at Kaima, a Greek family-style restaurant in Atlanta, drive there, and perhaps because of that, leftover culture is alive and well. I will say 85% of guests are finishing what they ordered in restaurants, but 15% aren't, said Pano I Karatassos, an owner. Those people paid for their food and they want to take it home. When Mr. Karatassos' father owned Greek restaurants in the city, the staff used to put leftovers in aluminum foil and twist the foil into swan shapes. We don't make swans anymore, but we definitely make it easy for people to take home their food, he said. It's a big part of hospitality here. Ara Ko, the director of operations at WGMI, a Korean tasting menu restaurant in the Flatiron district of Manhattan, feels a little disappointment when guests, usually jet-lagged tourists, she said, ask for part of their meal to go. She knows the quality won't be the same at home. When they are like, can we take the donuts, which are hot and stuffed with gooey cheese, I'm like, it's not going to be as delicious, but sure, she said. But she also feels it's the restaurant's job to get the portions correct. It's a fine balance, enough to satiate guests, but not so much as to overwhelm them. We feel we are doing something wrong when diners ask to take food home, she said. Still, WGMI accommodates the requests as long as the food can be transferred safely. We can't do oysters to go, she said, laughing, although people have asked. Follow New York Times Cooking on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Pinterest. Get regular updates from New York Times Cooking with recipe suggestions, cooking tips, and shopping advice.
Yeah, it's got to be a generational thing. I almost always ask for leftovers or a doggy bag, unless it's just a little bit. But I personally, and I think it has something to do with liking to cook. I hate food waste. I rarely throw food away. Like, it rarely gets to a point to where something goes bad in the refrigerator or something like that. Now, I don't like leftovers that much, but sometimes you're forced, especially if you're just cooking for one. But what I started doing, like yesterday for dinner, I had a couple boneless pork chops, and I took dried lentils. You know, I'm a big dried bean fan these days. So I had some homemade chicken stock, you know, cut up an onion, you know, and some peppers. I had canned artichokes. So I basically had lentils, artichokes, and a couple seasoned. They were small, boneless. I think they were pork loin chops. I just basically put it all in a crock pot and set it for 4 hours. And, you know, I'll be eating those leftovers for a few days. But, you know, I had that for dinner last night. Tonight I may make a pizza and then I'll go back to, you know, the lentils and artichokes the next day. So, yeah, I don't like letting food go to waste. That's just, to me, it's just a sin to do that. But a crock pot is like, you know, the um, single guy's friend. I actually put out some cornmeal. My son was home, so I actually had a gallon of milk that I need to use it for stuff. So I made 2 loaves of bread today. Probably tomorrow I'll make cornbread to go with the lentils and artichokes. May do a couple more pork chops, but yeah, I like cornbread but rarely make it. So I'll make some at some point this week. Yeah, they mentioned that, Fred. You know, families are more likely to take home food for obvious reasons. By the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button, and if you're new to the chat, please the share the wealth with your friends far and wide, all over the world. And make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. I am working on 1 or 2 video essays, maybe even up to 3, and I've just been too lazy to do it. But hopefully I can buckle down this week and at least get a couple out, 1 or 2. Yeah, okay, Fred. Let's see. What do I have next? Oh, this is interesting. There is one more news article here that I overlooked. Wisconsin Supreme Court rejects effort to block Elon Musk's $1 million giveaways. What is it with basically years ago, I used to work for a Family Dollar distribution center in Front Royal, Virginia. And that part of Northern Virginia had very low unemployment, and there were a lot of warehouses in the area. So it was hard to keep workers because, you know, a worker could quit one day and be working a couple days later in a whole nother warehouse. So, you know, these warehouses and other types of, you know, facilities were fighting for workers. And, you know, $10 an hour for that area was actually not horrible money. So during between Thanksgiving and Christmas, attendance would just shit the bed. Like, you know, nobody wanted to work during the holidays. So what Family Dollar would do is they had what do they call it? There was a term for it, but essentially they would turn into the Price is Right uh during the holidays. You know, like if you had perfect attendance, you could compete for prizes like ATVs, for instance, TVs. They were just giving away these huge prices just to incentivize people to show up for work. And that's what that's what Elon Musk reminds me of. To get people to vote, he's giving them a chance at $1 million, which to me is just craven. First, Americans should want to vote, and just the oligarch getting in there trying to incentivize voters to vote is just so cynical. If that's the right term, I don't even know that cynical is the right term. I think it's really just disgusting. But anyway, the Wisconsin Supreme Court is elected judges, as same thing in Georgia. And the last election, a Democrat won. And apparently it's just knocked the Ron Johnsons of the world off kilter. So it's important to get a Republican into that Supreme Court. So there's a Republican majority, and Elon Musk is going to contribute money to make sure. So Elon Musk gave away $1 million checks to 2 Wisconsin voters before a crucial Supreme Court election, despite legal challenges from Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul. The Wisconsin Supreme Court unanimously declined to intervene in the case, allowing Musk to hand out the checks shortly before his rally. Approximately $81 million has been spent on both sides in the heated Supreme Court election, which could influence key issues, including abortion rights and congressional redistricting. Musk stated that the election is critical for the future of civilization and could determine redistricting impacting control of the House. It's essential to civilization. Hyperbolize much there, Elon? Well, what do y'all think about that? I just don't like the idea. There's enough money in politics, and Elon Musk is just you know what? I'm not aware. I think I've seen campaign ads in Georgia for elected judges, but they don't do this. They don't do the same type of campaigning that a regular politician would, because supposedly the judiciary is supposed to be apolitical. But I think America has always fooled itself with claiming that the judiciary is apolitical. Since day one, the Supreme Court has been political. So we tell ourselves a lot of stories. Lupin thinks Elon is full of crap. Yeah, he's obviously full of money, too. What I do want to see, though, is I want to see his Tesla stock get so devalued that the banks, the people who have loaned him money for Twitter, make like a call. I don't know if that's a margin call. You could tell me, Lupin. But if the collateral, if the stock he put up as collateral gets devalued so much, they're gonna basically call him. Is it a margin call or some sort of call? To put up more money for collateral. I do want to see that happen fervently. Musk, bring your checkbook to New York City before Doge causes you bankruptcy. I don't know that he's going to be bankrupt. He's got enough. He's got enough government contracts with SpaceX to stay afloat. Here in Europe, Tesla is down 50%, Duale says. Duali, did you attend the protest in, was it Berlin? They had a protest at a Tesla dealership or factory or something. I bet you were there. So Elon and the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So there we go. This is a tariff story, which I found interesting. It says craft distillers hit hard as tariffs mix with 1930s rules for alcohol. So yeah, craft distillers. Let's listen to this story because as a fan of bourbon, which I haven't had bourbon in like a year. I'm gonna have to go get some one of these days. Let's just listen to this.
This news story was written by Shannon Najmabadi and Gaya Gupta. Craft distillers hit hard as tariffs mix with 1930s rules for alcohol. Some small U.S. producers of alcohol had found it easier to expand north rather than navigate the fragmented U.S. distribution system. Thomas Bard expected a big boost this year when stores in Saskatchewan and Ontario planned to start selling his distillery's bourbon. Instead, Canadian provinces yanked U.S. alcohol from their shelves, pitching Bard's small Kentucky company into the center of a nascent trade war. It's a huge deal when you get a new customer base, Bard said, so for this to just be taken away from us. That's an absolute punch to the gut. Alcoholic drinks have become the subject of dueling tariff threats between the United States and its neighbors. But some craft liquor distillers, such as Bard, say they are particularly hard hit because they see other countries as better targets for growth than parts of the highly regulated and crowded U.S. market. It's easier to get into Canada than it is to get into some other states here, said Bard, whose distillery has been selling its whiskey in Alberta and British Columbia for 2 years. Canada enacted a 25% tariff on U.S. products, including spirits and beer, in early March, in retaliation for levies imposed on Canadian goods by President Donald Trump. The European Union recently threatened to place a 50% tax on U.S. whiskey, although it delayed those duties for several weeks. Trump said the United States would in turn tax EU alcohol at 200%. Big brands can weather those financial ramifications, and may even benefit if some competitors are pushed out of the U.S. market, experts say. But smaller players often lack the resources or infrastructure to navigate the U.S. regulatory landscape. We're basically going to have to go back and start from scratch, Bard said. Only a small percentage of U.S. craft distillers sell their products in other countries, but more than half of those exporters ship to Canada, according to the American Craft Spirits Association. Canada also accounts for nearly 40% of American craft beer exports, according to the Brewers Association. It's also the largest export market for U.S. wines, according to the Wine Institute. While provincial governments issue liquor licenses in Canada, permitting rules in the United States vary between states and at the municipal level. Some areas levy steep taxes on alcohol sales, and a post-prohibition era ban on alcohol producers owning bars requires domestic distillers to find distributors and retailers willing to sell their products nationwide. There's probably 40-plus licenses they need to get, said Kevin Anderson, an alcohol industry consultant and former alcoholic beverage regulator. Bard, for example, works with one Canadian importer and distributor who helps him sell his whiskey across Western Canada. In the United States, he would probably have to find an individual distributor for each state, he said. Likening U.S. states to 50 little countries, Bard said, every one of them is different and hard to get into. Most U.S. states have a 3-tier alcohol distribution system, where wholesalers connect alcohol producers to retailers. Proponents say it prevents alcohol producers from monopolizing the market and stops stores from selling only their own products. The system also helps restrict underage sales, raises public revenue, and stops counterfeit products, advocates say. It is the gold standard for competition for choice, said Michael Bolello, with the Wine and Spirits Wholesalers of America. But critics say the system benefits big companies that offer distributors the most bang for their buck. Liquor and wine stores struggle to distinguish themselves from each other because they're all buying from the same wholesalers, said Tom Wark, executive director of the National Association of Wine Retailers. The number of distributors has consolidated over time, making it difficult for small producers to even get on the truck, said Dan Croxall, an expert in craft beer law at the University of the Pacific. Valello said that consolidation, which has happened across the industry, has allowed distributors to have better technology and service, and that wholesalers have invested heavily in distributing and marketing craft brands. Some small alcohol brands hope to make up lost revenue by redoubling their efforts in the United States. But they'll face obstacles that were already confronting the alcohol industry before the threat of a trade war. Consumers have cut back on discretionary spending as inflation drives up prices. Younger generations are drinking less amid broader wellness and sobriety movements, and as mocktails and cannabis products have grown in popularity, industry observers said. Beyond duties specifically on alcohol, distillers and craft brewers could feel the pain of a trade war in other ways. Recently imposed tariffs on products from China, as well as duties on steel and aluminum, are expected to drive up costs for cans, glass, and corks used for packaging. About 75% of packaged craft beer today is packaged in cans, Croxall said. The tariffs are just another, oh my god, is this just another thing that's going to push us towards closure? He said. It's not a great environment right now. It's unclear how this year's tariffs will affect the industry's bottom line, or if that could translate to higher prices for consumers. Sales fell 20% when the EU levied a 25% tax on U.S. whiskey from 2018 to 2022, according to the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States. The retaliatory U.S. tariff on some European alcohol led to a decline of more than 30% in U.S. imports of Scotch whiskey. The United States has never enacted tariffs as high as 200% on alcohol, but another country's experience shows how import levies can damage the industry. Australia's wine exports to China were pretty much killed when the Chinese government levied tariffs as high as 218% from 2021 to 2024, said Martin Lodewijks, president of IWSR Americas, a global drinks data and analytics company. Some alcohol companies have already felt a hit. Texas-based customs broker J.D. Gonzalez said one of his clients balked when faced with $9,000 in tariffs to transport 20,000 pounds of tequila from Mexico to the United States in early March. The client was unlucky. The United States enacted 25% tariffs on Canadian and Mexican goods on March 4th, but paused most of the duties days later. Todd Ramsey, Bard's Alberta-based importer and distributor, said he has been crushed by the trade war, as nearly 90% of his inventory comes from the United States. Roughly $200,000 worth of his imported American alcohol was sitting in an Alberta warehouse when he learned the province had restricted the sale of U.S. liquor, leaving that inventory unable to be sold, transferred, or returned. Alistair Brogan's craft whiskey distillery in Colorado typically gets 5% of its revenue from Canadian sales. Brogan no longer expects that this year, but he considers the bigger hit to be the loss of goodwill toward American whiskey and the brand he built. All the energy, resources that American distilleries have put into being in Canada has just been wiped out, he said.
Thanks. Thanks, Donald Trump. So, sad to hear, but, what can you do? 12th man, I just ran across this. Two Republican senators wrestle with how to handle Doge cuts. Both of Alaska's Republican senators have pushed to rescind cuts that would hurt the state, but they have split over how to persuade Donald Trump to change his mind. So let's hear about the Alaskan senators.
This news story was written by Theodoric Meyer. Two Republican senators wrestle with how to handle Doge cuts. President Donald Trump's moves to fire federal workers and freeze government spending have set off a scramble among members of Congress to persuade the administration to reverse cuts that will harm their states and districts. And few states have more on the line than Alaska. The state is home to nearly 12,000 federal workers and depends on federal spending. Both of Alaska's Republican senators have pushed to rescind cuts they argue would hurt the state, but they have split over how to lobby the administration, spotlighting a divide among Republicans over how aggressively to assert Congress's traditional power over spending. Senator Lisa Murkowski has openly criticized the way Elon Musk has run Trump's U.S. Doge service and was the only Republican senator to vote for a doomed amendment this month to defund Doge. Senator Dan Sullivan has taken a different tack. He has praised Doge, joining the Senate Doge caucus and meeting with Musk at the White House, while at the same time lobbying behind the scenes to reverse some cuts. The difference in tactics reflects a larger dilemma facing lawmakers as Trump and Musk encroach on Congress's power over spending. Is it more effective to fight back publicly or stay silent while fighting for prized programs behind closed doors? In an interview, Murkowski said she supported Trump's push to cut federal spending, but not Doge's slash-and-burn approach. She described her vote to defund Doge, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, as a way of standing up for constituents concerned about the cuts, and said she was not concerned about blowback from the White House. We've got to stop being so anxious and looking over our shoulders and saying, "Oh my gosh, am I going to offend somebody and there's going to be political retribution?" Murkowski said. This is the United States of America. Political retribution should not be something that even exists. Sullivan has not criticized Doge in the same way as Murkowski. In a statement to the Washington Post, he said he believed the most effective approach to getting real results for the people I'm honored to represent is regular, constructive engagement with the Trump administration from the highest levels on down, not frequent critical public statements. Murkowski is not the only Republican who has called out Trump's refusal to spend money appropriated by Congress. Senator Susan Collins, Republican Maine, the chairwoman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and Senator Patty Murray, Democrat Washington, the committee's vice chair, chastised the administration last week for refusing to spend $2.9 billion included in a recent spending bill. Mark Begich, the former Democratic senator from Alaska whom Sullivan defeated in 2014, said Murkowski's approach was not without risk. But there's a certain point where the delegation, no matter who makes the move, has to protect the integrity of the legislative process and the power that they have, Begich said. The stakes are higher in Alaska than in most states. Federal workers make up 3.4% of Alaska's non-farm workforce, a higher share than any other state except Maryland, Hawaii, and Virginia, according to Office of Personnel Management and Bureau of Labor Statistics data. The data excludes Postal Service workers and employees of the FBI, the Secret Service, and other sensitive agencies. Some businesses in Alaska are worried. Jillian Simpson, the president and chief executive of the Alaska Travel Industry Association, warned in a letter last month to the state's congressional delegation obtained by the Post that visitor centers may close, bathrooms will go uncleaned, trash will accumulate, and campgrounds may close without enough federal workers. Murkowski is one of the most moderate Senate Republicans, and she has not shied from criticizing Trump. She was one of 7 Republican senators who voted to convict Trump in his 2021 impeachment trial, only 3 of whom remain in the Senate, and she did not support his campaign last year. Her outspoken criticism of Trump's cuts has made her more popular than Sullivan among federal worker unions in her state and concerned Alaskans. She's got a lot of guts and she doesn't care, said David Owens, a national representative for the American Federation of Government Employees. She speaks her mind. She's really worried because this is going to have a real negative impact on Alaska, because we have a lot of federal employees. Sullivan has been harder to reach than Murkowski, union officials said. He's non-existent in our world. Nancy Soriano, the vice president for Region 10 of the National Federation of Federal Employees Forest Service Council, haven't heard a peep out of him. Trump won Alaska by 13 points last year, and some Alaskans whose livelihoods have been affected Trump's cuts say they support them. Jay Ramras, a former Republican state representative who owns Pike's Waterfront Lodge in Fairbanks, estimated that canceled bookings by federal agencies and groups that receive federal funding could cost his hotel $100,000 in April. They want to try to cut $1 trillion, Ramras said. That's going to take a little bit from everybody. Still, national polls suggest Doge's cuts are not popular. 58% of registered voters disapprove of Musk's work with Doge, according to a Fox News poll conducted this month, including 20% of Republicans. And 46% of Americans say Trump's efforts to cut federal agencies have gone too far, according to an Economist YouGov poll this month. Alaskans frustrated with the cuts appear angrier at Sullivan than Murkowski. Many attendees at a town hall in Anchorage last week that drew hundreds of people mocked Sullivan and Republican Representative Nick Begich, but not Murkowski, for failing to stand up to the administration. Nick Begich is Mark Begich's nephew. and more than 1,400 people signed an ad that ran this month in the Anchorage Daily News that noted the Constitution gives Congress the power to set federal spending and demanded that Sullivan protect the rule of law, defend the Constitution, and honor your oath of office. Murkowski is speaking up and Sullivan is amazingly silent, said Hank Lentfer, 58, an author in Gustavus, Alaska, who collected signatures and split the $4,410 cost of the ad with a friend. Murkowski has done more than speak up. When Trump's freeze on new federal regulations threatened the start of sablefish and halibut fishing in Alaska this month, she texted Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to make sure their agencies issued the necessary regulations. She has also texted with Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin and met with him last week. She said her public criticism of DOJ hasn't prevented her from working with the administration behind the scenes. Everybody has their own approach, she said. Sullivan has defended DOJ, even as he acknowledged he does not agree with everything it is doing. Is the end goal of a smaller, more efficient federal government that lives within its means necessary at this point in time? Yes, he told Alaska state legislators this month. But Sullivan has pushed back behind the scenes. Like Murkowski, he pressed the Commerce Department to make sure the sablefish fishery opened this month, according to Amanda Coyne, a Sullivan spokeswoman. He has also lobbied the administration to unfreeze funding for projects in the state, including a $45.7 million EPA grant to upgrade the port in Seward and several Energy Department projects for which Murkowski also advocated, according to Joseph Plesha, a Murkowski spokesman. The EPA declined to comment. The White House and other agencies did not respond to requests for comment. Sullivan also successfully pressed the administration to reverse a decision to scrap 2 leases in Fairbanks, and he suggested his advocacy made the difference. No offense to the delegation, Sullivan told the Fairbanks Daily News Miner. I have no idea what anyone else did, but I sent a very long text. I had 3 different phone calls, and I got a phone call back saying, "We reversed this because of you." Sullivan has encouraged Alaska state lawmakers to work with him to push the administration to reverse decisions that would hurt natural resource development in the state. His strategy is to argue that such cuts violate an executive order that Trump signed in January, reversing President Joe Biden's restrictions on such development and directing his administration to fully avail itself of Alaska's vast lands and resources, an order that Sullivan pushed for. I'm proud of my ability to be effective, and one of the most effective things I've been able to do. You think that executive order came out of nowhere on day one? Sullivan said in an interview. That was us working really closely with the president and his team. Those efforts have not been enough for some federal workers who have lost their jobs. Isabel Ziak, 30, was laid off in February from her job as a lead Forest Service ranger at the Mendenhall Glacier Visitor Center in Juneau. Murkowski has criticized the layoffs, which she said she fears will lead to chaos when cruise ship tourists start arriving in Juneau next month. Ziak, who was offered her job back after federal judges ruled that Trump's firings of probationary employees were illegal, but decided not to return, in part because she feared she and other workers would be fired again, gave Murkowski credit for meeting with her and her former colleagues. Still, she said she'd like to see Murkowski do more. Talk is kind of cheap, Ziak said. I don't need somebody else out there talking about how terrible this is. We all know, we all feel it. I need to see something done about it.
Yeah, 12th Man, I did a story about Atlanta area federal workers being getting first dibs at interviews for Fulton County. That's Atlanta's county jobs. I have heard, though, that a lot of Republican states are looking at doing a state level version of Doge. So stay tuned for that. But there are going to be states that are going to wind up trimming the fat too. And then one thing that Murkowski is quoted as saying in this article, she doesn't have problems with the cuts. She just doesn't like the slash and burn. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. There's nothing wrong with going in and eliminating redundancies and, stuff that's just not necessary to do. It's the chaos that this slash and burn is causing. America is not a business. And I am not of the mind that, the short-term pain is going to lead to long-term gain. I don't think Musk is smart enough, and neither is Trump for that matter. And it sounds like the people that would be successful in doing this these sort of cutbacks, they've fired them. So you've pretty much fired all the experts who could probably do a better job than Musk. So so it goes. Oh, there is an Alaska Doge. That does not surprise me. So there are going to be states that are going to hopefully they do a better, less abrasive job at becoming more efficient. So these last couple stories are kind of not news as much as just or not hard news as much as just some interesting tidbits that I ran across. The strange post-partisan popularity of the Unabomber. Who knew that Ted Kaczynski would, when Ted Kaczynski's manifesto appeared 30 years ago, the internet was brand new. Now his dark vision is finding fans who don't remember life before the iPhone. So, in a way, I guess he's achieved his goal. I'm going to play this article. It's really like 18 minutes long. I doubt we'll have to go that long unless it's extremely interesting. This is from the New York Times Magazine, but it's so odd that, this dude who went around, who was mailing bombs to people, has found fans. I guess it's on the order of Charles Manson fans. So we'll listen to a little bit, maybe the whole thing if it's interesting. So a little bit of history here, actually.
My name's Charles Homans, and I'm a reporter for the New York Times. I was a teenager when the Unabomber Manifesto was first published nearly 30 years ago, in 1995. In the manifesto, which was titled Industrial Society and Its Future, Ted Kaczynski shared a vision of technology as not a series of machines and devices that made our lives easier, but actually a system that had its own priorities and intentions that were not fully aligned with the human species. This, of course, was way before most Americans had really engaged in any serious way with the internet, let alone social media or smartphones, which didn't exist. At the time, interest in the manifesto mostly came from environmental radicals who were somewhat sympathetic to Kaczynski and futurists who actually agreed with him on a lot of where technology was headed, though they thought that that was good. And later on, he developed a following among right-wing extremists. But today, something interesting is happening. You're seeing the Unabomber Manifesto pop up in a lot of different political spaces, especially online. Some of them are extremist, but some of them are not that far from the mainstream. In some ways, I think it's part of this cultural desire to reevaluate these sensational figures from the 90s, whether it's O.J. Simpson or the Branch Davidian leader David Koresh. This is about how long it takes America usually to look again at its notorious criminals. And Kaczynski was a notorious criminal who murdered several innocent people and wounded or disfigured dozens more. But I thought there was something deeper going on with this resurgent interest in Kaczynski's manifesto. It's gained a unique posthumous following that really transcends political categories, especially among young people. So I was interested in re-examining this story. I wanted to know, how has Kaczynski's prediction of the future, once considered obscure and impenetrable, become more recognizable to more people as technology has advanced? So here's my article. Several years ago, James R. Fitzgerald, a retired FBI agent, found himself rereading an abstruse tract of political philosophy called Industrial Society and Its Future, written by a former University of California mathematics professor named Theodore John Kaczynski. Fitzgerald first encountered Kaczynski's treatise in July 1995, shortly after Kaczynski anonymously mailed the typewritten manuscript to the Times and the Washington Post, demanding its publication in exchange for his promise to stop killing people with package bombs. Fitzgerald's photocopy of the original was dog-eared and marked up with color-coded annotations he made while trying to discern clues to the identity of the author, then known only as the Unabomber. To this day, he has no particular sympathy for the author, but there had always been passages in Kaczynski's indictment of technological civilization that gave him pause. Boy, I don't really disagree with this comment, he recalled thinking, and I don't really disagree with this statement, but damn it, he's a killer, and we've got to catch him. When we spoke recently, Fitzgerald recited one of Kaczynski's numbered paragraphs, 173, which had been on his mind in light of artificial intelligence's rapid advance. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. And there was paragraph 92, which Fitzgerald remembered and reconsidered amid the COVID-19 vaccine mandates, of which he was personally skeptical. Thus science marches on blindly, Kaczynski wrote, without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and of the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. You know what? Fitzgerald said to himself. Old Ted was maybe onto something here. Online, there is a name for this experience, Ted pilling. To be Ted pilled means to read paragraph 1 of Kaczynski's manifesto. Its assertion that the mad dash of technological advancement since the Industrial Revolution has, quote, made life unfulfilling, led to widespread psychological suffering, and inflicted severe damage on the natural world, end quote, and think, well, sure. Or to encounter paragraph 156, which says, quote, new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology, end quote. After you've asked Alexa to order new socks and think, that's not so crazy. Or to read paragraph 174, which warns of a near future in which, quote, human work will no longer be necessary, and the masses will be superfluous, end quote, while waiting for the AI assistant to whip up the PowerPoint for your afternoon meeting and think, maybe an off-grid cabin in Montana wouldn't be such a bad investment. Most of the Ted-pilled stop well short of Luigi Mangione, the accused killer of the United Healthcare chief executive Brian Thompson, who gave Industrial Society and Its Future a 4-star review on Goodreads some months before the assassination, writing, quote, it's simply impossible to ignore how prescient many of his predictions about modern society turned out. The more judiciously Ted-pilled treat Kaczynski's ideas with a wink and more than a few caveats. Of course it's true, they begin, that Kaczynski was an irredeemable criminal who his own voluminous diaries suggest murdered at least as much out of misplaced revenge and spite as he did out of ideological commitment. Of course his victims did not deserve to die, as 3 did, or to live with permanent disfigurement or other lasting wounds, as 23 more did. And yet, here's Tucker Carlson on his show in 2021. Quote, the Unabomber, bad person, but a smart analysis. When Blake Masters was running for Senate in 2022, an interviewer asked him to name an underrated, subversive thinker who would influence people in a good direction. I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, he said, but how about Theodore Kaczynski? It has been hard not to notice, in the years since Kaczynski's 2023 death by suicide in a federal prison in North Carolina, the taboos weakening, the caveats growing fewer and further between. This is especially true on the right, where pessimism and paranoia about technology, not long ago largely the province of the left, have spread on the heels of the pandemic and efforts to police speech on social media platforms. When Kaczynski died, Joe Allen, the contributor to the website of Stephen K. Bannon's War Room podcast, argued that, quote, it's worth reflecting on Ted's dark vision. Even Elon Musk, a man whose company Neuralink has raised hundreds of millions of dollars to implant computers in people's brains, has weighed in. Considering the first sentence of Industrial Society and Its Future, quote, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race, end quote, Musk wrote on X, he might not be wrong. Carlson, Masters, and Musk all inhabit the ever blurrier borderlands between the right wing of the Republican Party and more extreme or at least esoteric political territories, whose residents delight in theories about racial and societal determinism, in romanticizing past lifeways and interrogating the value of our soft, entertainment-addled society. It's not so surprising that Kaczynski has found a home there. But Kaczynski has also become a kind of crossover figure, and a remarkably post-partisan one, capable of drawing nods from everyone from vaccine-skeptical Republicans to Musk-skeptical Democrats to internet-native teenagers. How many other domestic terrorists have been name-checked in conservatives' complaints about the erosive effects of social media, and also in TikTokers' videos from a bucolic weekend at the lake? His manifesto, which was dismissed in the 1990s as impenetrable, is now the subject of YouTube videos drawing millions of views apiece. It's not so hard to understand why. Kaczynski mailed off his manifesto 2 months before Netscape's IPO, in what were, for many Americans, the last days of the pre-internet era. 30 years later, we occupy a disorienting moment when the visions of techno-optimists and techno-pessimists alike seem on the verge of realization, when a miraculous future and a dystopian one seem at once within our reach and beyond our control. Industrial Society and Its Future was published by the Times and the Post 30 years ago in September, at the urging of FBI investigators, who wagered that giving in to the bomber's demand to distribute his manifesto would be worth it if one reader in a million recognized the writing. One did, David Kaczynski, whose tip led federal agents to his brother's small cabin in the woods outside Lincoln, Montana. Ted Kaczynski was arrested on April 3, 1996. Almost a year after the far-right anti-government extremist Timothy McVeigh blew up the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. Conservatives had chafed at Democrats' attempts to link McVeigh's views to the rhetoric of right-wing talk radio, and they were quick to brand Kaczynski as the liberals' McVeigh as the details of his life and crimes emerged. Harvard education, a late 1960s teaching stint at the University of California, Berkeley, bombing targets borrowed from an Earth First publication. Rush Limbaugh proclaimed him a left-wing nut. The conservative columnist Cal Thomas wanted to know, where were liberals' quote, cries against radical extremism now that one of their own has been implicated in the horrid deed of bombs by mail? But Kaczynski was not one of their own. His manifesto spent nearly as many words denouncing leftism as it did attacking technology. Although environmental degradation infuriated him, it was a distant secondary concern to the loss of personal liberty, which he defined in terms a libertarian would recognize. Still, Thomas's whataboutism was not totally misplaced. Kaczynski did undeniably stir something among the segment of the liberal intelligentsia that looked ambivalently upon the social and environmental consequences of the ascendant neoliberalism and globalization of the 1990s. A liberal criminal defense lawyer in San Francisco named Doug Horngrad told a reporter, quote, "One thing I've noticed among the intellectual elite at this place is that this guy is actually kind of admired privately." Some read Kaczynski's writings sympathetically as a sort of culture critic indictment of a country amusing itself to death at the end of history, where yuppies dozed off alone in McMansion rec rooms as the Waco standoff and the O.J. Simpson car chase unfolded live across their home theater screens. "There's a bit of the Unabomber in most of us," the journalist Robert Wright wrote in Time in 1995 after the first excerpts from the manifesto were released. "VCRs and microwave ovens have their virtues, but in the everyday course of our highly efficient lives, there are times when something seems deeply amiss." But when it was published in full, the manifesto offered little support for this interpretation either. Kaczynski didn't believe modern society had gone wrong. He believed it was wrong. Sean Fleming, a research fellow at the University of Nottingham, who is at work on a book about Kaczynski, describes Kaczynski's writing as Nietzsche-like in its defiance of easy categorization, a quality that explains the attraction of the Unabomber to what he calls radicals of all stripes. Most of the ideas in Industrial Society and Its Future, Fleming writes, were borrowed from a small handful of Cold War-era writers, most prominently Jacques Ellul, the French sociologist whose most influential work, The Technological Society, appeared in English translation in 1964, when Kaczynski was a graduate student. Ellul argued that modern civilization, in its pursuit of rational efficiency, had in effect acquired a mind of its own. The system, quote, has become autonomous, Ellul wrote. Kaczynski, drawing from popular books on evolutionary psychology, argued that this technological system was an inevitable consequence of the Darwinian pursuit of advantage, in which the survival of individual and society alike required innovation to outcompete one's neighbors. This meant that the system could not be reformed. Kaczynski wrote, "You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts." He concluded, "It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences." The notion that humanity, in building the technological society, had built its own prison was hardly original in 1995. What distinguished Kaczynski, obviously enough, was his conviction that technological society needed to be demolished as quickly as possible with violence. This earned him a trickle of would-be acolytes during his long incarceration. Radical environmentalists and anarcho-primitivists at first, and later eco-fascists, the faction of white nationalists who built on Hitler's view that race war was necessary for survival in a world of finite resources. Anders Behring Breivik, the Norwegian neo-Nazi mass murderer, plagiarized Kaczynski in his manifesto. Beyond the far fringes, though, Kaczynski was more or less forgotten about in the post-September 11th decade, as Americans obsessed over a very different kind of anti-modern radicalism. With the man himself locked away in a Colorado supermax prison, the world seemed happy to disengage from the ideological component of his crimes, the troubling way they directed a familiar uneasiness toward ghastly conclusions. Besides the anarchists and neo-Nazis, practically the only people who took Kaczynski's ideas seriously for years after his incarceration were his most direct ideological nemeses, technologists. Ray Kurzweil, the computer scientist and futurist, wrote in his 1999 book, The Age of Spiritual Machines, quote, "I was surprised how much of Kaczynski's manifesto I agreed with." When Kurzweil showed Bill Joy, co-founder of Sun Microsystems, a passage from the manifesto on the future of artificial intelligence, Joy found himself troubled. He later wrote, quote, "As difficult as it is for me to acknowledge, I saw some merit in the reasoning in this single passage." The techno-optimists shared Kaczynski's view that technology was not a series of innovations, but a, quote, "holistic self-perpetuating machine," as the futurist Kevin Kelly wrote in his 2010 book, What Technology Wants. They also agreed that the near future would be one in which human existence was ruled by a system that humans did not control. Where Kelly and Kurzweil differed from Kaczynski was in viewing this future as navigable, even profoundly exciting, and inevitable, no matter how many bombs you built. It's not surprising that broader interest in Kaczynski began to tick upwards in the early 2010s, as the average person's daily experience of technology shifted from discrete tools and entertainment devices to near constant participation in powerful and inescapable networks, when the system that both Kaczynski and the futurists described went from abstract to concrete. Lamenting Facebook and Twitter and, quote, "the ease with which technology taps the ego and drains the soul," end quote, the Fox News contributor Keith Abloh argued in 2013 that Kaczynski was, quote, "precisely correct in many of his ideas." Since then, fights over misinformation and hate speech have made those networks a polarized battleground, while evidence of their psychological and social harm becomes stark. And over the past several years of increasingly rapid AI advance, technologists have come to sound as much like Kaczynski as Kurzweil. Moguls like Sam Altman of OpenAI have brazenly redefined Silicon Valley's higher purpose, from expanding human opportunity to forestalling an apocalypse that they insist only they, conveniently enough, are capable of avoiding. Kaczynski's vision of a species-wide rebellion against our own creations was far-fetched in 1995. But in 2025, even his personal retreat from technological society seems practically impossible. The robots will be everywhere soon enough, and only the people who build them can afford to buy land in Montana these days. The sense that there is no escape from technology and its consequences has fostered the very loose, very online ethos known as doomerism, an irony-mediated marriage of nihilism and utopianism in which apocalypse is inescapable, but the possibilities on the other side of it are vast, unencumbered by the constraints and cramped imaginations of politics as we've known them. It is perhaps no surprise that Kaczynski is ubiquitous in this milieu, quoted and memed and venerated on social media and message boards as Uncle Ted. In this context, Kaczynski's manifesto is less the blueprint for resistance he hoped it would be than a theoretical framework for understanding the dystopia we now must figure out how to live in and how we got here. In the goofier corners of Ted-pilled social media, he is invoked, tongue mostly but not entirely in cheek, as a kind of Lorax figure, a weird feral creature to whom humanity should have listened when we had the chance. On X, his glowering image is superimposed over headlines about Japanese men marrying virtual reality brides. On TikTok, his manifesto is quoted live, laugh, love style in posts about wilderness hiking vacations. Scroll through enough of it, and the lines between jokey provocation and unironic aspiration become difficult to discern. You remember that these are often people too young to remember a time before the iPhone, for whom Kaczynski's alarms come from a world not much more distant and unthinkable than Rousseau's. And you notice the phrase that accompanies many of the posts, the way it sounds more like a rueful shrug than a call to arms. Uncle Ted was right. This article was read by Charles Homans and produced by Jack Disidoro. Thanks for listening.
You know, it's funny. I hadn't thought about the Unabomber in a while, and probably won't think of him much after this. But I, excuse me, actually had no idea that he was that popular on YouTube. So this is a short AP piece. Manhunt Unabomber. Apparently it was a TV episode or something. Manhunt Unabomber stars are fascinated by the Ted Kaczynski case. So figured we'd check this out right quick.
It's iconic. The most famous police sketch in history is the Unabomber.
I like, the fact that this guy went unnoticed for 16 years. That in itself is, they couldn't catch him. They had no idea who he was. The fact that one bit I did like was when they knew the letters were coming out of San Francisco. What they didn't know was that he was catching a bus from Montana and bringing these bombs on buses for several days to post them out of his kind of comfort zone. That in itself is insane. And imagine the bus drivers if they found out when he was on my bus, or the guy sitting next to you, what's in the package, mate? So, but that's how they catch him. It's the odd quirks that keep you going down the line.
That when Ted Kaczynski was a math prodigy, and when he was 16, he went to Harvard, and he was an insecure kind of unbalanced guy to begin with.
Shouldn't let your kids go
that genius
to,
level that sees things differently than, and he had also a strong sense of alienation. And when he was at Harvard, they did these experiments on him, on his brain, and
oh my Lord,
that could have, I don't know that he was born to be the Unabomber. So it presents that notion that perhaps those experiments kind of pushed him over the edge or changed the physiology of his brain.
I was very surprised about what happened at Harvard and the experiments that were done, that they were doing those, because definitely that had, I'll let Paul talk about it. But from what I can see, that was a game changer for someone like Ted Kaczynski and a mind like that. So I was, I don't want to say blown away.
What kind of
the sketch, the famous sketch, is interestingly not of Ted Kaczynski. It is and the story behind why the sketch isn't the sketch is something that everybody would learn. But I think people would be surprised to know that there's details like that throughout the case. Like, that's one example of one of those stranger than fiction diversions that we organically have woven into the show.
Wow, there is a lot of Ted Kaczynski stuff. When was this Manhunt Unabomber? I guess I could look it up. But Lauren, chickens don't necessarily need, feed, like you buy from a feed store. Free range chickens, chickens are really odd because they are omnivores. they will eat everything from grass to worms. So, free range chickens, yeah, you probably have to give them something every now and again, especially, if you have bad winters. But chickens will eat insects and stuff like that. So hell, they'll eat each other if you if you let them. They're mean little suckers if they're hungry, especially. Harvard Manchurian, no idea what that means. Yeah, Uncle Fatty, I had no idea that there's been a resurgence of, Ted Kaczynski's. They're Ted Kaczynski fans. So now I kind of like The Cabin. And I meant to ask you, 12th Man. There's an old story that J.D. Salinger. There's a story that he wrote, back in the '60s, I guess, called Seymour. Now Seymour was more, and I won't get too deep into it, but if you like J.D. Salinger, you'll like the story. But he was living more a Walden Pond sort of Thoreau experience. Thoreau wasn't going out murdering people. So anyway, we shall move on. Let's see. Chickens are big. Yeah, there. As a matter of fact, 12th Man, absolutely right. They are like dinosaurs. They will. They're mean little suckers. So let's see here. This was interesting, and I have not even looked at the article. The title was enough to get me. So this is about Gen X, basically. Let's see, what have we here? So I do want to listen to this. It's the end of work as we knew it, and I feel powerless to fight the technology we pioneered, nostalgic for a world that moved on without us. After decades of paying our dues for a payday that never came, so yeah, not exactly fine. The Gen X career meltdown. Now, this is actually fairly interesting since I'm like at the very tip top of Gen X. 65 was the cutoff, and 65 is when I was born. So that's why it hurts me when people call me a boomer, because I could have been. I would have been. So, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, please, everybody in the chat, make sure you hit the like button. We're in the mid-teens, and we've had up to almost, I think I saw 30 people in the chat. So y'all make sure you help us out. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to my channel, Stanley Cross 6000. It's the Stanley Cross channel, but it's at Stanley Cross 6000. Also, make sure, and I haven't mentioned it today, but make sure you support the Stanley versus the World show. And, its host, me, of course, and its creator, Portia J. She does a lot of work behind the scenes. And so we should make sure your host and his executive producer get support every now and again. I like beer on the weekends, so make sure you support that bad habit. Let's see here. So I do want to read this Gen X thing, because being Gen X, I'm interested to know what they have to say about us.
Hi, my name is Stephen Kurtz, and I'm a features reporter for the Styles Desk. Many of my contemporaries in their 40s and 50s are having a career crisis right now.
We are?
I was born in 1976, and I'm a
Oh, you're
member
not.
of Gen X, and I started my career in the 90s. I started in
10 years younger than
magazines.
me.
My colleagues, my contemporaries, many of us went into creative fields.
Boom X. Oh,
Photography,
really? I didn't know that.
advertising, becoming a fashion stylist on photo shoots. And if you entered those careers in the 90s, you expected to have a decent career. You may not get rich, but you would do something creative and interesting. And you expected to have that career well into your adulthood, perhaps even to retirement. The technological transformation that has happened.
I'm going to stop that right there. By the time now, again, I'm at the, well, Uncle Fatty says boom X, a term I'd never heard before, but I know when I was coming out of high school, they were already talking, don't expect the gold watch at retirement. You will wind up having 3 or 4 jobs throughout your lifetime. So, and if he was born 9 years after I was born, I don't know who was telling him, just for instance, a lot of retirees back in like the 60s and the 70s had defined benefit plans. Like working for the railroads, if you retired, you'd have a defined benefit plan. And they were switching over to 401ks when I was in high school and, into the workforce. So I don't know where he's getting that. We expected to work for the same job for 20 years. The post office would have been one of, post office or some sort of government job. Those were the only jobs that, you would maybe do over a long haul. So anyway. Oh, and 12th man, you're saying I don't see why people are so down on boomers. I mean, they were our parents and then our grandparents were the greatest generation. Um, it's not Gen X that are down on boomers. In my experience, maybe up till this article, it's mostly like young people who in my opinion, Generation X are horrible parents. We've created some of these Zoomer and Generation Z. We've created some of these problems by being bad parents. So anyway, on with this show.
Happened over the past 25 years has just completely upended all of those professions. I spent months talking to fellow Gen Xers for an article that I'm going to read to you. Technological change is not new, but I think this is a particular issue for Gen X. If you're a baby boomer, you're in your 60s, you have access to your 401k, your retirement, and the bulk of your career was spent before these disruptions took place. If you're a millennial or Gen Z, you saw these disruptions coming and perhaps didn't go into certain fields, or you're just much more nimble about dealing with technology. But if you're Gen X, you're caught in the unhappy middle. You may be struggling to hold on, or the magazine you work for no longer publishes, or you can't get a job because you're a graphic designer and graphic design has been outsourced to someone in India. For Gen X, there are also some generational traits that make this complicated. For one thing, Generation X remembers the analog days. I mean, their childhoods and their 20s were spent in a world of vinyl records and magazines and newspapers. That's the world they knew. And by the time they got into their mid-career, the world had completely changed on them. And another thing is, a big part of the Gen X ethos was don't sell out. There was this sense of you don't want to join a corporation. You don't want to give your art over to advertisers. And that mindset can make it difficult to pivot. For example, going to work for a large tech company, or if you're a writer, deciding to do content or publicity for a bank. For Gen X, that sort of feels like a compromise. One of the people I spoke to was a former magazine editor who had actually risen to become an editor-in-chief of a magazine. And he read the writing on the wall. He went to work for a software company when he realized that the publishing industry was very shaky. One of the things he said to me was that he's still looking across the fence at the magazine industry and wishing he was there, because in his heart of hearts, he didn't go to software because he was excited about the software industry. He went there as a resigned move because he needed to pay the bills. This other problem is that a lot of these fields put a premium on youth culture. Why wouldn't the company hire a 25-year-old? They're cheaper and they're digitally native and they get the youth culture. There's a kind of grief and a loss when your career goes away. And you spent 20, 25 years perfecting your craft and you're very good at it, but you don't have any.
I'm gonna tell you right now, he has a way different outlook than I do. Maybe he's approaching it from a journalist's point of view, but I never necessarily expected to do 30 years, because number one, I get bored. So I don't know that I agree with much of what I heard so far. It's a longish article, about 24 minutes. So, I'm thinking I won't be able to deal with this whiny, sob story for very long.
Place to put those skills. And it's hard to let that go because those jobs are not coming back. So here's my article. In Generation X, the 1991 novel that defined the generation born in the 1960s and 70s, Douglas Copeland chronicled a group of young adults who learned to reconcile themselves to diminishing expectations of material wealth. Lessness, Mr. Copeland called this philosophy. For many of the Gen Xers who embarked on creative careers in the years after the novel was published, lessness has come to define their professional lives. If you entered media or image making in the 90s, magazine publishing, newspaper journalism, photography, graphic design, advertising, music, film, TV, there's a good chance that you are now doing something else for work. That's because those industries have shrunk or transformed themselves radically, shutting out those whose skills were once in high demand. I am having conversations every day with people whose careers are sort of over, said Chris Wilcha, a 53-year-old film and TV director in Los Angeles.
Okay, yeah.
Talk with people in their late 40s and 50s who once imagined they would be able to achieve great heights, or at least.
You know what? I'm not going to sit here, if you were a creative, yeah. If you go back, I just finished up The Wire. And The Wire was The Wire back in the 90s? I can't remember now, but that last season 5 of The Wire talked about, the Baltimore Sun, and they were laying people off left and right. And let's see, when was The Wire? Let's see, The Wire. Was it early 2000s? Okay, so The Wire premiered on June 2002, and it ran through 2008. So, in the early 2000s, they were talking about, newspaper jobs basically starting to disappear. So, I'm not gonna feel too sorry. This isn't a Gen X thing as much as it is a, hey, you know what? You chose the wrong profession. What's up, Charles? How you doing?
Hi, Stanley. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I thought this was going to be an interesting story, but I'm 5 minutes into it, and Yeah, newspaper jobs are disappearing.
So is that what the author is complaining about?
Yeah, he said if you were in some sort of newspaper field or any sort of like movies, he says right here, if you entered media or image making in the 90s, magazine publishing, newspaper journalism, photography, graphic design, advertising, music, film, TV, there's a good chance you're now doing something else for work. Well, yeah.
Yeah, but at least you have something else doing.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, those are the sort of jobs only the most talented, in some ways, it's kind of a true meritocracy. Only the funniest, comedy writer is going to be able to make a career. There aren't many Larry Davids around. So,
it's true.
This doesn't come off. It doesn't come off well.
Well, I think it's a testament to a changing world. And I think that people are going to adapt and figure out other skills, other things that are more relevant to survival. It's the way it's always been. If you go back 1,000 years ago, there are some professions that were at the peak then that are no longer existing. Technology, AI, and all the things we're seeing now is revolutionizing how work is being done. So we're going to survive. We're going to be okay. In my opinion, somehow we're going to be okay. So all this complaining and whining about jobs going away, it's I don't know.
Well, I think, to be honest, I think general lawyering. I think lawyers are going to be the next on the chopping block, especially like the low end stuff. Best lawyers are going to survive, but you'll have to be like a super lawyer. Your low level everyday, like, when I bought my house, funny enough, the people, like one part of the mortgage or something, they're like lawyers who do basically the escrow work. I think it was escrow work. Well, the lady who did the lawyer, she basically went to law school, and actually she went, I can't remember where she went, but it wasn't like a chopped liver law school. She was like Duke or somewhere like that. But you know what? She decided to take the mommy track, and she basically worked like a 9 to 5. This was work she could do at home. It wasn't high end, hey, I'm some high powered litigator. It was low end work, basically just looking over paperwork, signing off on it, and moving on. That stuff's going to be done by AI. Her job will probably go away because AI can do it. So, this article is not, garnering sympathy from me anyway. You have to change with the times.
So what do you think people like this? What do you think people like this should do? What should be their strategy going forward?
I have no idea. I mean, I got tired of doing what I was doing. And like after I met my wife, I just decided, what? Now's the time to do a career change. Something I probably should have been doing all along was computers. So, I went to a boot camp, basically used my GI Bill to go to a boot camp and, picked up a job. Like I had a job before I left the boot camp. And you want to know why? And I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. I was like, there were maybe 40 people taking the class, and I was one of the older ones. And I was like number 3 in my class. I just didn't know, I'd been working in the industry for a while, but you know what? I had a job right out of before the boot camp was over. And better than that, the number 1 guy interviewed for the same job that I did. And I got the job because I wasn't a dork. So number in a way, I wound up being number one out of the lot because I got the highest paying job, and it would for a start out for a person changing career, it was a decent salary. So hard work pays off. Trying to stay ahead, and you know what? Don't write articles about it. Just fucking change your job. Go
Yeah.
for it. Even now, I wasn't yet 40 at the time. So, the older you get, the harder it is. But I was still young enough at the time to be picked up, basically an entry level position. So it can be done, but you need to be keeping up with what's going on is my idea.
Yeah, true.
Fred says hi.
Hey Fred, how you doing? Yeah, so why I'm able to join now, I'll leave shortly though. Why? Because today is public
Okay, yeah,
holiday.
I'll
I'm
give you
supposed
a
to be at
call after
work.
the show. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll give you a call after the show, but I'm glad you came up. I think it's the first time you've been on here.
Yeah. It's because today is a public holiday and I'm at home,
Oh,
although I'm
cool.
leaving for a function shortly. So I just had
I
to jump
see.
on in. Yeah.
Well, no,
Good
I'm
show.
glad you
Good show.
did. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So we'll see. Fred, we'll see too. All right, Stanley.
All right. Well, take it easy, Charles. We'll talk later on today.
Yeah.
Have a good day. So I'm not going to even bother finishing this article. It's too sad. So we will move on. That folks was a old friend of mine now, who does a show from Lagos, Nigeria. He's Critical African Thinkers, a good politics show. So I highly recommend. I should have had him drop his show information. So Wall Street Journal is kind of where I'm gonna stop the news part. I have no videos lined up. So if anybody has any YouTube video, if you've noticed, I haven't been doing much pop the balloon lately because, so many people are anti pop the balloon. So I've got like 6 or 7 that I've been sitting on. So, at one point this week or maybe towards the weekend, I'm going to do like back to back pop the balloons just to get through them all. But never say that I don't hear you all. And there are people who still ask, hey, let's watch Pop the Balloon. So, it's a mixed crowd. It's the people who are anti Pop the Balloon that have the loudest voices, apparently. So let's see what's in the Wall Street Journal. I see death toll from earthquakes climbs in Myanmar, and I haven't really kept up with it. It says here, let me blow it up. Says here, more than 2,000 people are confirmed dead, but the toll was expected to rise sharply. So, we went from that initial like 80 or whatever the number was to over 2,000 now. So, Diwali wants to know why MAGA hates Pop the Balloon. I don't know that that's true. I think that the hatred for Pop the Balloon is just across the board. And some people like it. I would say it's 50-50. Uncle Fatty says they say it's the deepest quake ever measured. 7.7. I'm not. I have no idea. So let's see what's out. What else is in the Wall Street Journal? I'm just going to scan through it because the format is, not that great. I can only afford the print edition. I can't afford the digital edition. Let's see. Across the board rise of 20%. Trump weighs broader, higher tariffs. Across the board rise of 20% is back on the table before the Wednesday deadline. So he's talking about adding more money. Damn. Greedy, greedy, greedy. You know what? Let's see. What's news? Business and finance. Let's do this column here. Let's see. Prospective home buyers are starting to move off the sidelines because of life events, real estate agents and buyers said, even as mortgage rates and house prices remain stuck. Apple is clashing with Elon Musk in its push to eliminate cell phone dead spots with satellite technology, pitting one of the world's most valuable companies against the billionaire. Might have to look into that story. In its push to eliminate cell phone dead spots. Foreign investors, you know what? I like dead spots, to be honest. Sometimes I don't want cell phone service. Foreign investors are racking up issues or losses in U.S. markets as the American exceptionalism trade sputters and the potential for deep collateral damage looms. Oh, that does sound like a story I want to look at. Let's go to B1. Let's see here. Let's see. Man, this A section is long. B1. Okay, U.S. trade risks, global fallout. So foreign investors retreat as America's sell-off this year reverses their gains. Let's see. The superior performance of U.S. investments over the past decade plus has been a giant magnet for the world's money. Foreign investors own almost 20% of all U.S. equities, compared with 7% at the start of this century. Goldman Sachs data shows. So now foreigners are racking up losses as the so-called American exceptionalism trade sputters. The Trump administration's tariff whiplash doubts about the U.S. artificial intelligence trade and the recession fears have rattled U.S. markets this year, even as European ones have rallied. Yeah, Trump is playing with fire here. Okay, so let's look at this. Apple and Musk tussle over satellite expansion. Apple is clashing with Elon Musk in its push to eliminate cell phone dead spots with satellite technology. The iPhone maker is investing heavily in satellite-based communication that keeps users connected in places where traditional wireless signals aren't available. Musk's SpaceX, meanwhile, has launched more than 550 satellites that provide cell phone connectivity via its Starlink service. To build capacity, the companies are competing for valuable spectrum rights, airways to carry their signals, which are in limited supply. Apple's outer space investments have drawn Musk's ire. People familiar with the matter said. SpaceX has pushed federal regulators to stall an Apple-funded satellite expansion effort. Conflict intensified in recent months after SpaceX and its partner T-Mobile sought Apple's cooperation to offer Starlink on iPhones, some of the people said. Companies engaged in tense discussions and eventually reached an agreement that allows the SpaceX and T-Mobile satellite cell phone service, which will debut this summer, to appear seamlessly on newer iPhones. Apple retains tight control over the iPhone's largely closed software ecosystem. Feud between Musk and Apple over satellite service pits the world's richest man against one of the world's most valuable companies. Yeah, Elon Musk does not need to be in government. This is bullshit. I am, this is a bad idea that Trump has. They said 1,000 after a 30-second walk. Their typical homes for sale are currently sold with 14-day on the market for slightly over asking cost. I see. Oh, so you think he's actually Lex Luthor? That's actually pretty funny, Calvin. I hadn't thought of that. And he was balding, but Lex Luthor has hair plugs or whatever he's got. All right. Well, let's see. We can go back to page 1. You know what? Actually, this reminds me. I want to look at I was actually thinking about doing a video essay on why exactly Musk is alone on the Doge stage. You definitely need to magnify that. Here's why Vivek Ramaswamy ditched Doge, and it has got to do something with Elon Musk. So let's see here. Give me 1 sec. While we're waiting, we can sightsee Greenwich Village. I kind of miss New York City. It's been years since I've been there. So let's get back to this Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's see here. This is an old story. This is back from 23rd of January. And I never actually got the full story about how Vivek Ramaswamy didn't wind up at Doge. I always assumed it was because of that comment he made about American culture. So it says here, Vivek Ramaswamy has stepped down from his role as the co-chair of the newly established.
And if I missed anything, please feel free to add.
Less than a month
Thank
to
you,
realize that
Shraddha.
this
You
is by
very
far
kind
the first
words
breakfast.
and
Because
a
what do you
very
want in a
flattering
destination that will
introduction.
promote advanced
So thank you
finance
for
and
that.
advanced
I
technology?
think
Really,
we
you
all
want
try
only
to
three
make an
things.
impact, a
Number
drop
one,
in the ocean.
that the
right?
environment
So
moves fast.
there's still
Number
lots to
two,
be done
there are lots
and
of other
lots to
people
be
like you,
looking
thereby
forward
an
to.
ecosystem
Can I
gets
just say, for
created.
you, I
And
think
number
you're not a
three,
drop in the ocean. You're actually
there is
creating the
not
waves. So
an automatic air of
with that,
suspicion
let's
around
delve
everything new,
into getting
right? And
Where
Dubai,
is
I
this
think,
audio
ranks number
coming
one in
from?
all three of those.
Wow, all three of them.
All three of those.
So moving to now the startup scenario here in Web3, you're also an investor. So you can sniff out a good startup from a not so good one. So what are some of the aspects that you look at when you're investing in startups, and how can startups from around the world, especially India, really come here and make use of
Oh,
the
there we go.
ecosystem that Dubai is providing,
Got
which is
all
in
this
your words?
audio playing. Damn. It's embedded audio. and just kind of randomly plays there. So Vivek Ramaswamy has stepped down from his role as co-chair of the newly established Department of Government Efficiency, which he was set to lead alongside Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Pretty recently reported The Independent. According to the Independent, the departure of Vivek Ramaswamy was eventually confirmed shortly after the inauguration of Donald Trump, which is being attributed to deep philosophical differences regarding the direction and function of Doge. Vivek Ramaswamy had initially been enthusiastic about the mission of Doge to streamline all sorts of government operations and thus reduce federal spending through budget cuts and mass firings. However, severe tensions arose between Vivek Ramaswamy and Tesla CEO Elon Musk over their differing approaches. While Vivek Ramaswamy advocated for dismantling the administrative state using existing laws and reducing the federal workforce at the same time, Musk focused on leveraging technology and data mining to achieve similar goals. This clash of visions ultimately led to the exit of Vivek Ramaswamy, as well as several speculations arose about his political ambitions, specifically a potential gubernatorial run in the state of Ohio. In spite of publicly maintaining a good relationship with the Tesla CEO, Musk, several insiders reported the recent comments of Vivek Ramaswamy on American culture and immigration issues that strained his standing with some U.S. President Donald Trump's allies, noted Independent. Man, the English in this article is horrible. I suspected as much that it was really Vivek's comments offended a bunch of white people about their culture, about them embracing a culture of mediocrity, which I wholeheartedly agreed with. Let's see. Your mother just got back from New York City, Kelvin. Interesting. Yeah, well, can you really be fired from a job you're not paid for, 12th man? Supposedly they're not taking a salary, at least I thought. So, yeah, Vivek, to be honest with you, Vivek should have been the one to go, and Elon Musk should have been the one to leave. You know, at least Vivek, I would trust Vivek more so to be more humane and less autistic. And by the way, Elon Musk has never been diagnosed with autism or anything like that. This is just a self-description. I listened to someone talking about his mother being interviewed about his supposed autism. And, you know, she basically said, well, he was never diagnosed. You know, she just kind of trusts what he said about the topic. And I think Elon Musk is just an asshole. It has nothing to do with autism. Now, you know, you can be odd without being autistic. And then I had one more story because the Economic Times obviously is an Indian publication. And then the New Republic, which would be my preferred left of center publication. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, 12th man. I guess you're right. So the real reason Elon Musk forced Vivek Ramaswamy out of Doge, I would just say he was racist. That's an easy low-hanging fruit thing. Sounds like Elon Musk didn't enjoy sharing the spotlight. So this says Vivek Ramaswamy was pushed out of the fledgling Department of Government Efficiency because his vision didn't align with the Sieg-Heiling shadow president, Elon Musk, according to an exclusive report from the Washington Post. Sieg-Heiling. Ramaswamy was behind November's Wall Street Journal op-ed that outlined a plan to slash trillions of dollars worth of essential government service and contract out the functions of the administrative state. He wanted DOGE to function more like a think tank, determining which government agencies could be shut down and which regulations could be repealed without congressional approval. So, in other words, Vivek Ramaswamy wanted to take a more measured approach and didn't want to do slash and burn. While Ramaswamy focused on that, Musk was meant to focus on spending and technology. But the technocrat billionaire glued to the president's side was reportedly on an entirely different page about how to best eviscerate the administrative state, according to several people who spoke with the Post, and his vision seems to have won out. Monday's executive order officially establishing the Department of Government Efficiency was merely a rebranding of the U.S. Digital Service, an Obama-era group created to respond to manage issues with the Affordable Care Act's website. And that now determines best practices for the government use of technology. Okay, well, John Galt did mention that it was a rebranding and repurposing, but it was repurposing and more a mission update. While it seems like a pivot from creating a brand new agency, they didn't create an agency, they just repurposed it. While it seems like a pivot from creating a brand new agency, this charge is far more aligned with Musk's technology forward vision for the organization. It also lands him a White House office and all the unfettered access it entails. The executive order gave Musk full and prompt access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems, a privilege that will likely benefit the billionaire technocrat who has already made tens of billions of dollars from government contracts. Yeah. So, I'm not going to burden everyone with that long opinion piece, but bottom line is, sounds like Ramaswamy wanted to use brain and Elon wanted to use brawn. So, that's that. So anyway, we'll get back to the Wall Street Journal here. See if there's anything else that that bears scrutiny. And by the way, folks, the morning roast is scheduled for I think it's 9:30 a.m. So you can stay tuned for that circus. Because I'm probably not going to go too much longer here. I'm starting to get a little winded. Trump's support for Waltz is on shaky ground. I thought so. Because it's the fallout has lasted, several news cycles now. So it's not surprising. Trump does not like negative publicity. And then Republicans brace for early test. I assume that's Florida. Yep. Maine's no-nonsense governor goes head-to-head with the president. She looks like she's no-nonsense. Teal protege, is leading Trump's AI China strategy. Richard Chamberlain died. Many of you are probably too young to remember the Thornbirds. Myanmar rescuers frantically dig by hand. Latest catastrophe further tests junta's grip on power. As I imagined it would. Excuse me. Let's see. Quake had several features. Adding to destructiveness. Says here, it was a slip strike earthquake caused by two tectonic plates sliding past each other. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake that struck central Myanmar on Friday was one of the most powerful in the region in years. While the number of deaths and extent of the destruction remain unclear, here is why experts fear the toll could be high and the damage extensive, and what to know about the science behind the earthquake. It was likely caused by strike-slip faulting, in which tectonic plates, massive slabs of rock on the Earth's crust that are always slowly moving, brush horizontally past each other in subduction. In subduction earthquakes, by contrast, one tectonic plate is thrust beneath the other. Interesting. Scientists believe this quake occurred in the vicinity of the long, straight Sagaing Fault, which runs through the middle of the country. Several plates converge in Myanmar, and earthquakes are common. The U.S. Geological Service says that since 1900, there have been 6 others of magnitude 7 or greater in the vicinity of the latest one. A quake in 1990 caused 32 buildings to fall, and dozens were killed by another in 1988. But Myanmar hadn't in recent times suffered a mass casualty earthquake event. Wow. All right. Well, essentially it was strike slip faulting. So that's probably what you were talking about, Uncle Fatty. Let's see. Any thoughts about the series of streams from the weekend? I'm curious of your opinion. Which ones? Like the one that Truism did, Deacon Dave? I have thoughts on it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a video essay about it. So what other streams are you talking about? Other than, the YouTube streets are a rough place to be. That's pretty much my thoughts on it. And as far as the video essay that I'm going to do about truisms, actually, I'm going to do a video essay on a couple of his streams, and not the one he threw me out of, by the way, but the one from the night before. I do have thoughts on that one. Other than, just typical YouTube behavior. I don't know what to think. I mean, I noticed that Truism and Imperious got on, basically criticizing me for being, basically they were saying I was senile, which, I don't particularly mind Truism. That thing that the Sucor sucker thing. He obviously doesn't have a good command of English. I generally don't mispronounce words that I know. And Sucor is a perfectly good pronunciation. If he ever read a book or watched a movie, he would know that. It's almost like advertisement versus advertisement. Both are correct. One might be preferable over the other, but I know Be Brave. Be Brave had a show yesterday, and And I noticed he did put my name in the title. So, as far as Be Brave stream, I'm just going to say nothing is off the table. I told him not to use my name in his show titles, and he insists on doing it. And, there are consequences to actions is all I have to say. Now, what those actions will be, like I said, nothing's off the table. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, good morning, Stanley. I had a question along those lines. Like I noticed when I share this channel to my channel, like through StreamYard, like it says copyright under all of them, like all the
Copyright?
restreams I've done. And I'm wondering, like, am I in some kind of violation or?
Well, no, occasionally what happens is I'll give you a good example. There was a one of those old Disney cartoons I played. Supposedly the cartoons are in public domain, and I showed maybe 4 or 5, and if there were 5 of them, 4 of them I played with no problem whatsoever. The 5th one got a copyright violation. However, you have the option to go and trim those parts out, which I did for that Disney. But here's the deal. That particular cartoon, the base cartoon is in the public domain, but what Disney did is they rebroadcast it on another Disney show. So the cartoon was good. It was just that the cartoon was restreamed on a Disney platform that was able to say, hey, we have a copyright. It was like, just say, the cartoon was Steamboat Willie. Well, if the Wide World what was the old Disney show? The Wonderful World of Disney. Steamboat Willie can be in the public domain, but if they show it on the Wide World of Disney, well, the Wide World of Disney is copyrighted. So it was like a second layer, but all I did was go in and trim the cartoon out. And then I simulcast to my channel and John Galt's channel. So in that particular case, Portia had to trim the cartoon out of the copy that went to the John Galt channel, and I had to go in and trim it out of the copy that went to the Stanley Cross channel. So the other day I had something that had never happened before. I don't even know. There was like 5-second that I had like 5 copyright issues, but they were all like less than 10 seconds. I don't even know what video had the music. I didn't notice it. So what I did is I just went in and trimmed out those 5 sections, and it's fine.
Right on. Yeah, but like if you look at my channel, Stanley, you could see how many times I've restreamed the John Galt channel, and beneath every one of those, I was looking at it today. It says copyright.
Now the other thing, let me tell you one other thing to interrupt you here.
Copyrighted, like they're not striking me or nothing.
Hold on, there's one other thing you need to know. That closing song gets a copyright every time, and it says, hey, it doesn't affect your channel. You can trim that out. It's like a minute long, minute and a half long, something like that. It gets copyrighted every time. That you know what I'm talking about, that ending song where it talks about ways to cash app, and then it starring John Get Cry. That for some reason or another gets a copyright. It's called Go Wave. I don't know why, but anyway, it's not a big
That's
deal.
weird.
Trim it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
it'll say it doesn't
sometimes.
affect. It'll say it doesn't affect your channel, but I haven't been trimming out that end song. I don't know if Portia does, but there's some little things where it'll say, "Hey, there's a copyright issue, but it doesn't affect your channel."
Right.
You know what, HB, you're right. And Portia owns the copyright, so somehow or another, the copyright only works for John's channel and not my channel. That's what it is.
Oh.
And that it's not a big deal. Either trim it out or don't.
Yeah.
I haven't been. Now, once
Well,
the channel gets if the channel gets monetized, I may have to do it.
Sometimes if I'm on panel, I'll restream like whatever anyone on here is saying or whatever, and so I don't know if I can go back and cut stuff out of other people's videos.
Sure, you can.
Like
If
that.
you stream it to your channel, you own it. Like I streamed Stanley versus the World to my channel. That means there are two copies of it. One on my channel, I'm responsible for. The one on the John Galt channel, Portia's or John.
And if I restream y'all, then I'm responsible for that part.
Correct. That will be a third copy, which you basically own and are responsible for trimming anything out or, that sort of thing.
Right. Well, I think if like you and Portia are already trimming stuff or whatever, then won't that reflect back on the original video or no?
Wait, hold on. Uncle Fatty said something here. 12, you gotta commentate the vids. You can't just restream without pausing and making it unique to you. I'm not sure. I mean, like I'm restreaming right now, Uncle Fatty. Like I'm restreaming. Basically, they're going to be two copies of Stanley versus the World. So I think what 12th Man is saying is if he comes up on the panel, he sets up a restream to his channel. So there would be a third copy.
Yeah. I don't always do that, but I have a bunch of times, and
Right.
I didn't know, like, like, say Portia comes and cuts some stuff out of that stream, wouldn't that automatically reflect on the restream?
Nope.
Damn.
Like if I like today at the end of this show, I don't have admin rights to John's channel, but I do, of course, have owner rights to my channel. So if I cut something out of my copy of it, it does not cascade or whatever the word would be to the copy that John has.
Right.
It's a standalone. I could delete it from my channel and it would still remain on John's channel because I don't have those sorts of rights.
Well, I like sometimes when it gets heated up in here or whatever, some of those streams are pretty badass, and I'll restream it. And yeah, sometimes I do go back and watch them, shit like that. But so far, YouTube hadn't gotten on my ass for it. So
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of over, all this back and forth. Now, the thing is about the only thing I actually get heated over are politics. Or in 12th Man in B Brave's case, just sheer idiocy. Willfully ignorant people annoy me because I don't suffer fools gladly. So yeah, that's liable to get under my skin. But otherwise, I'm pretty chill.
Yeah, we always get along real good, Stanley, when we're not talking about politics.
Exactly. And you know, drinking beer doesn't help.
Drinking anything doesn't help.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't know. If you're drinking a glass of milk, you'll be okay.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean.
Right.
Doesn't matter whether it's beer, wine, or whiskey. Kind of all the same shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some whiskey. After doing that news story on the small batch distillers, kind of made me want some bourbon.
Yeah, I heard you
Unfortunately,
could
the
buy
liquor
barrels
store.
of it. Can't you buy a
Well,
whole barrel of bourbon down there? Where it's all
I'm
made?
not buying. I mean, it's just me. I'm not going to buy a whole barrel. Probably. My problem is that the liquor store that's nearest me is like out of the way. You know, I don't ever go over that way. So, you know, if I went over that way, it would be specifically to go to the liquor store. And you know, if I'm over that way, but I never am, you know, the only time I ever pass it is on my way to the VA clinic, you know, for checkups. And usually I'm in a hurry to get there. So let's see, what does this say?
The VA treats you pretty good there, Stanley?
Well, yeah, it's you know, it's just a clinic. Now the medical center, the main medical center in Atlanta, you know, it's just big and a lot of people.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I've never, other than, you know, for some types of appointments like orthopedic appointments, you will wait months for, and sometimes there's a bit of a wait when you get there for an appointment. But you got to think, you know, the orthopedics department of a VA medical center will treat everybody with prosthetic limbs. And, you know, after Iraq and Afghanistan, you got all kinds of people with artificial limbs and other types of joint problems.
Yes, sir.
So you can imagine, you know, they see a ton of patients for different reasons. So other than the orthopedics and sometimes getting x-rays, there'll be a bit of a line. Now there's never a line at the clinic that I go to, but if I ever have, excuse me, if I ever have to do x-rays at the main center, there is a, let me take some water here. There is a wait, but they also have it systematized. You know, they do have a system for getting people through there quickly. But sometimes, you know, if you got 100 people waiting on x-rays, it's going to be a wait.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm a little disappointed.
The other good thing is if you do need x-rays, if it's not a rush, you can come back another time for x-rays. Like if I'm at the main medical center in Decatur, I think you can say, hey, I don't have time for x-rays today. I'll go to the VA clinic nearest me. They've got an x-ray machine. So you can do that. You don't have to, if you don't have time to wait for an x-ray, you can come back or go to a, you know, satellite clinic.
Yeah, the VA had my stepdad on lithium for, I don't know, probably a few decades. And then they come out and say it's toxic. So I'm not rolling.
Well, they used lithium.
Yeah.
They used lithium for decades.
Yeah, and then
I mean,
it came out and
it's
said
not
it's
the
toxic.
it's not the VA. It's not the
Took
VA's
everybody
fault.
off it.
Right, but it's not the VA's fault. It was approved, for decades.
And sometimes I think that might have led to his heart attack death that he had. Like I think that he probably would still be around for a few more years, if
Well, not
he
not
wasn't
being a
taking that shit for all those years.
not being a doctor, I can't really say one way or the other.
Right.
I will
Well,
say,
me
you
neither.
know what? I was looking at this. Speaking of medical, says here, this is in the Wall Street Journal, Wall Street Journal's opinion section. RFK Jr. is vindicating his critics. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been Secretary of Health and Human Services for all of 6 weeks, but he's already vindicating his critics. First, he downplayed a measles outbreak in Texas. Then he reportedly hired a trial lawyer ally to work on a government study of the link between vaccines and autism. Now he has pushed out a top Food and Drug Administration official because he helped accelerate approval of COVID vaccines. Mr. Kennedy grabbed headlines on Thursday by proposing to consolidate sundry HHS agencies and cut 20,000 jobs. The bloated department could use some shrinking. Most of his plan, such as refocusing the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on its core mission of preparing for and responding to infectious disease outbreaks, isn't radical. What is disturbing are news reports that Mr. Kennedy has tapped David Geer, a longtime vaccine critic, to assist with the CDC study of vaccines and autism. The White House hasn't confirmed the reports, but HHS lists Mr. Geer in its staff directory as a senior data analyst. Yeah, Trump is just why anyone would hire a non-medical professional to run the Health and Human Services is concerning. Someone's making.
Sorry,
I'm
Stanley.
sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I heard that RFK was promoting the measles vaccine here recently. I know I'm setting up an appointment to get mine, and
well, when
the
you say
shingles
measles,
vaccine too.
yeah, shingles.
Just,
right. Shingles are a problem.
I had chicken pox when I was a kid, so I'm a good candidate for getting shingles too. So I want to get both those vaccines.
Never had it actually. I had a friend of mine, work friend of mine, get it, and yeah, it was ugly. Dude was in a lot of pain.
Yeah, that shit sucks. So if you had the chicken pox, then you should probably get the shingles vaccine. You had the chicken pox when you were a kid, because those are the people that get it.
All right. Well, that is the Wall Street Journal.
I'm not totally anti-vax. I was pretty much against just that, mRNA shit or whatever, that DNA vaccine, like.
Well, RNA vaccine, I have no problems with the RNA vaccines. I understand how they work, and as a matter of fact, they're actually brilliant. It's a brilliant technology. It's different strokes for different folks. I don't have a problem with people. The trouble with these sorts of anti-vax people is that it's kind of a herd thing. Vaccines, not having vaccines actually affects other people. If you could just contain the damage to yourself, I'm perfectly fine with people not getting vaccines. It's just that other people can get sick. You know, if you live out in a cabin like Ted Kaczynski and decide not to get vaccinated, I have no problem. Well, exactly, Uncle Fatty, social contract theory. So, you know, I'm not going to get off on a huge tangent, but, you know, because to be honest, I'm not that interested. You know, people should do what they want to do and accept the consequences one way or the other.
Well, I did get a COVID vaccine, Stanley, but it was the Novavax or whatever. It's that basically it was built on traditional protein-based vaccine, and so I didn't have a problem with that one. I just didn't want to do the Pfizer or that Moderna or none of that shit.
So let's see. I don't really like I said, I have a bunch of pop the balloons, but you know, I'm really not in a pop the balloon mood. Deacon Dave, are you still in the chat? If so, take it easy, Fred. Oh, you left a while ago, Fred. Hey, Lead, how you doing? What was I gonna say? Let me go and look at my videos because I know I did have some. But I don't think any of them were really for today. Oh yeah. No, there's nothing today. Though
Was that one guy you played from India or wherever he lives? You know I'm talking. I always forget his name, Stanley.
No, I don't.
I'm not sure where he's from, but that
What was the
darker
video?
skinned fella.
What was the video about?
Well, he just talks about all kinds of different stuff.
You mean a video from today?
No, that one guy you play sometimes. Damn it. Wish I could remember his name. Looks like he might be from Africa. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to wrap this up here shortly because I don't, other than pop the balloons, I don't really have any more news. I guess I could go to the Washington Post or something. We'll just have a look at, see if there are any headlines, but
not the Compost.
Well, I now have ground news. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. This is a better idea. Let's look at Google News. See if there's anything in there. Let's see. Wisconsin Supreme Court. We looked at that. Marie Le Pen barred from running for public office. Ooh.
Who is she again?
She ran for president of France. She's been she's basically like a far right party, whatever it's called. I don't even remember what the party's called, but you know, she's run for president several times, but apparently she misappropriated funds or something like that. during her last camp. Oh yeah, it says Maxine Le Pen. Maxine Le
Yeah, I
Pen
remember her
banned
now.
from running for French presidency in 2027 and giving a 4-year sentence. Oh wow!
In jail or prison?
Apparently.
No shit.
I don't know if she'll be in jail, but it's a 4-year sentence. French far-right leader barred from running for public office for 5 years with immediate effect after guilty verdict in trial. Well, it's a good thing. France will convict actual criminals, unlike the United States. She failed her father. That's funny.
What'd she do? Just misappropriate some funds or something? I mean, really?
Embezzled funds from her own campaign or something like that. I mean, I'm not that concerned, to be honest. One world leftist at it again. Yeah. Whatever, Brian. No
Well, that's
woman
like,
named Meg.
look at Nancy Pelosi and all that insider trading. Why don't we lock her up?
Because she's never been convicted, for starters. This woman was convicted. I don't know that Nancy Pelosi's ever even been on trial for something like that.
Well, how do they go in there being worth, like a few $100,000, and then a few years later they're worth millions upon millions?
Okay, well,
does
what
that
do you?
work?
Well, hold on. You do realize American politics has always been like that. I mean, it's like any other career. I mean, if you go to be a doctor, don't you expect to make money?
Yeah, the agreed salary, but they're not making all those millions
Well,
off
hold
of
on. No,
their
no, no,
little
no,
six-figure
no.
salary.
There's nothing saying they can't invest their money. You know what? I think people actually have the wrong idea of this American politics. If you go back and you look at the Constitutional Convention and the first few presidents, the only one who wasn't fantastically rich was John Adams, and he wasn't poor. So American politics has been full of money and people who want to make money since the beginning. So where the people got this Mr. Smith goes to Washington, oh gee shucks idea of American politics, that's a myth. The reality is politicians want to make money like anybody else. And I think we should get money out of politics, and people ought to be, straight shooters. And I agree that you shouldn't be going to office to get rich. But the bottom line is it's a career like any other, and it's always been that way. And it's not going to change. I mean, we got the world's richest man working to slash our government. So that should never be. And then we hear about, the fight between Apple and Starlink for supremacy in the skies for iPhones. This man is like the co-president of the United States, and he's fighting corporations for dollars. So I don't buy the idea. I mean, believe me, Elon Musk is going to leave. Other than Tesla, if Tesla doesn't hurt him too bad, he's going to leave richer than he came in to politics. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I definitely see your point, Stanley. I think that's one reason why we need a term limit. That way these people aren't around. So, like, the president has term limits, so that all these people.
Well, the reason the president
need a term
the
limit,
reason
like.
the reason the president has term limits is because the position has so much power. And
But
you could argue that the people are the term limits, the voters are the term limits.
yeah, you always have to come back to that. I agree. Like if you want to complain, just look around. What was it like? 30% of America voted. I mean, that's pathetic. So yeah.
Well, to be honest, if I had the magic wand, I would break the two-party system into 4 parties and then go from there. But the thing is that American politics is designed for 2 parties. It's just how it's evolved over the years. Remember, at first, George Washington and the framers of the Constitution thought there should be no parties. But, I think that was naive. But, basically,
That
I
was
think,
naive.
and there's some people who say they agree with me that there are actually, in reality, there are 4 different parties at a minimum. It's just one of the parties has been folded into the Democrats and the other is folded into the Republicans. I don't think MAGA is conservative, and I don't even see MAGA and quote Republicans is the same animal. Mitt Romney there will be overlap, of course, but the Mitt Romney Republican Party is nothing like the Donald Trump MAGA Party.
Well, we've been pushing those globalist asshats out of the Republican Party since the Tea Party back in
Okay, well, you're not going to tell me.
2007,
You're not going to tell
2008.
me. You're not going to tell me Donald Trump isn't a globalist, and Elon Musk certainly is a globalist.
A different type, though, I think.
Well, globalist is a
Different
globalist.
kind of globalist.
Yeah, okay. I think that there are still plenty of globalists in the Republican Party, and I think Elon Musk, basically being, Tesla especially, they sell Teslas all over the world. There's showrooms in Germany and London. He has enough presence overseas to merit protests.
Well, the Mitt Romneys of the world were why we were in the Middle East for 20 plus years.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Never-ending war.
I don't agree with
neocon.
that. We've been in the Middle East since World War II.
You gotta work for them. It's called
actually World War I.
Neocon.
I think that my earliest memory of the U.S. being in the Middle East was the Shah of Iran being toppled. We've been in the Middle East forever.
Well,
it's not a new thing.
We originally started under Jimmy Carter. Stanley, remember the
I'm going to argue that we have been in the Middle East for oil ever since the end of World War II, if not World War I. Standard Oil or American oil companies have been in the Middle East since the early 20th century.
Yeah. I watched a movie about that one time.
Yeah, British Petroleum, American Standard Oil. I think they've been in the Middle East, and it's been years since I've even thought about it. But America in the Middle East is not a new thing.
No,
it's just mushroomed. Basically, ever since the end of colonialism, the Middle East has been volatile, and so is Africa, for that matter. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna end it here, 12th man. I don't.
All right.
I don't think that we've covered everything. And see, notice world, we did not play Pop the Balloon. We did news from start to finish. Well, we did have that little history lesson about Booker T. Washington at the beginning, and tomorrow I've got one on Frederick Douglass. But you know, I want everyone to note I haven't played a Pop the Balloon. You know, we did start one a couple times, but never finished it. So we did nothing but news and opinion and one little history thing. So everyone take note. And anyway, everybody make sure you hit the like button. Oh, Pop the Balloon hasn't gone away, Beef and Brock, but yeah, see, Kelvin likes it. Kelvin's disappointed. So Kelvin, we will probably towards the end of this week. However, I just want everybody to know that I can choose to do Pop the Balloon. I've got shitloads of news we can do, especially now that I've got ground news in the Wall Street Journal. I could do wall to wall news. And then we're at about 4.5 hours. So it's 8 o'clock. Yep, this is good enough.
I was hoping Virgo would come up and we'd do some cooking shows or something.
She was supposed to contact me if she wanted to do them Saturday night into Sunday morning, and she never did. But we'll get around to it. What I ought to do is just do it during a regular show. But I'll try and get with her and see if we can do one Friday.
Right on.
Pop the Balloon is a cornerstone of this show. Since when has Pop the Balloon been a cornerstone of this show, Deacon Dave? As a matter of fact, if it was, I am genuinely, I'm telling the truth when I say it was Portia who even alerted me that it existed. And I got curious more so, kind of know what young people are doing these days as far as the dating scene. And then I've come to enjoy it, you know, looking at the weird things people do in their dating rituals. But I wouldn't say it's the cornerstone of this show. The cornerstone of this show is politics and culture. And I think Pop the Balloon fits the culture aspect. So, you know, it is what it is. And by the way, Dave, did I answer your questions about my thoughts on the shows this weekend? The weekend's over is my main thought. And, you know, things are still on the table. If I say something, there's always the chance that I'm actually going to do it. People have been warned about, you know, what's going to piss me off and what's not. So they get what they get. Or they don't. You know what? I probably take these things much too seriously. As a matter of fact, Kimmy Cakes made an interesting comment about the show Friday morning into Friday night into Saturday morning, I think it was. You know, she made the comment that, you know, some people are in it to win. I say let's not use the word win, but prevail. You know what? I expect to prevail in these arguments. And as far as Crow, as far as truism, I spoke the truth, you know, about my opinion. You know, I think he doesn't know how to respect his elders. And I am going to do a video essay about that. You know, some of the comments he talked about Lady Boulay, you know, the old retired teacher who, you know, has some old fashioned views. We'll just call them old fashioned views about American culture. I have never heard anyone disrespect an old Black woman, veteran teacher, retired teacher. I've literally never heard a young Black person talk about a woman, an elderly woman that way. I was quite frankly appalled. So I will do an essay on that. I just yeah, I lightly touched on the weekend. It was a wild one, but aren't they all wild? This weekend wasn't that unusual, in my opinion. We've had wild weekends before. Dave, were you around when I went after Aphrodamus? I think the Aphrodamus episode was more wild than this weekend. We've had wilder weekends, is my point. So anyway, everybody, make sure you hit the like button. That's right. I got essays for all of you. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button on your way out. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. And
don't forget to hit the bell for all notifications.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So I will be back around 3 tomorrow morning. I don't see any impediments, and I'll make sure I get enough rest today. I don't even have to make dinner. Well, I might make a pizza though, but
that sounds good. I'll make
you know what, Deacon Dave? Why would I go up to his show and curse him out? He has the way his style of speaking is. I would never get a word in edgewise. I would, like I told him, you know what? If you want a history lesson or something, let's go to my classroom. Okay, I'm not going to go over to his show on his territory where I'm at a disadvantage. That would be stupid. The reason I didn't go up on his panel is because I wouldn't have an advantage. It's as simple as that. Remember, I am a Navy veteran. Anytime you get into any sort of battle, even if it's a verbal one, you want the advantage. I don't understand why a grown man can't figure that part out. So no, if it was gonna be a good faith sort of conversation, sure, I'd go up to his panel, but I'm not guaranteed of that. I do know on my panel, it'll be good faith until somebody gets ticked off. So that's that. I always want the advantage and am not shy in saying I want the advantage. And if I go up on somebody else's panel, because I've had the experience on SKC's panel, I've had the experience up on Hood Servatives panel. When you get like 5 people against one, that's not an advantage, and I want the advantage. So, and I have a platform. Why wouldn't I? That's right, Deacon Dave. You are all disadvantaged when not hosting. That's why I didn't go up on the panel. So I know it pissed Truism off, but I don't really give a fuck. He can come up on my panel. Yeah, well, you know what? It's not always good to cook, to be honest. As a matter of fact, you know what? Sunday I didn't go on air because I was just plain old tired. I needed rest from all that rigmarole.
From all that Bud Light, huh, Stanley?
I didn't have as much Bud Light as one might think, but yeah, you know what? You know how it is getting on these panels and the fussing back and forth. It does take a toll. And the one thing I decided to do is not do these 12-hour streams. I did myself a disservice because the other thing is once I get tired, I get short-tempered. Always have. If I'm tired, I will snap. I'll snap at you. And my patience gets worn thin after about 12 hours of being on YouTube. I know this. Yeah, and you know what? I'm also at a disadvantage when I get, kind of let's just use the word churlish.
Yeah, your motherfucker is a
Oh,
sensation all
you know
across
what?
the
And that's
blackosphere, Stanley.
that's a good point, Deacon Dave. It also like $50 to come up on his panel. I wasn't about to pay $50 to get up on his
What?
panel. I'm poor. That motherfucker, like, I need $50 before I start letting people up. You notice we don't do that on this channel. And we don't
Most
like,
don't.
hey, I have only done the hey, if I kick Solid Snake off one day, and I said, you know what? He's been so bad that you know what? The only way he's coming back up if somebody gives me $50. I'm not letting him up. And I did an auction. I'm like, hey, you know what? Here's my Cash App. Here's my Cash App. Y'all donate. If you want to see Solid Snake back up here, y'all better donate. When we hit 50, I'll let him back up. And
I've
we
seen
hit 50.
Portia gave him a wrench in the chat though.
Oh, it doesn't
Did you
matter. I'll
see
still
that,
kick
Stanley?
I'll still kick him off. That his wrench doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at that, but
I don't know why.
Portia is the CEO, so she can do what she wants.
Well, you know what? And Portia will take responsibility for that decision too.
Well, I always thought you've been a good moderator, Stanley. Like you don't time people out or block people or hide people from the channel.
Well, the chat,
like
the chat.
that, and that's a mark for a good moderator right there.
Well,
You know what
as
I'm
far as
saying?
I'm concerned, the chat is kind of a free for all, unless somebody starts getting abusive.
Right.
I think the chat is just fine, and I should pay less attention to the chat, to be honest with you. But it is what it is.
Well, I think you do a good job at responding to people in the chat and all that, Stanley. You do a good show, man.
Well, thanks. I actually, I've been looking at the numbers. The numbers for a Monday morning has been pretty high. InNate TV, amazing show, John. Well, thank you, John. John will appreciate it, InNate. When are you and Be Brave gonna do an honest chat? We've done them in the past. We just vehemently disagree on his assessment of race in America. Why do a debate when you know that nobody's going to change their mind? And I'm not Deacon Dave. I'm not a debate bro. I find debates of limited value. I would rather have a quote conversation, and if it gets hot and heavy, it gets hot and heavy. And as you know, I'm only half joking when I say that ad hominems are part of my strategy. You know what? I have no problems calling people what I think they are. So part of the reason I'm not a debate bro is I'm not going to follow debate rules. That's for high school.
What's up, HP? What you hauling today?
Hey, just some recycled paper. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning, HP.
Oh man, looks like a German Shepherd got loose. God damn.
Oh,
on a highway?
No, I'm at a shipper now, and he's like running outside the gate. Poor doggy.
Oh shit.
Oh, Jesus.
His master better get him under control.
I know, right? It's a freaking German Shepherd. You know, we have some history with those dogs. 12th man. So,
He can't be saying German, or he might be associated with Hitler, or a Nazi, or something.
Well, as a kid, I had 2 German Shepherds at 2 different times. They're great dogs.
They are good
Yeah.
dogs. They are good dogs. They got a lot of health issues, but they are good dogs.
Yeah, all them thoroughbreds.
Have been overbred.
Yeah. That's why I'd rather have a mutt than a thoroughbred. Mutts don't have all those health issues and shit.
Yeah. Oh man. So Stanley, we're not gonna be able to get the face off.
The what?
We're not gonna be able to get the face off.
What face off?
The Cross versus Brave, Thriller in Manila.
Well, if he comes over here, I guess we could.
Oh wow. Yeah, he said he'd do it anywhere.
Yeah, well, you know what? The thing is we have the same debate every time. I think he is willfully ignorant and just an out and out racist. And he knows what I think of him. You know what? He's a great guy for a racist. What can I say?
Hey, he's probably one of the most charismatic racists I've ever met.
Yeah, well, he can enjoy his panels without me on them.
Yeah, it'd be like Tyson Holyfield. Yeah, man.
No, but like I said, as far as I'm concerned, nothing is off the table. I pretty much told him, what I thought about, using my name. At first it was kind of cute, but he consistently misquotes or takes me out of context. And, I'm just at a point to where I'm kind of tired of it. If you're going to disagree with me, at least get the quotes right.
Fury versus Wilder. Stanley is like Wilder too. He's just looking for that punch, that knockout, man.
I like to
I don't even know. Is that what is it? Is that the what is it? The UFC, yeah.
No, those are Tyson and Fury are boxers.
Oh, okay.
But that
I like to say grand rising to the panel in the chat.
Good morning.
Well, grand rising, and I'm on my way out.
Hello to the white man. Hello. I just wanted to say that honestly, you can only debate your lived experiences. Brave has lived in a box for 28 years, so he can only tell us about the people who kick his box, the people who don't give him change. So it couldn't be a debate. He doesn't live in the real world. This man in Alaska.
I would honestly,
he's in a better world.
Say that I'm going to do the John Henrik Clark and say, you know what? I only debate with my peers. All others I teach. So,
well, InNate, could you make an argument, or would you accept the argument that he has an internet connection? Maybe that's how he formulates some of his opinions, what he sees online.
Well, the internet is the wrong place to formulate opinions.
Well, the thing about this internet, people go to
watch.
Okay, go ahead, 12.
I want to watch B. Brave build his own heater and burn his trailer down.
Okay.
That would be funny.
Well, he doesn't live in a trailer.
Yeah, he lives in
Looks like
a
one.
cardboard box. Let's see.
I mean, as near as I can tell, because I did watch part of a house tour that he gave. As near as I can tell, it's a pretty nice bachelor pad.
Listen, I don't care how nice it is. If you're shitting and pissing on yourself, it's a shithole. All right.
I like when Stanley called him little numb motherfucker. You little numb motherfucker.
That was pretty funny.
Brave is like 6'3". Why are you calling him a gnome?
He looks well. Have you? He looks like one.
Okay.
You know, if you put on one of those little Smurf hats.
I saw. Okay, I get what you're saying now.
Stanley, like one of those little statue ornaments you put on the porch like a gnome.
Oh. Wait,
No.
so InNate, you don't think since he he has an internet connection.
No. Of course not. Let's look at John, for instance. John watches rappers and gangbangers and then calls them idiots. Look at these gangbanging idiots. Well, they're gangbangers, John. Like, what do you expect? So this is what Brave does. He goes to these channels that hate blacks. And he sits there and say, "Amen, brother. That's right. Amen. Amen. You're right about that. Amen." He doesn't. He just goes to receive his bias, confirmation bias.
Right.
He doesn't really do the research. He stays in his lane of confirmation bias. He goes to where they're going to basically make what he thinks plausible. You're going to go look at idiots and then say, "Hey, look at these idiots. This is all of the idiots. Look." That's improbable. It's not proper. It's not conducive to reality. It's basically an old fart living in a box, living in fantasy land, Neverland. You know, he wants to be brave and go steal everybody's presents on Christmas. You know,
You calling him the Grinch now, Ignat?
yeah, he's the toothless Grinch. That's all he is. I mean, the guy has teeth the size of sunflower seeds. I mean, what the hell?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. After, watching some other shows, I actually think Be Brave is tame. You kind of expect a 70-year-old white man, in his position to have some hot takes on race. What surprises me are the younger black males who have like worse hot takes.
Yeah. Brave. I do agree with you there, Stanley. Like Brave really does kind of hold. He's very tame. Like he holds back.
Well, I won't say tame. I'm going to say not as bad. Because I literally don't think Be Brave gets anything right on race. He's one of the few people I've met who literally there is nothing redeeming that I can think of about his takes on race. Now, one thing, oddly enough, he does come close because I'm halfway through E. Franklin Fraser's The Black Bourgeoisie. He comes close to getting something right about the 70%, but not quite. E. Franklin Fraser basically says that the black middle class is rootless. They are not elite. historically they have no connection. Now I think he was writing during the 40s and 50s, so a lot of things have changed, but I think he gets it right. The black middle class has no connections, or not many connections, to the black working class, and they also don't have connections to that 1% or 10% or whatever. What what we would call the boule. They're rootless. They're well educated, but basically uncultured. So they are uncultured. They're not, quote, gentlemen, and they can't turn a wrench.
Yeah.
So they're kind of useless in his estimation.
Yeah. And I think too, when you really like get down to it too, like a lot of them are like government workers, so they really don't have any roots to.
Well, I wouldn't say they're government workers, because the government workers only form like less than 2% of the total labor force. So now that's the federal government. I'm not taking into account city or state, but I don't buy the argument that most of the black middle class is working for the government. I don't think that's true at all.
No, I don't either, Stanley.
I think maybe that's just anecdotal, but just from my perspective, I know a lot of black people, especially just within my family, like, because I would even consider like school a hand of the government, like teachers and stuff. That's like a kind of like a long arm of the government to a certain extent.
Well, nah, teachers, yeah, but I mean, teachers, I kind of hold sacrosanct. And quite frankly, I don't think there's anything wrong with working for the government. Work is work.
No, there is nothing wrong, but your point is correct though, that it is rootless though. Once you're working for the government, you pretty much disassociate yourself from the working class people.
Well, unless your job is working class. Like, for instance, when my son opened a bank account here, like I guess it was the end of last summer, he had a custodial account that I was going to convert into his account. But we wound up just opening a brand new account. Well, the banker who helped us out there was a former maintenance crew for Georgia Tech. So, those are government workers, but I mean, they're literally out maintaining the grounds. If that's not working class, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those are seasonal jobs, though. Like, especially here in Alaska, like, we hire all kinds of extra people in the summer, and then in the winter they get laid off. They can collect their little unemployment or whatever,
Yeah,
Just how it is.
And that's also the government, the unemployment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is.
But if you're paying into it, then you should be able to draw out of it. I mean, you're taking the taxes out of these people's paychecks every week, bi-weekly or monthly or whatever in the hell it is. And that's going toward other people on unemployment. So.
Hey, we got
that the Huxtable's residence?
It looks like it. We got Virgo up here. Hey, Virgo.
Oh, hey, Virgo.
Hey, Virgo. Ebony.
Well, she might be at work. Are you at work? Virgo, are you at work?
No, last night took a turn.
Oh, wow. What, are you back in the hospital?
No, it's just like now I'm passing the stones and it hurts pretty bad.
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
Did they give you medicine for that?
Yeah, I got pain. I got pain meds, but I don't like to take pain medication,
Yeah.
because with the addiction and stuff like that, you get
Yeah.
addicted to pain meds. Even when I had my back surgery, I never
Well,
took. I took
they
the
do that to
Percocets
scare you.
once.
They do that to scare you off. Believe me. I don't know that I told y'all I had to have a hip revision. How many years ago? Like 5
Yeah, you
years ago
told me
now?
this was before you was married.
Oh, no. Well, I had a hip replacement in my 30s, but back then
Really, Stanley?
the technology, predicted that, hey, that's why they don't like to give young people hip replacements. It wore out after 20 years. So replacing
All
the
right, hold
replacement,
on. My boss is calling. Let
okay.
me. You can continue.
Replacing the replacement is a specialty in and of itself. It's called a hip revision. And believe me, I'm going to take every pain pill they give me because it hurts. And you know what? The problem with me is Tylenol generally doesn't work. So things like Vicodin and that sort of stuff, they're all they're half Tylenol. So there's no worry about me getting addicted because the painkillers really don't do that much except maybe make me drowsy. I don't get like a high or anything. I don't feel particularly good. So yeah. Now they do make like a Percocet or something like that. They do make them with an ibuprofen base. And I can't remember if I actually told the doctor that I needed the ibuprofen version. But anyway, painkillers don't really work that great for me. So if they give them to me, I'm gonna take them. I've had morphine drips. Morphine doesn't do shit for me. It's still pretty painful, but it helps a little bit. But as far as like getting some euphoric high, nah, I've never.
Yeah, you probably need pure opium then. If
I probably do. I remember once, the first time, my first hip replacement. Believe me, my father was in the room, and I told him, if the doctor doesn't give me something soon, I'm going to be in real trouble because I was going into shock. The pain was so bad. So my father went out, like, get the doctor in here. What are we going to do about it? That's why it's always good to have a family member, as an advocate, because the actual patient, doesn't necessarily hold that much sway because the nurse is going to go, no, it's not time for your pain meds. Well, you go to the doctor, or your family member goes to the doctor, explains what the problem is. So the doctor ordered a dose of of Demerol, and now I met some shit with that Demerol. I'll never take it again. It's an old painkiller. I don't even know that they use it anymore. But it was the sort of thing I remember sitting there. We were watching like Wheel of Fortune or something. My sister, my mother, and my father were there. And they tell me I would be in a conversation. I would drift off to sleep for like 10 minutes and then wake up with the same conversation. It's like it was so good. I didn't even know I was asleep. So
Stanley, I remember
Stanley.
the junkie white boys were taking that when I lived in Memphis. They'd shoot it right up their
Demerol?
arms, man.
Well,
They'd
all I
shoot
have
that
to say is
Demerol right up their veins, dude.
it was so good. I knew I should never take it again.
Oh, Stanley, you know what because I've suffered from I forgot the name of it, but it's not IBS, but it's when your stomach lining like thins out and you.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
It was an ulcer.
you can't.
Ulcers?
It's not an ulcer. It's I can't remember the name right now. I'm in pain. But anyway, I remember when I went to the
Prayers for you,
hospital.
Virgo.
Thank you. I got some morphine, right? And they only gave me like half a dosage. The way I felt like the way people looked in the movies when they're on dope and they're like leaning forward and stuff. That's how I was reacting. And the doctor was like, "Well, we're here to give you the second." I said, "No, do not give it to me. I don't want it. Don't give it to me." And when I had my back operation, I got not Demerol. What did I get? Percocets. So the twins were about 8 months old, and my mom had taken vacation to, take care of them while I got my back operation. And when I got home,
Oh,
she had to.
Dave says, was it Crohn's?
No, it's not Crohn's. It's when your stomach. It's not endometriosis. Oh God, what is it? It's not IBS because I don't suffer from IBS. I just can't
Got everything, Virgo. Jesus.
remember. I mean, man, when it rains, it pours.
Well, it's also, you'll find when you get like right around 50, there was a time when I hated going to the doctor because they would always find something else wrong.
Yeah.
Could I
mean,
ask a
but
question? Do you guys eat pork?
I do.
yeah, I do.
I don't eat.
Oh, okay. I'm just putting conclusions
You
together.
don't eat chino beans and ham hocks, HP?
Nah,
man.
nah. I don't dine on the swine. Yeah.
You don't
Yeah,
eat
well,
ribs?
It's
What,
only
you
because
eat
I know a
chicken
lot of
ribs?
people that eat pork that'll be having problems for some reason.
I'm no. I'm no Malcolm X.
Well, I know exactly why I'm having all these digestive problems and stuff like that. And I would tell anybody not to ever, ever, ever do this surgery. So after I had the twins, I gained a lot of weight and I got weight loss surgery. And when you do that, your stomach doesn't, your body, I should say, doesn't absorb nutrients the way it should. So you have to forever be on pills. And I don't like to take pills. So I just, didn't follow the doctor's directions. It's my fault. I didn't take my vitamins because I hate swallowing pills. But now I found a bariatric pill that it's just one pill, everything is in one, which I'm doing good on. And but yeah, I was just the mindset I was in. I was young, married. My husband was already cheating, and I had the twins, and I gained literally like 100 pounds. And I just wanted to get the weight off quickly. I had low self-esteem. This is Virgo being open and honest, and I just wanted to, get back to being my cute little self. And it costs. At the time, I should have just left them and went to the gym, to be honest with you. It would have came off. But I wanted to do, so surgery is not always good for
No.
cosmetic reasons, but I learned my lesson.
Yeah, just look at Nancy Pelosi going on her 9th facelift.
I don't believe. Here's the thing with facelifts, 12th man. If I were to ever do one, I would probably do it in my 60s. I wouldn't do it like at 30 or 40, because you ever seen the lady that they call the cat woman? something, what's her name? Something Weinstein or something like that. She looks horrible. And even with the fillers and the Botox, if you do that, it just looks terrible if you keep doing it. It's just meant for like a one-time fix, I think. And I've watched stuff on YouTube about that, like real doctors talking about that. Like all that stuff that you're doing, like the Kardashians. Oh my God. When they
But
get
to me,
older,
like
they're gonna look so terrible.
wrinkles and scars give a person character. You know what I
And
mean?
I've
I
learned to
don't need
embrace
all that shit.
I've learned to embrace getting old.
Hey
You know, I'm
Stanley.
not that old, but
Hey Stanley, did you hear Pop the Balloon got a Netflix deal?
Oh, really?
Really?
Yep.
oh
Yep.
wow.
Is it going to be copyright now, HB?
Is it
I think
Arlette?
yeah, Arlette. Yeah, she got a Netflix deal. So
Oh, good for her.
probably
And her husband.
Well, it was a long time coming.
Yeah.
I'm probably talking
Because I like hers the most, to
Well,
be
I
honest
mean,
with
I
you.
can't imagine that. I mean, it probably will, but I don't know that they ever show Netflix shows on YouTube.
No. It'll be like a Netflix exclusive. But
Yeah. So I mean, you won't, unless you go and you pirate it from Netflix. But
She
the thing is that there's so many other versions. It's going to be interesting to see if how it affects all the other people doing versions of it.
Yeah, because I don't think she'll be allowed
Yeah.
back on YouTube anymore if she's doing the Netflix version.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I don't think they can copyright the idea.
Hmm. Oh, I see what you're saying.
you'd be
I mean,
well
they can
probably
copyright the show, their version of it, but I don't see how you copyright an idea that,
Well, what's that show that they show on YouTube? They do but that's TLC. They do like the 600 pounds, but it's like like clips.
The Biggest Loser.
Mhm. No, it's not The Biggest Loser. Oh, I don't know if they do The Biggest Loser. I'm specifically talking about that funny doctor that tells it like it is. Doctor Now with My 600-Pound Life. They'll show clips on it on YouTube. Oh, that is funny, Stanley.
Pelosi derangement syndrome.
yeah, Stanley, we'll probably talk about it more this morning on the morning roast because already man, there's already a campaign to boycott it.
Oh, come on.
To
Serious?
boycott Pop the Balloon?
Yeah, because Arlette is African and
Well, no, she's not. She was born in America, I thought.
yeah, but
Her husband's African.
yeah, she's also African, but she's like first generation.
Yeah, well,
But
then she's not African.
I mean, she's not FBA.
Right.
Oh,
So,
Lord.
so what if she's not FBA?
Well, the argument is that FBAs feel like, and it's kind of funny, but the argument is that FBAs feel like Africans are exploiting their, their culture. But
Oh.
for me, it's like you guys don't have any problems when the Jews do it, but you got
Okay, well,
problems.
you know what?
That is true.
Y'all talk about that sort of stuff on the morning roast. To me, it's a silly argument. If the woman's American, she's American.
No, I think it's a silly argument too.
She has spear chucker blood in her, so
So do we all.
Hold on, I ain't
Whoa.
French, so speak for yourself when you say.
Okay, but what I'm saying is now the history. See, this
Who's
is the deal.
French?
That FBA stuff is a historical argument and maybe arguably an ethnic argument, but American is American. It just depends on how you want to frame it. And if people want to frame it, the Africans versus the FBAs, you can do that. But I prefer to think, I mean, she does not speak with an accent. So to be honest, if she actually doesn't look African. She looks like she's FBA. And if you've
Okay,
ever
that's
seen,
racist. That's racist.
there are a lot of Nigerians who look American.
That's also racist.
Especially if they have like some European heritage, like Chimamanda, what's her name, Chimamanda Ngozi, forget her last name, I always forget it. She doesn't look African to me. She actually looks American. I wouldn't know she was African until she starts speaking, because she's got a Nigerian accent.
Yeah, you know what?
That's
If I
just
when I
racist.
speak, can you tell I'm Caribbean?
No.
No, you hear that New York accent in me.
Yeah, I could tell you're from Brooklyn. Not.
No, I can tell you're Haitian, Ebony.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
my God! Look at
kind of
that.
tell you're Haitian. Yeah, I could kind of tell you're Haitian.
Okay.
Oh man, is that
I
guy
take
dead?
I take that as a compliment.
Oh, they're
You know,
they're pouring water on him.
I take that as a compliment.
He overheated, Stanley.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you're not going to be
How about-
roasting women on today's show, right, HB?
I think that I think that that argument about boycotting. I mean, how do you boycott a Netflix show?
Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of stupid.
The other interesting thing is going to see if it becomes more interracial.
But you know what, Stanley? I think they're hating. They're hating because hers is the best one that we've seen thus far.
Well, it's the most polished. I actually think the best one is the Indianapolis version.
Well, she's the originator, though. That's just it. She's the first.
Well, I'm guessing maybe that's true, but I kind of have my doubts now.
Personally, I like to pop the balloons with the ghetto ratchets the most.
I can't.
Well, I kind of do too, to be honest.
Yeah, me too a little bit. I just wish they were a little bit cuter, but you know that it is what it is.
What's the real ratchet one? Is it Detroit?
No, I think the consistent actually Bumpkin meets Ratchet. That's Pop the Balloon Augusta, which I haven't seen one in a while.
Show that one, Stanley.
And I also think that Pop the Balloon Indianapolis, it's consistently Ratchet.
All right. Yeah, let's go.
What's up, HG? What's up, Sam? What's up, everybody?
I might
What's up,
find me
Dave?
a girlfriend on that.
And then they fix you a plate, like the winner gets a plate.
Oh, that was the one, yeah, with the plate. That was hilarious. What they had in there? Some greens.
Does it come with food on it, Stanley?
Yeah, they got like a little area in the back where somebody.
That's what a
catered.
plate is, tough man.
Yeah, they catered it, so it was like a fried fish dinner or something like that.
Yeah, they don't just
Some
give you a plate.
catfish, some greens, mac and cheese, and cornbread.
They don't just give you a box of Popeye's fried chicken or something like that.
No, not that time anyway.
Oh, damn it. Tough man.
Jesus, 12 man.
And a slice of watermelon for dessert, right?
Well, yeah. What's wrong with watermelon? I love
12
fried
man.
chicken
What
and
what what do, what
watermelon.
do you eat out there? Bark or is it squirrels?
Yeah, I just eat trees. That's it.
Oh, so it's bark and it's squirrels. Okay. But
And
Stanley,
cheese
my only
onions.
problem was that they're
Don't forget about
foundational blacks. We were here before the honkies got here.
that.
So there's literally pictures of Indians with black women who are people's great grandfathers. That's my only issue. So
Yeah,
she's a
okay.
tether.
Sounds like several issues to me.
It's one issue. There's Indian people and black people's families who literally have pictures with their great great grandmother and their great great grandfathers being Indians, but they were black. They look black.
Well,
Okay,
I
she's
mean, you
not
do
from here.
realize that the Cherokees had slaves, right? Black African slaves. Do you know that?
Yes.
So, as a matter of fact, there's a documentary. I can't remember the name of it, but for years, the slaves were not recognized as part of the Cherokee. This is out in Oklahoma. They weren't recognized as part of the tribe. And they actually had to like go to court and shit to be recognized as tribal members. So, there's a very interesting history. I think some of the same stuff in Texas happened. But I know the Cherokee in Oklahoma literally because they were trying to basically assimilate into white American culture, and they
Yeah, those
basically
were white Indians. We know that story. I'm
yeah,
talking
well, you
about the
know what?
ones that was here first.
I don't subscribe to your version of history. I'll just leave it at that.
That's what you don't know. You subscribe to
Okay,
the
well,
white
no,
man's
I actually
version.
do know. I think
You
half of
subscribe
that.
to the white man's version. See,
That's
people
right.
like
I
you
subscribe.
think if
Whoa,
you
whoa,
work
whoa.
with a white man
Hold
and you
on.
speak like
Hold
a
on. Let
white
me
man,
respond.
that you have
I
some type of
respond.
culture. You don't know
You're
your culture.
absolutely right. The white man's version is what I buy into. So, of course, we're not going to agree.
Well, why do you say that about Stanley? I mean, because he talks like he's educated.
Well,
And he is
no,
educated.
I don't
you know?
buy into the notion that Africans were here. Like when I say FBA, I mean like ADOS. American descendants of slavery. There's the is it Hebrew Israelites or one of those groups thinks that blacks predated were
The
like
2%ers
concurrent.
or 1%ers,
Africans
whatever.
were here like they're Africans are aboriginal to the Americas. And I don't know, do they talk about the Easter, is it Easter Island? I mean, there were, is it Massa Musa? Not Massa Musa. There was a whole expedition of Africans who left, basically headed west from the, headed west from the west coast of Africa, were never heard from again on that second expedition.
Are you
And
talking
who
about the
knows, maybe
Gullah?
they made it, maybe they didn't.
Are you talking about the Gullah, the Geechee?
No. We're talking back like 14th century.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Well,
15th century.
well, Stanley, I think during the Trail of Tears, there were a lot of black people, and that was on
Well,
that
yeah, the
same trail.
Cherokees had slaves.
Yeah,
African slaves.
That's a fact.
That's the thing about FBAs. Like there's a lot of intermixing and interbreeding in our DNA, you know?
Right.
And that's
And
what
it,
every African descendant person,
No, I
even
wouldn't.
in
No,
the
no.
Caribbean.
Well, no, I wouldn't say. I don't think the Caribbean and North American blacks. There's a lot of mixture. I don't think those blacks, those tribe blacks from Africa. There's a lot of mixture over there.
Because we had a lot of Irish and in Haiti
Yeah.
and the Dominican Republic to work the sugar cane.
Yep.
And
Yep.
yeah, and that's how my grandfather he's Irish. Well, he's passed, but he was Irish.
I was actually talking to my father yesterday. His father's side of the family were never enslaved. His mother's side was.
Hey, Stanley, same for my dad's side. My dad's side never enslaved. My mom's side, they were though.
Well, the reason is somehow or another we like my father's paternal side of the family basically originated in West Virginia from a German guy.
Oh wow. Wow. So you have some Reich blood in there, Stanley, huh?
Some what?
Some Reich.
Well, I'm now we're talking back in like the 1800s.
Oh,
So
okay.
it pre-existed.
Oh, wow.
You know what? I would like to find out if I would like to find out if especially my mom's side, if they were ever enslaved, because even looking at pictures of my great grandparents, they were like super light and
Well, that doesn't. I mean, there were plenty of mulattoes who were enslaved.
Matter
yeah,
of fact,
but
Stanley,
It just
Haiti
so
also
happens West
killed a
Virginia.
lot of the mulattoes too.
It just so happened that West Virginia, remember, it split off from Virginia and became part of the North.
Yeah.
During the Civil War.
Wait, Stanley, this is like off a different. Did you hear about the scans of those pyramids, the Pyramid of Giza? Did you hear about that?
Scams? No.
Yeah. So, they have these scans called like SAR scans, where it's like
SCRs, like scans, like
scans. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So they've done with the AI and everything, all this technology is kind of getting hyper, like it's kind of like all the technologies that we've had is kind of like evolving to a certain extent. So usually when you're doing these scans of like the earth and stuff, you can only go down like a couple meters, but now they're able to go a lot deeper. And apparently under the Pyramid of Giza, there's like chambers that go down really, really deep, and they look like, they say that it looks like coils. It hasn't been peer reviewed yet, but they think there's like there's all these tunnels and these coils that wrap down hundreds of feet underneath the pyramids. And it's it's kind of insane. Like,
is it the Anunnaki?
I don't know. That's been the theory for a long time, that those pyramids were actually like some sort of energy creators, and those coils underneath, that kind of proves that theory a little bit, but it hasn't been peer reviewed yet because only one company owns the technology right now. So
yeah, that's all theory. That was black people connecting to the higher power. White people will never understand and never know that
Connecting to
information.
the higher power, religion, and although I am a Christian, but I believe that religion was based on us obeying and just being obedient. And the Anunnaki were our gods.
Well, I
And
don't
we
know if that had
worship
anything.
them.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
that had
don't even
anything to
know
do
what
with
you're
that.
talking about right now.
I don't know if it has
Religion
to do with the
came
Anunnaki.
afterwards.
I don't know about the
No,
Anunnaki.
no. Religion was always there. Ignorant. It was.
No, the First Reich is the reason religion is all over the earth. The Romans.
Google it.
Okay, I'm giving you the information that Google's going to tell you, but because it's from a black man, you can't hear it. But listen, I'm telling you, the First Reich, which are the
Ignorant?
Romans.
You call yourself black? Did you mean black or did you mean Hotep?
The reason that we're called black is because we're connected to the universe. You are not black, so you can't conceive what I'm speaking of, right?
Am I black, Ignorant?
You could very well be
No,
right.
you're not.
Oh,
You're not black. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, don't worry.
Interesting fact.
CT doesn't
Ignorant, are you wearing your dress today? I gotta know that.
CT doesn't think anybody that's African American is actually black. Only Africans can be.
Who cares what a chimp in a fucking tuxedo thinks? What are you talking about?
A
Are you
tuxedo and
wearing your dress today?
a
Ignorant?
tuxedo
I
and
gotta know.
a MAGA hat.
12 man, if you tell me if your meth pipe has a hole in it, I'll tell you if I'm having a dress.
I don't smoke that shit. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
That's cap. That's a cap. All right.
I just smoke weed.
Yeah. That's what the snake says too. Yeah. We believe you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna believe a man wearing a dress.
What is there to believe? I'm not
that
telling
an
you to
inference?
believe anything. I'm literally giving you facts from a white man because y'all only believe white people. So I'm giving you white facts that you can look up, whitey. So it's nothing to believe from me. I don't get it. I'm just the messenger.
Well, I'm a Christian too, so I have friends from all different faiths, you know, and I think people need to be more accepting, and that's how you bring people to be a follower of Christ, is to be accepting of their views and how they feel and what they going through and all that, and try to help them out the best you can. That's how you bring more followers to Christ. Don't everyone speak at once now.
I lost connection. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Do you have something else stupid to say?
Twelfth man, did you say followers to crack or Christ?
Christ.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask, and I'm brought up John's show for tomorrow. Something I'm like, why does he do this shit? It's the first of the month. So FBA.
Oh, it is the first of. Is this April Fool's Day?
Tomorrow is.
Oh.
So he says it's the first of the month rent roundup, a fundraiser. So apparently he's gonna raise funds for the people who can't play, who can't make rent.
Making me think of the Loonies right now. Was it the Loonies? Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month.
I don't remember. I wanted to ask HB. Has anybody ever seen Sean Bracey's show? He calls it the Wildest Morning Show. I know he's been in the chat before.
The Be Bravest Show?
No, it's the Wildest Morning Show. I think that's what he calls it. Let's see, can I find it here? I've watched a couple episodes last week. He is an interesting host.
Why do you think that?
I'm just wondering if he was a theater major. He's very animated. I'll just say that.
So you're basically saying he's homosexual.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know whether he is or isn't. I'm just saying he's very animated.
In an all-black.
So does he give you homosexual vibes?
I like the name.
You know what?
Are jacked up,
I'm immune to those vibes, so you tell me.
And you're a heterosexual male and you're immune.
That's right. If there are homosexual vibes, I tend to ignore them. I'm a don't ask, don't tell guy.
Oh, so you do it and don't talk about it, huh?
No. Other people.
That's what you said. I didn't.
Other people can do it. Just don't tell me about it. And if you're putting off vibes, don't beam them my way. Keep your damn vibes to yourself.
He gives me like church choir vibes. I'm not gonna go gay.
Church choir director.
Yeah, it sounds like theater, just like Stanley. What Stanley says.
No, I couldn't see Stanley singing in the choir.
No. Stanley said he's in like the theater,
yeah. He reminds. I dated a theater major once, and she was very animated.
Oh man, that shit gets annoying.
Just very vibrant, very bubbly, and he gives me that. Like he could have been on Glee.
Did she sing to you show tunes when she argued with you?
The sexiest thing she ever did. We went to this Moroccan restaurant in Savannah, and the belly dancer comes out and she offers to teach volunteers belly dancing. So this girl gets up and takes the little lesson and then starts belly dancing all around me. And, the whole, if you've ever, I've seen like belly dancers in Egypt. They are very suggestive. So I'm like, God damn, this girl is like belly dancing for me. And man, it was all I could do, not to just grab her and toss her up on the table. It's like it was so
right, Stanley. You got to stay out of the strip club.
It was so provocative. I mean, she's like shaking those hips and swirling that belly, and I was turned on as a motherfucker.
You ever been to a strip club, Stanley?
Hey, Orthodox, you know what? Why don't you keep that foolishness over there? Stanley, are you actually striking channels, or is it that more YouTube bullshit? Like I said earlier, because I saw your message from the beginning of the show, I take nothing off the table like Donald Trump. Everything is on the table. So yeah, I'm not above it. Especially if somebody does something I tell them not to do.
Just don't talk about his son. Don't talk about his family.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what?
That's a long list. That ain't just on the list. That's like the beginning of the list.
And it's one specific person for one specific deed, and he knows who he is, and he would know why if it should happen. Now, what would be funny if somebody else did it and it got blamed on me?
What would be even funnier? What would be even funnier if someone went and done it under your auspice,
Why would it be funnier?
Because then, someone would probably come back and strike here because it's just out of.
I was dead serious when I said it. I don't fuck
That's what I'm
around
saying.
with stuff like
I
that.
don't know. Somebody struck me too this morning.
You know what I mean? Like,
I was dead serious when I said it. I don't joke about things like that.
yeah, I think man, it's like being in the street calling the police on people. You wanna be a
I
street
don't
guy,
think it's quite the same thing. If I tell you not to use my name, that's personal. Don't
I
do
don't
it.
know if you can
It's a
tell
free
street niggas not to
country,
use my name.
Stanley. It's a
You
free
can't tell
country.
street niggas not to use
Okay,
your name.
well, that's you, John. I'm not you.
But I mean, clearly it didn't work because he used your name as soon as you told him not to.
And you know what? Clearly, like I said, everything's on the table.
And that's what I'm saying. Like everything on the
Okay,
table.
John,
I
you don't
everybody
fucking tell
fine.
me. You do
I'm
not
not
tell
telling you
me how to
I'm not
conduct
telling you
my
anything.
business.
I didn't tell you anything. I'm just talking. Right? You do what you got to
Okay,
do.
well, don't say if I were you or anything like that because you're not me.
I'm saying, what do you think Brave is going to do to you if you go strike his channel? He
You know
told
what? I don't give a fuck what Brave does.
Right. That's what
All
I'm
I
saying.
give a fuck about is him not using my name in his show titles.
Salute, Lee. Salute. Brooklyn in the house, baby. Yo, HB, what you think
Jimmy
Sharon
K.
talking about right now, HB? He probably like, yeah, I had a kibasi sausage last night. No freak.
No, actually, Samuel, I didn't know there was a difference.
Wait, what you say, ignorant?
I said, if we could just elaborate on what we think this guy is saying right now.
Oh man, he's probably saying I
Did he
took
just
a
say
nice long
kielbasi? It's a
shower.
kielbasa.
Took
You
a
ain't from Brooklyn.
I took a bath this morning. I had some herbal essence. Took a
Good
bath.
morning, John Galt.
Did you Brave? I mean, HB, did you like shake the dreads like in the commercial when you put that herbal essence in your hair? You just give it a shake. Good morning, John.
We talking
Hey,
about
good morning,
Bracy.
everyone.
Bracy probably saying, yeah, I put on Ben Gay this morning. You know what I'm saying? He said,
don't make me laugh too much.
I put on my pants. I picked up my keys without bending my knees.
You know, ignorant. What's crazy though is he doesn't have a bad show. I do kind of like how he runs his show.
Well, I don't know. I actually showed a portion of his show the other day because there was a guy on there. I can't remember his name now. I hope I run into him on a show at some point because he said something about blacks and being individuals versus groupthink. And one of the points he made is, you know what? If you're in the ghetto, get the hell out as soon as you can. And I totally agreed with that point. Usually, up till now, I've kind of been on the fence about it. But he put it so succinctly that I actually had to replay it because I thought it was really good.
You been to the ghetto lately, Stanley?
I've never been to the ghetto other than, a time I dated a girl in the ghetto.
Okay, right now in the ghetto, everybody got a Mercedes.
Well, that's nice.
Friday,
you know what?
all these guys were
What
Mercedes
is there a point you're trying to make? Everybody has a Mercedes, so what?
My point is that some people don't want to leave where they're at.
Oh,
Some
well,
people
you know what?
like the ghetto because they don't pay any rent, so they
Right.
can ride around in Mercedes and buy $1,000 shoes and $20,000
Right,
pants.
but let me be more clear on my point. Don't stay there if you don't, and if you decide to leave, you're under no obligation to go back and help people out. That was my point.
We agree. I agree with you.
I think what this points out is that a lot of blacks believe in magic dirt.
I don't even know what magic dirt is. Can you explain that?
Mr. John, a lot of white folks believe in that shit too.
Oh man, here we go. Another white
Magic
man.
dirt. Magic dirt.
What is magic dirt?
Magic dirt is if you just transport some people up out of the ghetto, then they'll leave their ghetto ways behind them. Okay,
nobody's talking about any of that.
Yeah, John.
You can take the
John, I
person
believe
out of the ghetto is the
grass is
thing,
greener
but you
where your
can't take the
water is.
ghetto out of the
Honestly.
person. Yeah, I've heard that.
A friend of mine has a saying. You know, money can't buy class.
Right.
But it's the same thing.
And I mean, Donald Trump embodied
Jay-Z
that.
said that.
I mean,
on
I
his
know
Black
white
album.
people that live in the suburbs that act ghetto as fuck, but they never been to the ghetto.
Or act like they live out in the sticks.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
ignorant
like me.
stupidity
So what is
at its
ghetto?
finest. Me personally, I don't know. I just act like me. So
I love living in the sticks. Who wouldn't want to live in the sticks? Come on, man.
yeah, like everybody. I'm from a rural Georgia town, so everybody I know, black and
really?
white,
Where?
go from. I'm 50 miles south of Atlanta.
Okay, well, I'm about 40 miles west of Atlanta.
Okay. Yeah, no, I remember.
Yeah, I'm
I
currently
remember
there. I'm
seeing-
originally from Savannah.
I love Savannah.
Yeah, great town.
I like going to the cherry blossom festivals in Macon. So, as well, that's very pretty. I'm gonna be honest. There's very few places as pretty as Georgia. I think Oregon and Washington may have us beat.
I think
But,
Virginia, Northern Virginia is pretty nice.
well, the mountains out that way, yes, I would agree because going through the mountains to go to New York and stuff. When I was with my friend, we saw a lot of beautiful scenery.
Yeah, I think Catskill and Canarsie and Clinton Hill, those are beautiful areas. You know what I mean? Very
The thing I miss about Georgia the most is their peaches.
I don't know if
they
you
got
on a
the best
lag,
peaches.
but I was just
You
talking
miss
Cave Beast.
peach cobblers,
And their
peach anything.
pecans.
Yeah, I think
That's
pecan.
that is the best thing about Georgia is like you can just go up to your neighbors if they have a pecan tree and they're like, yes, please get them out of my yard. Pick as many as you want.
That's what I used to do with my mango tree.
That is awesome. Naturally grown mangoes and pears and crab apples from in Georgia are amazing. And I love making crab apple pie.
Have you ever tried mixing the apples with like let's just say like cherries? You should try that, like a nice cherry and apple pie or pear and cherry pie.
The only thing I've ever mixed besides pie is moonshine. I love making crab apple moonshine.
Oh wow!
Oh my lord!
Well, send some to me.
I would if I could, if it wasn't a federal crime.
Oh Lord, that sounds good.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think the worst moonshine I ever had. Somebody tried to make pecan moonshine and it just tasted like butt. Man, it was gross.
They tried to make what?
Yeah, I tried. Like there was
Can
a
you
young
do
guy. No, you can't. There was a guy who was a young fella and he wanted to try. He was making moonshine and he wanted to try to make pecan because
Does it even ferment?
It tastes bad.
Did he put cinnamon in it?
I don't know what all he put in it, but it was bad. It was rough.
Oh, this is a good show. He's asking, will Trump serve a third term?
Nah, he ain't serving no third term. That shit's stupid,
Well,
man.
He'll probably Debo his way.
He literally said that they're looking at it. One
You'd
of
have
the
to
things
have
they
a-
floated. One of the things they float is having JD Vance run for president.
Well,
And
yeah, that's
basically he would be vice president, and then once they get elected, switching places. Which, I mean, there's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't, I guess. But I
Who is
think
coming up with these schemes? Like
it was literally something Trump talked about in a NBC interview yesterday.
And that's what I'm saying. So I guess my question is, I'm assuming the NBC asked him, "Do you want to run for a third term or something like that?"
Well, it's not on. It's not on.
Well, he's going to be old for starters.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, does anyone reasonably think Donald Trump is going to run for a third term?
See, here's the thing. I think the government's going to try to do away. I think the executive branch is going to try to do away with the 22nd Amendment. And here's the thing. Relatively speaking, because like I went on Sharon's show a couple weeks ago, and then I also talked about it on my show a little bit. Like because Cook Calvin asked about it, and here's the thing: the 22nd Amendment is relatively new as far as amendments go.
No, you're starting off on the wrong track. There is no way they're going to be able to do it if they're following the amendment process. You're not going to get 3/4 of the states to agree to that.
Well, I mean,
it takes a constitutional convention.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Can't Congress just throw it out? Isn't there two ways? Isn't Congress
no.
require a constitutional convention?
It's gotta be 3/4 of the I think it's 3/4 of Congress, but then it's got to be 3/4 of the states.
See, I wasn't aware. I thought it was just 3/4 of Congress,
no.
or a constitutional convention.
There is no way. No, it's the amendment process. No, it's got to be constitutional conventions. It's very explicit.
Right. Okay, because I thought a constitutional convention was triggered whenever 2/3 of the nation's states
they've got to
adopt
agree.
a law.
Right. They've got to agree to even have constitutional conventions.
That's right.
Okay, I thought they were two separate processes. I thought that's
they are two separate processes. But the thing is that getting that many states to agree, I don't see how that's going to happen.
Well, I thought it was either 2/3 of the Congress could throw away an amendment or add an amendment, or states could get together and have a constitutional convention. Because the way that I have approached constitutional convention in thinking and study is based around gun laws. Like, you're never going to get 2/3 of the states to agree to specific gun laws. So the only way that you could truly have stuff like getting rid of the ATF and suppressors and like a bunch of dumb regulations is through a conventional Congress. I didn't think that it was where I thought Congress had more power than it did, I guess.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, remember the Constitution is of the people, by the people, etc. So an amendment can be proposed either by I said 3/4 by a 2/3 vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, or by constitutional convention called for by 2/3 of the state legislatures. But all Congress can do is propose. Okay, to ratify it, it's got to go to the states.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
See this part right here. Once proposed, it has to be. Oh, it is 3/4. Once proposed, an amendment must be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures or by conventions in 3/4 of the states. So it is a two-step process. The proposal can be 2/3 of Congress or 2/3 of the states. Once proposed, then it's got to be 3/4.
Yeah, Stanley, I just think they do it. They just say this stuff just to antagonize the liberals.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what it's got to be.
But you know what? I don't. Let me put it to you this way. The one thing I can say this time around is Trump is pretty much doing what he said he was going to do. Now, it might be a fake out. It might not be, but you better take him seriously.
Personally,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Personally, I don't like Trump, but I think that the president should either the executive branch, we should either do away with term limits because they weren't a thing until they were proposed in 1947, I believe, the Second Amendment, and then it wasn't ratified until 1951. So I personally think that we should do away with term limits for president and add them to Congress, because the president is supposed to be elected for the people by the people. So if the people want, like FDR did, what was it, 4 terms?
Well, but that was because of war.
Well, it doesn't matter the reason. The people wanted FDR. And if the people want someone, if Black America was able to push it and they wanted Obama for 5 terms, that's just something we have to deal with.
I don't think that happens. We don't have that kind of advantage.
Well, that's my point, though. If people, because like Obama was popular by the American people.
I don't think he was popular towards the end.
Well, people didn't like the drone strikes or the deportations. That's the only beef I think I've heard about Obama.
No, nobody cared about that. Nobody cared about that. It was the gay shit.
What
gay shit? Yeah, it's the gay shit.
Yeah, it was the.
Yeah, you believe that? You believe that, huh?
No, Stanley, honestly, I think like a lot of that, the drone strikes and all that shit, it's all revisionist history, man. Nobody gave a fuck back then.
I remember people complaining about it.
Yeah, but
there were a lot of the protests back then that were the Wall Street March and all that. Like they brought up the drone strikes and deportations, and they like a lot of the protesters and leftists in the camp did not like that. Especially when you drone strike that one U.S. citizen, even though he was a terrorist.
Well, apparently, you and Shredder think Obama was gay. So y'all have something in common.
My thing is like I don't care. I don't care pretty much about the president. I care more about the Congress, because that's who makes your laws. That's who effectively rules you. The president is mostly a figurehead, and he can rule by executive order.
Up until now.
Yeah, but like the president. My thing is like I think it should be one of 2 things, because like 4 years is not enough time for a president to do anything without having like severe issues for the next term, especially if somebody radically different gets in, and that leads to instability in the nation. And we're seeing the effects of 200 years of that play out with the Donald Trump presidency and the Biden presidency.
Well, all I have to say is Trump had his chance for a second term.
And the people voted. Like I don't buy the whole election stealing narrative, because there's always do funny business in every election. Look at George Bush Jr.'s election in the 2000s. Like there's always going to be messed up stuff in an election process, but by and large, the people get what they want. And I'm gonna be honest. I think it's more effective to have term limits on Congress than it would be on the president, because the president is the executor.
Like I said, the office is so powerful. Unlimited terms, just that's a slippery slope right there. Juan, what do you have to say? You're the legal expert.
Well, what I was going to agree with you, Stanley.
Good morning, Juan.
Good morning, guys. Salute HB.
Good morning, Juan.
Salute Virgo. Mr. Virgo. Well, not a legal expert yet, but this is one of those, Stanley, you and I talked about, if you remember, and I'll land the plane in a moment, when we were talking about the birthright citizenship thing, and it was an issue of textualist versus what the intent was behind the 14th Amendment, Section 1. This is the same thing. If you're looking at it textually, the 22nd Amendment's clear. You only get 2 bites of the apple, and that's it. After that, you're out. And so if that's the case, the only way that he comes in, right, is if Vance runs, wins, Trump is president, and then 2 years later Vance resigns, and then Trump takes over, because then that invokes the second part, which is you can only be in there for up to 10 years, and that's it. And that's if somebody else was serving while you were in cabinet or while you were in office.
Well, I think that if they went through with Vance at the top of the ticket, I think the American people would be so off-put by that they wouldn't vote. They wouldn't vote Vance. I mean, Americans don't like to be hoodwinked like that.
I would agree, because we saw that with Gore in the 2000s.
And not only that, Trump would be either so close to 80 Then we start running into consistency issues. You know, we didn't want Biden because he was old and infirm. Why would we make an exception for Trump?
Well, the second part is the question: Would Trump be infirmed? But I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking what happens.
I'm convinced there's no 80-year-old that can keep up with it.
I agree with you on that, Stanley.
My father's 81, and he is sound of mind and pretty sound of body for an 80-year-old. He's not what he was at 60 or 40.
You also got to think about the rigors of running a country. Look at how Obama aged in his 8 years.
Well,
boy, he aged. Good Lord, man. He went from smooth skin to a wrinkle face and everything. It was like night and day when he went in and when he left. Wow.
Yeah, it was rough, and you got to think they know things that we don't. They know the national security. They know the exact problems we're facing from foreign adversaries, spies, everything. So that's got to weigh on them. Like, people aren't inherently evil, despite what their political opposition wants to say. So, like, I don't think an 80-year-old is capable of being able to run the country, even if he is like perfect, in perfect health. I don't think it's possible.
Well, also you got to remember that there are also newer things that are novel issues that are being faced. I'm reminded of the Alonzo Bowden joke. I don't know if you guys watch him or not, but he had this bit where he was talking about Obama being the first black president. He's like, "Congratulations, you're the first black president." Oh, by the way, we got pirates, and he pulls the Obama voice. Pirates? You mean to tell me I'm elected to only solve 17th century crimes now? So if you're in your 80s and you're dealing with novel issues, that could also make you decline much, much quicker as well.
I thought Bill Clinton was the first black president.
Alonzo Biden, he's a clean comic who's actually funny.
Come on, 12 man.
Yeah, a lot of people said that,
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. This is the first time I've ever heard anybody allege this. Do you believe Melania is a female? Hasn't she had naked pictures before?
Yeah.
Yes, she did. I had a couple of them for research purposes when I was in my 20s.
Come on.
Research purposes. I was a college student back then.
Get one up out of here.
Jesus.
Yeah, Slick Rick is of that camp, and I'm not trying to talk shit on him, but he's of that camp of Be Brave, where he doesn't believe elected officials actually hold power, that they're parrots.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Well, one, you're blind, so you can't even see titties, dude. What are you talking about?
Look, man, a blind man can still see titties. That's the one thing that a blind man can see.
That might have just ended the show.
He can't see them, but he can feel them.
That's the thing. Titties were the first braille, Bubba.
Is Universal here? Not who's popping in there?
It's braille for wow.
Because it's about time to head on out.
Okay.
Let the morning broast begin.
All right.
Oh God, let the morning black. Y'all should just call it the morning black woman bashing.
They're gonna sit on they're gonna picking up on a beer can.
Come on.
Is it the Black Pabst Blue Ribbon Hour?
We got a whole Virgo appreciation show that's coming up.
All right, well, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. I think John's rosining up the bow, so we will go ahead and end it here. Everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button on the way out. Like, share, subscribe, the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, and the Stanley Cross channel if you like the occasional video essay. Morning Roast is next I do believe. So we will end it here. I'll be back at 3 or so in the morning, and we can have fun again in the Stanley versus the World Playhouse.
Great show, Stanley. I appreciate
thank you.
it.
Yes, sir. Orthodox.
Yeah, glad I tuned in, Stanley.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said I'm glad I tuned in. You made my morning. I was not feeling so well, and
well,
you guys gave me a
praying
laugh.
for you, Ebony.
Yeah, I hope you feel better. Now I don't know anything about gallstones. Do they count them? Do you know how many you have to pass?
I don't know. They were trying to. Well, here's the thing. They gave me medication,
Right.
to break them up.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm now passing them.
Okay.
So I don't know. Well,
You got.
hopefully,
By the way, you got my email. We still need to talk about the cooking show.
yes,
But I guess
yes, we do.
you probably weren't feeling well this weekend, so I forgive you. All right,
Well,
folks.
I was
I
fine
look forward to
Saturday.
the
It was
cooking
Sunday
show.
night,
Right.
and
All right.
I
Well,
thought you were
folks.
coming up on Sunday at 3 o'clock, but
All right. Well.
Thanks for having me, Stanley.
Yeah, come on back anytime, and let's we'll do this all over again tomorrow morning.
I bet.
So
Thank you.
morning roast, folks.
Have a great rest of your day, Stanley. I'm out.
You too. What is
all right.
that?
Have a good day, Stanley.
Let's see. Stay in the studio. Is this what John wants me to play on the outro? John, did you switch the outro? Well, I'll go ahead and play it just to get y'all ready for the morning roast.
This nigga has a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog.